Leah activated the secret technique of the Du family, shining with golden light to pierce the purple mist. "The power of my child, you are not worthy to touch," Feng Yuchen screamed and knelt down, but the Night Clan mark greedily absorbed the backlash force. The fetus's heartbeat stopped for 3 seconds. Leah spat out blood. "Stop. He will die." She bit her finger and smeared her blood on the mark. "With my bloodline, I seal your greed." The golden and purple lights extinguished simultaneously. A fierce, bloody scar appeared on Feng Yuchen's arm. The Night Clan's whisper faded into the wind. "Bloodline seal will eventually break." The golden light, pure and intense, like the rising sun tearing through eternal darkness, carried all of Leah's will, fear, and maternal love, fiercely stabbing at the strange, writhing purple light on Feng Yuchen's arm. "The power of my child." Leah's voice was as sharp as an icy blade, each word carrying bloody resolve. Amid the roar of the golden light explosion, she declared clearly, "You are not worthy to touch." This was not just a simple energy clash, but a direct confrontation of bloodline will. On one side was the Du family's secret technique, inherited for thousands of years and rooted in protection, now infused with a mother's primal fury. On the other side was the ancient, greedy Night Clan mark, which was madly absorbing this energy, filled with the power of the enemy. A harsh, sizzling sound like a red-hot iron plunging into ice water exploded. Gold light clashed fiercely with purple mist, and light and shadow tore, vanished, and regenerated in the small space. The air twisted and groaned under the strain. The black fog seeping from the walls, alive like a creature, let out piercing screams in this storm of energy, then was instantly vaporized and purified. At that moment, Leah's heart was tightly clenched. She saw the moment the gold light pierced the purple mist, and in that instant, Feng Yuchen's body was struck by an invisible hammer. He suddenly bent forward, and a terrible, inhuman scream burst from his throat. His knees buckled, and he collapsed heavily onto the cold, hard floor with a dull thud. The mark of the Night Clan on his arm seemed to come alive. Purple light surged wildly, greedily and crazily in the power that Leah's secret technique had pushed back. That power was supposed to be its enemy, but now it became its most desired nourishment. The purple mist churned like a greedy mouth, swallowing and transforming the life force within the gold light, life belonging to Leah and her child, and the pain from her secret technique's backlash, feeding all into the mark itself. "No." Leah's eyes widened with rage. Her secret technique was meant to cut off the connection between the mark and the child, even destroy it. But now, this power had become a feast for the Night Clan's mark. It was like a vampiric vine, not only uncut but growing more ferocious and harder to shake after feeding on this energy, filled with the power of its enemy. A more terrifying change happened inside her belly. Just as Feng Yuchen screamed and knelt, and the mark crazily devoured, the steady, powerful heartbeat, like a war drum, suddenly stopped. It was only a moment, but it felt like forever. The color drained from Leah's face instantly. Her body stiffened, and an unprecedented, icy fear seized her heart, almost suffocating her. She could clearly feel that tiny life inside her, the being that had just shown incredible willpower, its strength like a spring being forcibly drained dry, vanished in an instant. That cold, mighty will was gone. Only a faint, dying weakness remained, making her heart pound with dread. "Stop! Stop!" Leah's voice trembled with tears, full of despair. She looked at the purple glow on Feng Yuchen's arm, which grew more enchanting as it devoured. She felt the faint life force of the baby inside her, almost disappearing, and a wave of huge panic overwhelmed her. "Stop! Feng Yuchen, stop your mark. He will die. Our baby will be drained." She suddenly withdrew her hand, forcibly stopping the secret technique. The dazzling golden light, like a candle snuffed out, quickly dimmed and disappeared. But it was too late. The Night Clan's mark did not stop because Leah interrupted the secret technique. It seemed to have tasted something sweet, feeling how delicious the life essence infused with the power of the nemesis was, and its greedy nature fully erupted. The purple glow was no longer limited to the arm. Like a living vine, it began to crawl up Feng Yuchen's meridians. Wherever it went, twisted purple patterns appeared under his skin, writhing like living creatures. He curled up on the ground, trembling violently, gasping painfully as if choked, his face turning from pale to a strange bluish-purple. Sweat soaked his expensive shirt, sticking to his skin like a dying fish. Delia's heart was tightly clenched by an invisible hand, making her unable to breathe. She watched Feng Yuchen struggle painfully, listened to his suppressed groans, and felt the faint life breath of the baby inside her, which could vanish at any moment. The feeling of tearing again overwhelmed her. On one side, her beloved man was being devoured by her bloodline's enemy. On the other, her unborn child was close to death because of that enemy's greed.
No, this can't go on.
I must cut it off. A crazy and resolute thought suddenly lit up in her chaotic mind, like the only light in darkness. Delia bit her finger fiercely. The sharp pain made her mind suddenly clear. Bright red blood, carrying her pure Delia family bloodline and strong life force, immediately flowed out. Without hesitation, driven by a nearly self-destructive resolve, she pressed her bloody fingertip to Feng Yuchen's arm, onto the frantic, writhing Knight clan mark. With my bloodline, I curse your greed. Delia's voice was no longer trembling, only cold and resolute like a last stand. She poured her will, her life force, and her family's protective bloodline power into that drop of blood with wild intensity. This time, there was no earth-shaking collision. When that drop of blood containing the essence of the Du family's protective bloodline touched the greedy mark of the Knight clan, it emitted a strange hum, like the sound of ancient bells being struck. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The purple glow on Feng Yuchen's arm, which was rapidly expanding and almost swallowing his upper body, suddenly shrank back as if splashed with boiling lava. It let out a sharp, piercing scream, like a living creature being burned. The greedy power suddenly stopped. At the same time, the faint heartbeat inside Delia's abdomen, which had almost disappeared, resumed after a suffocating 3-second pause. Though still weak, it carried a stubborn resilience, beating again and again, striking Delia's heart and echoing through the silent space. The golden light was completely extinguished, and the purple mist quickly dissipated like a retreating tide. Even the black gas, seeping from the walls, vanished without a trace. Inside the ancient house, only the gentle rain outside, Feng Yuchen's heavy, painful breathing, and Delia's heartbeat, like a drum, remained. Feng Yuchen's body softened and collapsed to the ground, his consciousness seemingly falling into chaos. The fierce purple glow on his arm, the Knight clan mark, faded completely, leaving only a deep purple, complex totem that looked like a burn mark, quietly crawling on his pale skin. But right at the center of this totem, a fresh, fierce bloodstain suddenly appeared. It was not a cut from Delia's fingertips, but seemed to split open from inside the mark, twisting and writhing like a hideous scar or an unstable seal forcibly stamped on him. Delia staggered back a step, her back hitting the cold door. She felt a wave of dizziness and weakness wash over her, her vision darkening. The backlash from forcibly interrupting the secret technique and burning her bloodline to seal the mark was like a heavy weight pressing down on her limbs. She instinctively protected her abdomen, feeling the weak heartbeat inside, and tears finally burst uncontrollably from her eyes. It's a success. For now. To cut it off, she looked at the fierce bloodstain on Feng Yuchen's arm and the deep purple totem. Her heart was heavy with exhaustion and deeper fear, not joy. That bloodstain was a seal she forcibly stamped with her bloodline power, temporarily suppressing the greed of the mark. But the mark itself still existed. Like a lurking venomous snake, it could wake up again at any moment. At that moment, a faint whisper, as if coming from the depths of the underworld, drifted into her ears with the cold night wind. Bloodline seal. will eventually break. Nemesis. Eternal fall. Darkness. The voice was deep and cold, carrying an ancient and resentful curse, like a ghostly sigh. It quietly faded into the rain, but like a cold, venomous snake, it sank into Delia's heart, leaving her with endless coldness. Delia suddenly looked up, alert, scanning her surroundings. The old house was silent except for the rain. The whisper had disappeared, as if it had never been there. But the cursed prophecy was clearly imprinted in her mind. She looked down at her blood-stained fingers, then at Feng Yuchen's arm with its fierce scar and deep purple totem, finally resting her gaze on her still-raised but slightly trembling pregnant belly caused by the recent upheaval. The heartbeat inside her, though restored, was still weak. Feng Yuchen's breathing, though steadier, still carried the remnants of pain. And that scar, like an ominous pause, temporarily suppressed the greed of devouring but hinted at a coming storm brewing. The curse of bloodline, the entanglement of fate, had only just begun. Feng Yuchen looked at the bloodstain on his arm and smiled bitterly. This mark is a curse carved into my bones by the Night Clan, Delia coldly said. Unless the bloodline is severed, it will always threaten your child. The man suddenly clenched his dagger. Good. I will cut off this bloodline. As the dagger pierced in, the fetus suddenly emitted a golden light, startling the weapon away. In the golden glow, Delia saw an illusion. The ancient book of the Delia family, the spirit of pregnancy, was glowing. Her pupils shrank. So, the child can control the Night Clan's mark. Inside the old house, the silence was filled with the still air and the pattering rain. The heavy smell of blood, mixed with the charred scent left by energy annihilation, pressed heavily on their hearts. Feng Yuchen slowly raised his arm, the fierce scar resembling a hideous centipede coiled over the deep purple Night Clan mark. That scar was a seal forcibly branded into him by Delia, using her bloodline power, temporarily suppressing the greed of the mark, but like an unhealed scar, silently telling of the intense bloodline duel just fought. He looked at the bloodstain, and then at the ancient totem beneath it, which still emitted a faint purple glow. A grimace, worse than a cry, twisted his face as he spoke in a hoarse voice like sandpaper rubbing. This mark. It's not just a tattoo or a simple curse. His fingertips unconsciously brushed the cold edge of the bloodstain, feeling sticky and sharp. It's like it's carved into my bones, fused into my blood. The mark of the Night Clan. As long as this body lives, as long as this blood flows, it will always be there. Delia stood a few steps away, trembling slightly from forcing her magic and enduring the backlash. Her face was pale, without any color, only her eyes shone brightly and coldly. She stared at the purple glow as if trying to burn through it. Every word from Feng Yuchen was like an ice spike stabbing into her already filled heart with fear and anger. So, her voice was cold and without warmth, like a poisoned ice shard, clear and cruel, hitting Feng Yuchen hard. Unless you completely cut off this bloodline, it will always threaten your child. It's like the sword of Damocles hanging over us, ready to fall at any moment, devouring all his strength, even his life. Cut off the bloodline. Feng Yuchen repeated these words softly, a wave of indescribable pain and resolve flashing in his eyes. It was not just about severing ties with the Night Clan, but also a kind of denial and destruction of his own existence. Yet, when his gaze fell on Delia's tense face filled with fear, and then on her still prominent but fragile pregnant belly, all hesitation and pain were instantly replaced by a stronger force, protection, redemption, and a mad determination to clear all obstacles for his wife and child, even if it meant breaking himself apart. Yes, Feng Yuchen suddenly roared like a wounded lone wolf. The last trace of hesitation in his eyes was completely burned away, leaving only reckless madness. Almost instinctively, he drew a shining dagger from his waist. It was his close defense weapon, with a blade as thin as a cicada's wing, shimmering with deadly coldness in the dim light. I will cut it off. Feng Yuchen's voice was hoarse and tearing, but his eyes shone fiercely. He no longer looked at Delia, as if afraid she would stop him or that he might waver. He raised the dagger high, its cold blade carrying a sense of finality, as if cutting through everything without hesitation. Without delay, he stabbed fiercely at the fierce scar and deep purple mark on his arm. The target was the source of his bloodline, the core of the tribe's mark. No! Delia's cry burst out, filled with uncontrollable fear and disbelief. She never expected him to be so extreme. She wanted to rush forward to stop him, but her body was stiff with exhaustion and pain. She could only watch helplessly as that deadly cold light, driven by Yu Chen's desperate fight for his life, plunged downward. Just as the icy dagger's tip was about to pierce the skin and reach the core of his bloodline, a dull, grand buzzing sound erupted, not from outside, but directly from Delia's abdomen. It was not a sound, but a pure wave of energy. A majestic, vast, sacred golden light suddenly burst forth, like a dormant volcano erupting, soaring from Delia's swollen belly in an instant. The golden glow was intense, illuminating the dark old house and completely dispelling the rain and gloom. This light was even purer, more majestic, and more alive than when she previously used the secret technique of the Dooley family, an unstoppable, invincible will. An invisible, overwhelming force spread out with the burst of golden light. The dagger in Feng Yuchen's hand, which he desperately wanted to seize, seemed to be grasped tightly by an invisible giant hand, trembling violently. He felt an irresistible force from the hilt, causing his grip to tear open, blood pouring out. The cold, shining dagger was directly shaken away by this power, flying like a broken kite, and struck the wooden door frame in the distance with a clang, still buzzing and trembling. Feng Yuchen was pushed back 2 steps by this sudden counterforce, his arm torn with pain, almost kneeling on one knee. He looked up in disbelief at the source of the brilliant golden light, the pregnant belly of Delia. The golden light did not fade but instead formed a warm, flowing cocoon that gently wrapped around Delia's body. Within the glow, she felt an unprecedented wave of warmth sweep through her. The pain, weakness, and cold caused by forcing the secret technique and suffering backlash quickly melted away like snow. A strange feeling seized her. Her consciousness seemed to be pulled by that golden light, instantly breaking free from her body's constraints and sinking into a warm, vast sea of gold. At the center of this sea, she saw not a blurry image of a fetus, but an ancient book, a thick, old-fashioned stitched book glowing softly, with golden light. The edges of the pages were slightly yellowed, bearing the marks of age. On the cover, there were 3 ancient, powerful seal characters, the spirit of pregnancy. Delia's pupils suddenly shrank to the limit. The spirit of pregnancy. That was an ancient forbidden book passed down through the Du family, recording countless secrets about spiritual power during pregnancy, prenatal education, and special bloodline mysteries. It had long been lost in the chaos within the Du family, supposedly destroyed by war. How could it? How could it appear here? In her child's consciousness? What shook her even more was that the spirit of pregnancy, in the golden glow was flipping its pages without wind. One page, then another, turning slowly. The golden words flowed, gathered, and reformed on the pages as if alive. In the end, all the light and words condensed into a single, clear line of ancient characters, carrying a sense of divine authority, engraved deep into Delia's mind. Bloodlines can nurture or oppose each other. The power of the nemesis can control the night soul. Control the night soul. These 4 words exploded like thunder in Delia's mind. Instantly, they illuminated all her confusion and fears. Just now, Feng Yuchen's dagger stabbed down, and the Night Clan mark greedily tried to absorb the power released when he severed his bloodline. And her child. Her child's burst of golden light was not only to stop Feng Yuchen from self-harm, but also to suppress that mark. Even control that mark? The power contained in that golden light, the pure, vast vitality, the unyielding will.
Could it be?
not just to protect itself but also to dominate? A revolutionary thought, enough to change everything she knew, burst like dawn's first light, piercing through all the darkness and despair in Delia's heart. So,
it was…
She suddenly broke free from that strange sea of consciousness. The golden light before her slowly faded and sank back into her abdomen. The old house returned to darkness, with only the rain outside pattering softly. But the light in Delia's eyes was even more dazzling and shocking than the golden glow just now. She looked at Feng Yuchen, who was clutching his painfully injured arm, his face full of shock and confusion as he looked at her. Clearly, he was also stunned by the terrifying golden light just now. Du Lia's voice trembled with disbelief, but it also carried a sense of understanding and a strange, peaceful hope, an excitement she had never felt before. Her voice rang clearly. Feng Yuchen, I saw it. I saw that ancient book. The spirit birth record. She suddenly pointed to her still slightly swollen belly, which radiated a strange, calm energy. Her voice rose sharply, filled with almost a triumphant excitement. So my child isn't just a simple opponent of a Night Clan's mark.
He can control it.
Master it. That Night Clan mark. For him, it's not a threat, but a power he can control. Feng Yuchen was struck like lightning. He suddenly looked up at Du Lia's blazing eyes, then instinctively looked at the fierce scar on his arm and the faint purple glow still flickering beneath it.
Control? Master?
That greedy, evil Night Clan mark. Could it really be controlled by his child? This realization was too shocking, too overturning everything he knew. It made him almost unable to breathe. He looked toward Du Lia's belly, feeling her steady, strong heartbeat that had just calmed but now seemed even more powerful. A complex, indescribable emotion flooded him, like a tide, overwhelming him. Is it hope? Fear?
Or
a sense of awe for that unknown life growing within her, born from his bloodline, with its unfathomable power? The rain continued to tap against the window. Inside the ancient house, silence returned, but it was different from the despairing silence before. A strange tension filled the air, a sign that a new order was about to be born after the storm. Du Lia tightly protected her belly, her eyes shining with sharp insight after understanding the truth. She finally realized that this child, from the moment of conception, was destined to be extraordinary. He was not a passive victim, but a master with the power to change his fate. However, in this brief, hopeful moment of calm, Du Lia's gaze accidentally fell on the scar on Feng Yuchen's arm. Beneath the scar, the deep purple Night Clan mark flickered faintly in the dim light, seeming to shimmer very subtly, almost imperceptibly. It was like responding to her earlier declaration, or like a venomous snake lurking in the dark, quietly opening its cold eyes.
Du Lia Satsuden Nisank.
The prophecy in Yinling Ji was hopeful, but the faint glow of that mark was like a cold reminder. The path of control is destined to be full of thorns. And the curse in the Night Clan's whispers, that the bloodline seal will eventually break, still hung over her like a sharp sword, never far away. When the elders of the Du family forced me to inherit the family business, Feng Yuchen suddenly struggled to get up from his sickbed. She can't leave now. He coughed blood and held my wrist. The child needs a mother. The elder sneered. Feng Yuchen, your bloodline carries that of the Du family's enemy, the Night Clan. I turned sharply and saw his pale face covered with blood vessels, so he had known all along that he was my enemy. The air in the ancestral home of the Du family was heavy, like ink soaked in centuries of old ink. Tall beams cast huge shadows in the dim light, as if countless silent giants were watching over the main hall. The scent of sandalwood was strong and bitter, drifting into my nose, wrapping around my lungs, making it hard to breathe. I stood on the cold, smooth obsidian floor, my heavy pregnant belly rising more and more, each breath pulling at the faint pain in my abdomen. The little one inside seemed to sense this suffocating pressure, moving restlessly with a gentle twitch. The elder of the Du family, with white hair and a face as withered as an ancient tree, sat on the purple sandalwood chair symbolizing the highest power of the Du family. His murky yet sharp eyes, like cold probes, swept over my face inch by inch, finally resting on my swollen belly. There was no warmth in his gaze, only a cold, scrutinizing look and an undeniable possessiveness. Leah. The elder's voice was dry and hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing against rotting wood, each word carrying an unarguable weight. The Du family has been silent for too long. We need you. We need the descendant carrying the pure warrior bloodline inside you to take back the family's power and restore its glory. His thin, bony finger, with a nearly greedy look, pointed at my belly. This is the only hope for the Du family, and it is your destined fate. Fate? I curled my lips into a faint, cold smile, unconsciously touching my belly with my fingertips. It carried a new life, a small life connected to my bloodline, surviving stubbornly on the edge of life and death. She should not be in any family power struggle, nor should they be a sacrifice for the so-called destiny. Elder. My voice was calm but firm, like a steady rock. My child is first and foremost the child of Feng Yuchen, my child. Their future should be decided by themselves, not bound by the destiny of the Du family. I met the elder's suddenly stern gaze without backing down. As for me, I have more important things to do now. Important things? The elder suddenly slammed his hand on the armrest. The loud bang echoed through the empty hall, making dust fall from the beams. His cloudy eyes flashed with a dangerous light, fixed on me. Protecting an enemy with the blood of the Night Clan? Leah, you're confused. Feng Yuchen carries the tainted blood of the longtime enemy, the Night Clan. His approach to you, his marriage to you, are all part of a carefully planned scheme. For the Du family's bloodline, for your unborn child. The words, Night Clan, hit me like two poisoned ice spikes, stabbing into my ears and freezing my blood instantly. The Night Clan, the ancient enemy described in the Du family's forbidden archives as bloodthirsty, cunning, and unending rivals of the Du family's divine bloodline? Feng Yuchen? The man who, on the operating table, called my name for the first time with trembling and pain in his voice? The man who risked his life to protect me and our child, now lying on a hospital bed, uncertain of life or death. This is absurd. Completely absurd. Shut up, I snapped sharply, my voice trembling slightly from extreme anger and disbelief. A hot wave suddenly surged from my stomach, rushing straight to my head. My pregnant belly heaved violently, as if the little one inside was disturbed by my emotions, restless and trembling with a powerful, heartbeat-like force. I know better than anyone what kind of person Feng Yuchen is. If he had even a hint of treachery, I, Leah, would be the first to catch him. Using such vile lies to sow discord, your actions have shamefully tarnished the Du family's reputation. Lies? The elder let out a cold, owl-like laugh that pierced the ears painfully. He suddenly stood up from his chair, his gaunt figure exuding a terrifying pressure. Step by step, he approached me, his cloudy eyes burning with obsessive fire. The blood oath made by the Du family's ancestors before their death. The prophecy carved deep in the family's secret vault. All warning us, if the Night Clan bloodline is not eradicated, the Du family will never have peace. Feng Yuchen is the disaster star foretold. Leah, wake up. For the Du family, for the pure divine bloodline in you must come with me. Immediately.
Right now.
Leave this source of trouble. His thin, eagle claw-like hand, with an irresistible force, suddenly reached for my wrist. That cold, chilling aura seemed to freeze my soul. At this critical moment, she can't leave now. A weak, broken voice, yet firm and resolute like steel, exploded like thunder in the silent hall. I quickly turned around. I saw the heavy carved wooden door leading to the inner room suddenly pushed open from inside. Feng Yuchen, somehow, had struggled to get up from his sickbed. He still wore that blood-stained hospital gown, his face as pale as crumpled paper, with no color at all, lips cracked and purple. He was kneeling on one knee, one hand desperately holding the cold door frame, while the other hand, with all his strength, reached out to me, trying to grab me. His body trembled violently, each breath pulling at his chest wound, dark red blood quickly spreading across his white clothes, like a strange, blooming flower. Cold sweat beads covered his forehead, sliding down his pale, sunken cheeks, splattering on the cold ground. His eyes, usually deep like a cold lake, now filled with bloodshot veins, fixed on me tightly, filled with overwhelming pain, fear, and a nearly desperate
Plea. Child.
needs mother. He struggled to say these words, each syllable like it was forced out of a broken chest, heavy with the smell of blood. His outstretched hand, fingertips pale from exertion, trembled slightly, only a short distance from my wrist. Feng Yuchen, my heart was suddenly clenched tightly by an invisible hand, shrinking sharply, a sharp pain rushing through my whole body. All my anger and doubts instantly shattered when I saw him struggling so desperately for me and the child, risking his life. I instinctively rushed toward him. Monster. Who allowed you to get up? The elder of the Du family roared in fury, like a fierce beast provoked beyond its limit. He suddenly turned toward Feng Yuchen, his cloudy eyes flashing with a venomous light. His thin, bony hand sliced through the air with a sharp sound as it struck fiercely toward Feng Yuchen's weakened body. Even before the landed, a chilling force pressed down on Feng Yuchen, making his body sway. A bitter taste rose in his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood that splattered onto the cold obsidian floor.
Stop.
I cried, my eyes wide with fear. The baby in me seemed to sense the danger, and began to move violently. A surge of warm, powerful energy burst from deep within me, rushing through every part of my body. Before I could think, my body moved on its own. A deep, strange hum suddenly echoed, not from outside, but from within me. Instinctively, I raised my hand, not to block the elder's deadly strike, but to press it firmly against my swollen belly. The moment my hand touched my abdomen, an invisible wave of immense power exploded outward from my body, like a stone thrown into a still lake. The force spread in all directions, filling the vast, shadowy hall with overwhelming pressure.
Bang. Bang. Bang.
Several heavy rosewood chairs nearby shattered as if struck by an unseen hammer, sending splinters flying. The portraits of the Du family ancestors crashed to the ground, their frames breaking with loud clatters. Dust from the beams above swirled into the air, turning the hall into a hazy cloud of chaos. The elder's powerful strike, filled with cold inner energy, was suddenly thrown off course by the violent wave. His frail body trembled as if struck by a heavy, and he stumbled back several steps, leaving deep footprints in the obsidian floor before he finally steadied himself. For the first time, shock and fear appeared on his withered face. His cloudy eyes stared at my hand pressed against my belly, his lips trembling as if he wanted to speak, but no words came out. The wave of energy faded, and the dust slowly settled. The hall was a mess, broken wood, fallen portraits, and drifting dust silently told of the moment that had just passed. I gasped for breath, my chest rising and falling rapidly, my hand on my belly trembling slightly. The power just now. Was it from the child?
Or
from myself? I didn't even have time to think carefully. All my attention was fixed on that trembling figure, hanging on by a thread. He knelt on one knee by the door, his body shaking violently from the shock of the previous blast and his serious injuries, like a flickering candle in the wind. He coughed more fiercely, each cough pulling at his wounds, blood constantly spilling from his mouth, staining his chin and front. His eyes, bloodshot and tired, never left me. Inside them, emotions swirled like a storm, pain, weakness, relief at seeing me safe, but mostly a sense of despair. Sadness.
acceptance?
He struggled to lift his head, his gaze passing through the dust and the frightened elders, finally settling on my face. That look, as if trying to burn my image deep into his soul. Leah, his voice was hoarse, like an old windbag, each word carrying blood, listen to me." He suddenly took a deep breath, as if using his last bit of strength. His voice rose sharply, filled with a tearing resolve, piercing the silence of the hall, echoing clearly in everyone's ears. It's true. What he said. The bloodline of the Knight clan is real. I, Feng Yuchen, have the blood of the Du family's sworn enemies flowing inside me. This sentence hit me harder than the previous explosion of energy, more intense and thorough. It felt like time stretched and froze at that moment. I stood there stiffly, my whole body feeling as if all my blood had been drained away instantly, from my fingertips to my heart, turning cold and numb. The only sound left was my heartbeat pounding wildly in my chest. Thump, thump, thump. So heavy it seemed like it might explode. The Knight clan. Sworn enemies. Bloodlines. These cold, cruel words, soaked in 1,000 years of blood and violence, suddenly felt so real, so brutal, coming directly from that man who had just confirmed his feelings for me, who was willing to risk his life for me and the child. Did he already know? Had he always known that he was my enemy? And what about everything between us? That absurd marriage of contract? Those moments of life and death fighting side by side? The trembling when he first called my name on the operating table? The unwavering resolve when he blocked the gun? That unconscious whisper during the coma? Wife, this time I'll protect you. Is it all fake? Is it all just careful planning? Just for my so-called pure divine warrior bloodline. In my belly, a huge sense of absurdity and a bone-chilling coldness, like a cold, venomous snake, instantly wraps around my heart, tightening more and more, almost crushing it. An indescribable mix of betrayed anger, pain from betrayal, and a deep-seated fear explodes from the very bottom of my heart. Everything in front of me begins to spin and blur. The fetus in my belly seems to sense the tsunami of emotion from its mother and becomes wildly agitated, as if trying to break free. I suddenly lift my head, my gaze piercing through the swirling dust, fixed on Feng Yuchen's pale face. In his bloodshot eyes, I see clearly reflected my terrified, trembling figure. There is no excuse, no escape in his gaze, only a nearly tragic honesty, a resignation-like despair. He looks at me, and with great difficulty, slowly, his lips twitch into a faint movement. That is not a smile. It is a face more hideous than crying, more hopeless than dying. A farewell smile. Blood from his cough splatters onto the tattoo on my wrist, and the Du family crest emits a burning heat. Afraid you'll hate me. Afraid this bloodline will hurt you. His voice is hoarse, each word like coughing blood. I sneer and push him away. Feng Yuchen, you're really good at acting. Suddenly, the elder of the Du family bursts into wild laughter. The Knight clan blood curse has taken effect.
The child
can't be saved. In the instant the severe pain hits my abdomen, I see a strange blue flame ignite in his pupils. So he's been desperately hiding a curse that devours loved ones. Feng Yuchen's more hideous than crying smile is like a dull blade cooled with ice, stabbing fiercely into my heart, then cruelly twisting. The air freezes. The heavy sandalwood scent of the Du ancestral home mixes with the smell of blood, thick and suffocating. The elder's withered face, with that triumphant, almost cruel cold smile, is like a venomous snake's tongue, silently licking my nerves. Knight clan bloodline. I hear my own voice, dry as sandpaper rubbing, each syllable carrying the stench of blood, sounding especially harsh in the silent hall. You knew all along. Feng Yuchen's body trembled violently, as if these 4 words had drained his last strength. His grip on my wrist was so tight it almost crushed my bones, yet it carried a desperate, near-breaking tension. He opened his mouth, making wheezing, winded sounds, and more blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, staining his pale jaw and the skin on my wrist. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A few drops of his warm, iron-tinged blood, precisely and evenly, splashed onto the quiet tattoo of the Du family crest on my wrist. A faint but sharp burning sound echoed. The cold tattoo pattern seemed to be plunged into a melting furnace, instantly bursting into an unbearable high temperature. A scorching, bone-deep pain exploded from my wrist. Caught off guard, I gasped sharply and instinctively tried to pull away from his hand. Ah! Feng Yuchen let out a suppressed, painful cry. Instead of loosening his grip, he held onto my wrist as if clutching a life-saving straw. His knuckles turned pale from the force, and veins bulged on the back of his hand like twisted roots. His bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at the strange red glow emanating from the tattoo on my wrist, filled with shock, fear, and a deep, bottomless despair. Afraid, he finally managed to say, his voice hoarse and broken, as if gravel had scraped his throat. Every word carried a tearing pain and a heavy smell of blood. Afraid you'll hate me. He suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood, warm liquid splattering onto my chest, spreading a vivid red. He gasped heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, as if about to suffocate, yet he stubbornly and painfully continued, more afraid. Afraid this cursed bloodline will hurt you. Hurt the child. His voice grew softer and weaker, each word seeming to be forcibly pulled from his soul, filled with heavy, suffocating guilt and fear. His once sharp eyes, like those of a hawk, now dull and lifeless, stared fixedly at my face, swirling with complex emotions, pain, struggle, despair, and pleading. Like a barren land about to be swallowed by darkness, burning its last embers. Are you afraid that my bloodline might hurt me? How absurd. How ridiculous. A huge, cold rage suddenly exploded inside me like volcanic lava, instantly breaking through the fragile dam. All the frustration, the pain of betrayal, and the absurdity of learning the truth after life and death were intertwined. At this moment, they all ignited completely. The pain from the tattoo on my wrist, which had been burning, now became the fuse that ignited all my anger. A short, cold, emotionless laugh escaped from my throat, filled with sharp mockery. Feng Yuchen, you're really good at pretending. I used all my strength and suddenly my wrist. A crisp sound of bones cracking rang out. Feng Yuchen, already on the verge of collapse, was pushed by my anger and betrayal, and he could no longer hold himself up. He staggered backward and crashed heavily into a cold obsidian pillar behind him. He let out a muffled groan, his throat suddenly sweet, and more blood surged up. He clenched his teeth tightly and swallowed it back, only the crimson blood seeping from the corner of his mouth revealing his embarrassment. I stared at him fiercely, my eyes burning with extreme anger. My body trembled slightly from the intense emotional upheaval. Even the unborn child in my belly seemed affected by this huge shock, tossing and turning restlessly, causing dull pains. Contract marriage? Blocking love? Raising a son? I said each word coldly, like ice, every word sharp as a knife stabbing into him and myself. All for my Du family's bloodline. For your dark secret of the Night Clan. Feng Yuchen, what do you think I am? Just a tool to purify your bloodline? A container for your Night Clan to continue its lineage? My questions came like a barrage, filled with heartbreaking accusations, echoing through the empty hall. Feng Yuchen leaned against the cold stone pillar, his face pale as paper, lips bitten to bloody flesh. His eyes, once full of stars, now only held endless pain and despair, fixed on me without blinking. He wanted to speak, to explain, but only broken, wheezing sounds came out of his throat. More blood uncontrollably spilled from his mouth, staining his chest and the cold obsidian floor beneath him. He looked at me, with no defense in his eyes, only a kind of complete defeat and resigned sadness. That sadness was like an invisible needle, stabbing sharply into my heart, bringing a piercing pain completely different from anger. At that moment, a sharp, piercing, and wildly joyful laugh suddenly shattered the suffocating silence in the hall. Ha ha! The elder of the Du family suddenly stood up from the purple sandalwood chair symbolizing power. His withered body trembled slightly from extreme excitement. His cloudy eyes flashed with a terrifying light as he stared fiercely at Feng Yuchen, then greedily looked over my pained, struggling face, finally settling on my rapidly rising abdomen. His gaze was like a hungry wolf eyeing a dying prey. It's happening. It's happening. The elder's voice, filled with excitement, became sharp and shrill, like an owl's cry. The Night Clan's blood curse. It's finally acting up. Feng Yuchen, your dirty bloodline. You can't escape your fate. His thin, bony finger pointed straight at me, his twisted smile making my skin crawl. Child. The bloodline of the Du family's warrior, and that cursed Night Clan, are now in a fierce conflict inside him.
Ha ha ha.
This child
Can't be saved.
the conflicting power will tear him apart, just like what the Night Clan did to us long ago. Karma. This is justice. No. Feng Yuchen's eyes nearly burst from their sockets as he let out a heart-wrenching, inhuman roar. His voice carried despair and fear, like a tangible shockwave, causing the beams and pillars of the hall to hum loudly. He suddenly tried to rush forward, but his body was as if chained by invisible bonds. He could only struggle futilely on the ground, each movement drawing more blood, staining the floor beneath him. "Shut up, you crazy old man," I shouted angrily, my voice trembling with fear and rage. The elder's vicious words felt like countless cold knives stabbing into my heart, my unborn child. In that instant, ugh, a piercing cry of pain burst from my throat. It was as if an invisible, destructive giant hand suddenly clenched then viciously and madly squeezed and tore. The pain was indescribable, enough to crush my will, more intense than any fetal movement, 1,000 times worse. It felt as if countless red-hot knives were spinning inside my belly, trying to tear me apart from the inside out. I instinctively held my hands tightly over my swollen belly. The intense pain made my body arch sharply, like a cooked shrimp. Cold sweat soaked through my clothes on my back, and my vision blurred, black spots dancing before my eyes. I nearly fainted. In the midst of the pain, I almost instinctively, with my last bit of will to survive, lifted my head. Through tears and twisted vision caused by the pain, I stared desperately at the man struggling in Feng Yuchen. Then I saw a scene I would never forget. On Feng Yuchen's face, twisted with pain and despair, his ghostly pale face and bloodshot eyes nearly splitting, deep in his pupils, suddenly flickered 2 faint blue flames. This was not a metaphor. It was real, alive, flickering with cold, strange light, like the darkest stars in the abyss, or like frozen ice that had lasted for 1,000 years. The blue flames danced and burned in his eyes, radiating an unnatural, chilling aura that made the soul shiver. An indescribable coldness, as if it could freeze the soul, spread out from him, causing even the dust in the air to seem frozen and slowly fall. The blue flames in his eyes reflected his extreme pain and also revealed a deep, almost tangible, wild desire for destruction, an uncontrollable urge to obliterate everything. It turned out he was hiding more than just his identity as a Night Clan member. He was afraid of more than just his bloodline hurting me. Deep within that bloodline, there lurked a curse, something that could crazily devour loved ones, completely destroying all love and hope, an unstoppable curse. The elder's poisonous curse echoed in my ears like a death knell, ringing wildly. The pain in my belly was like a huge wave crashing over my last bit of reason. The flickering blue flames in Feng Yuchen's eyes, like the entrance to, emitted a cold, all-consuming aura. I bit my lip hard, tasting the metallic tang of blood, and used all my strength to fight the pain trying to tear me apart. My nails dug deep into my palms, trying to distract myself from the overwhelming despair with this sharp pain.
Child.
My child. My broken sobs escaped uncontrollably, filled with fear and pleading. I protect my belly with my hand, clearly feeling the tiny life inside struggling in a terrible way. Every strong movement of the baby feels like a silent cry, and each sharp pain seems to warn of an impending breakdown. Feng Yuchen. I struggle to turn my gaze again toward the man swallowed by blue flames. He still leans against a cold stone pillar, trembling violently because of some terrible force. Each tremor brings more blood. His eyes, burning with blue flames, lock onto my belly with intense pain, frantic struggle, and a nearly instinctive, torn feeling, wanting to get close but fighting against it. The blue flames seemed to be longing for something. Perhaps the life force inside my belly, which carries the bloodline of the war god of the Du family. Ah, Feng Yuchen suddenly lifts his head and lets out a wild, beast-like roar. His eyes, filled with blue flames, suddenly flare up, almost bursting out of his sockets. An invisible, cold, and fierce aura erupts around him with a loud burst. The heaviest purple sandalwood chair nearby cracks with fine lines under this force, and then shatters into wood chips. The old elder of the Du family immediately stops laughing, replaced by a look of suspicion and fear. He instinctively takes a step back, quickly pinching his fingers to cast a faint golden light that covers his whole body. Quick! Catch her! The baby is coming! This power must not lose control. The elder's voice carries a hint of panic as he shouts sharply at the shadow behind him. Several Du family guards, standing stiffly like statues in the shadows, suddenly move with quick, stiff motions toward me, as if they heard an order. Their eyes are empty, their faces expressionless, only showing cold obedience. Get away! I shout desperately, using all my remaining strength to struggle. But the terrible pain inside my belly and the weakness from the cursed power make it hard to stand. Cold, metallic hands grab my arms, trying to drag me away from Feng Yuchen toward an unknown, malicious place. Let her go. Feng Yuchen's wild blue flames suddenly shrink as if pricked by a needle. He roared loudly, his body unleashing its final strength, and forcibly tore himself free from the stone pillar, like a wounded beast, rushing toward the guard holding me. The cold, fierce aura around him grew even stronger, and the air around him seemed to groan under the weight. In that moment, as he lunged forward, a thick, ink-like black blood suddenly sprayed out. The black blood hit the ground and sizzled with a corrosive sound, burning small black smoke pits into the hard obsidian floor. Night Clan's corrupted blood. Stop him, the elder shouted angrily, voice sharp. The guards moved even faster. One of them suddenly drew a shining short blade, and without hesitation stabbed it toward Feng Yuchen's heart. The blade sliced through the air, with deadly intent. No! I cried out, my vision blurring with despair, but my scream was caught in my throat. Just at that critical moment, roar. A deep, hoarse roar, as if coming from the depths of the underworld, suddenly erupted from Feng Yuchen's throat. The sound carried an unnatural pressure that made the entire hall tremble. His eyes blazed with intense blue flames, burning fiercely. A colder, more violent, more chaotic power burst out like a dam breaking, exploding outward from him.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! The guards holding me, like invisible hammers struck them hard, screamed as they were flung backward, crashing into distant walls with dull thuds, then slumped down, unconscious or dead. The short blade stabbing toward Feng Yuchen's chest was frozen in place by an invisible, twisted force field, and with a cracking sound, it shattered into pieces, bit by bit. Feng Yuchen's body trembled violently from the force's explosion. The blue flames in his eyes flickered wildly, spreading uncontrollably. They even traveled along the blood vessels on his face, like living creatures expanding outward. Beneath his skin, countless blue snakes seemed to crawl. His entire being was rapidly transforming, driven by a curse deep within his bloodline, into something unrecognizable and irreversible.
Leah!
Run! He struggled to turn his head toward me. In his eyes, now filled with blue flames, the last shred of reason belonging to Feng Yuchen was quickly fading, leaving only endless pain and a nearly instinctive warning. He reached out as if to grab something, but his fingers had become semi-transparent, shimmering with faint blue flames.
Run!
Stay away from me. It will
Hurt you!
hurt the child. His voice was broken and shaky, each word like it was burning with his last strength. The dark blue flames had already swallowed most of his face and were spreading rapidly upward, about to consume his forehead. The terrible pain in my stomach, caused by the explosion of cursed power, did not lessen. Instead, it felt like pouring oil on a fire, reaching an all-time high. I felt as if I had been thrown into a boiling oil pot, with my insides being wildly stirred and burned. Darkness clouded my vision, and my consciousness began to fade.
Child.
Hold on. I clenched my teeth tightly, using my last bit of willpower to stay awake. Tears mixed with cold sweat slid down my face. I looked at the man being consumed by the blue flames, still trying to warn me to leave with his last bit of reason. I saw the old man's face, filled with greed, fear, and madness. I watched this hellish scene. Suddenly, a wave of unprecedented courage burst from the deepest part of my heart, mixed with despair, anger, unwillingness, and a kind of resolute bravery. Feng Yuchen! I shouted his name with all my strength, my voice distorted by pain and intense emotion. Listen to me. Wanna die? Not so easy. The child is still in my belly. What you owe me, what you owe him, you will never pay back in this life. I suddenly raised my wrist, where the tattoo was still faintly hot. Without hesitation, with my last ounce of strength, I fiercely and resolutely swung my arm toward him. In the name of the Du family's war god, guided by my bloodline, I roared and recited an ancient, obscure chant. The words seemed to carry a soul-piercing power, instantly echoing through the entire hall. The tattoo on my wrist suddenly burst out with an unprecedented, dazzling golden red light. That light was like the rising sun, full of heat and vitality, instantly dispelling some of the cold, violent blue chill surrounding Feng Yuchen. Hum. A deep, ancient hum sounded. Under the glow of the golden red light, the raging blue flames in Feng Yuchen's eyes suddenly froze. Like a snake burned by fire, it let out a silent hiss. His body trembled violently, seeming to pause for a moment. In his fiery eyes, a fleeting flash of clarity and, unbelievably, shock appeared, a rare moment of human awareness. The elder of the Du family immediately froze with shock on his face. Then he looked terrified. Du family's secret technique?
You.
How could you? Before he finished speaking, the golden red light on my wrist burst out like a flood, transforming into a bright beam of light that crossed space and instantly covered Feng Yuchen's body, which was being corroded by the dark blue flames. The blue flames and the golden red light clashed fiercely, intertwined, and vanished into nothingness. A strong smell of burnt flesh filled the air, along with a strange, overwhelming feeling of energy clash. Feng Yuchen let out a painful scream. His body twisted violently as the two forces tore at him. The dark blue flames under his skin and the golden red light fought wildly, like two powerful currents battling inside him. I felt a strong pull from my wrist, as if all my blood and life force were being out by that tattoo. The pain in my stomach hit again, even worse than before. Darkness completely swallowed my sight, and my consciousness flickered like a dying candle, ready to go out at any moment. Just before I lost all awareness, I seemed to see Feng Yuchen's face, covered by the golden red light and blue flames, with eyes that struggled in pain. It looked as if he was staring at me, desperately and unblinkingly. In those eyes, I saw pain, struggle, and despair. But maybe, just maybe, there was a faint, almost imperceptible, hope. Darkness completely took over me. When the golden red light swallowed the blue flames, strange scales appeared on Feng Yuchen's skin. The elder of the Du family, holding his broken arm, shouted, "That's the backlash of the Night Clan's blood curse. He will turn into a monster." I sneered and forced my eyes open from fainting. A monster? Then what about the child in his belly? Before I finished speaking, Feng Yuchen suddenly grabbed my hand tightly. His scaled fingertips pierced into my palm. It turned out he was desperately suppressing the blood curse to protect the more dangerous bloodline inside the child. Darkness is not the end, but the beginning of another. My consciousness floated in a cold, bone-chilling void. There was no light, no sound, only endless, suffocating heaviness. The terrible pain in my stomach was like a red-hot iron burning every nerve. Every contraction felt like it would tear my body in two. This was not just physical pain, but more like a deep despair born from the very essence of life, forcibly torn apart. In the midst of endless darkness and intense suffering, a faint but stubborn warmth appeared. Like a shining pearl sinking into the deep sea, it stubbornly lit up at the tattoo on my wrist. It was weak, yet it carried an ancient, undeniable pressure, like a fragile barrier resisting the cold force trying to drag me into the abyss.
Could it be
The totem of the Du ancestors. Protecting me? The thought struck me like lightning, piercing through the chaos of my mind. A beast-like scream of extreme pain suddenly broke through the darkness, crashing into my ears.
it was Feng Yuchen?
The pain in his voice was sharper and more desperate than the twisting in his stomach, as if his soul was burning in fierce fire. This sound was like a shot of adrenaline, yet also like a cold dagger stabbing deep into my confused mind. I trembled violently. My eyelids felt as if weighed down by 1,000 stones. Every attempt to open them was met with tearing pain and heavy resistance. Darkness stubbornly covered my vision, but my hearing was unusually clear, capturing everything outside. Backlash. The Night Clan's curse has turned against him. He can't hold on, the elder of the Du family, his voice twisted with fear and a hint of glee, echoed wildly through the empty hall. It crashed against the cold beams, making a buzzing sound. Look at his skin.
What is that?
A monster. He's completely turned into a monster. Those words stabbed into my heart like poisoned ice spikes. A flood of anger, fear, and indescribable pain burst through, breaking the last barrier of my consciousness. I bit my lower lip hard. A strong smell of blood filled my mouth, and the sharp pain became my only support. No, I can't fall. Absolutely not. I took a deep breath. The cold air mixed with sandalwood, blood, and a strange burnt metal smell, like scorched metal, filling my lungs. It made me cough violently. Each cough pulled at my stomach with sharp pain, as if countless knives were twisting inside. But I ignored the pain, using all my remaining strength to force my heavy eyelids open just a slit. My blurry vision, like a blood-colored ripple, trembled violently. The first thing I saw was Feng Yuchen. He curled up on the cold ground, trembling violently like a fish out of water. His expensive hospital gown was soaked with sweat and blood, clinging tightly to his body. The most terrifying part was his exposed skin, his arms, neck, and even half of his face. Under his once pale skin, large patches of strange, glowing blue patterns appeared, writhing like living creatures. These patterns weren't just simple lines. They moved slowly beneath the skin, gathering to form the outline of ancient, fierce scales. They shimmered with a cold, eerie light, as if they might burst out at any moment and swallow him whole. His body twisted in an unnatural way, bones creaking with a harsh, each convulsion accompanied by a scream of pain that sounded almost inhuman. His once sharp, deep eyes were now filled with chaotic blue, with faint, ominous flames flickering in the pupils, losing all reason and emotion. He looked like a monster being tortured, on the verge of losing control. Ha! Karma. This is the punishment for the Night Clan bloodline. The elder of the Du family, clutching his broken arm bleeding from the residual glow of red and gold, laughed wildly. Blood dripped from his fingers, staining half of his body. Yet he seemed unaware of the pain, his face twisted with a mix of madness and fear. Feng Yuchen, you and your filthy ancestors of the Night Clan will never escape the curse's fate. You'll become mindless monsters. He laughed loudly, his voice echoing through the empty hall, like the cry of a night owl. These words felt like a hot iron burning into my heart again. The unborn baby inside me seemed to sense the terrifying scene and my intense emotional turmoil. It suddenly sank, then violently kicked and thrashed with unprecedented force, almost tearing my abdomen apart. I finally let out a piercing cry of pain, blood splattering from my mouth. The pain overwhelmed me like a tidal wave, and everything went black, nearly causing me to faint again. Just as I was about to be consumed by the pain and darkness, an indescribable force, mixed with anger, despair, and a desperate resolve, burst out from the depths of my heart. My voice was hoarse like sandpaper, sharp and cold enough to cut through everything, instantly silencing the wild laughter of the elder. I suddenly looked up, using all my strength to stare fiercely at Feng Yuchen, curled up on the ground and covered with scale patterns. My gaze was like a poisoned ice arrow. Then I turned to the laughing elder and said clearly, word by word, "That child in his belly. What does it matter?" My voice was low and trembling because I was weak, but every word hit the silent air like a heavy hammer and also struck the elder's arrogant face. His laughter stopped suddenly, as if someone had choked him. He turned his head quickly, eyes bloodshot from fear and madness, looking at me in disbelief, then at Feng Yuchen's belly. His face lost all color, leaving only deep horror. "Child?
What are you talking about?"
That child." Before he finished speaking, at the moment I said those words, Feng Yuchen, curled up on the ground and covered with scale patterns, seemed to have completely lost his mind. His body suddenly stiffened. His chaotic, dark blue flame-filled eyes, at this moment, moved very slowly and with great difficulty, turning slightly. That gaze, piercing through the dust and the faint glow left by energy clashes, through the elder's shocked face, through space itself, locked onto me with perfect accuracy and unyielding focus. In that look, there was still inhuman pain and chaos, but deep within this chaos, there seemed to be a faint, almost imperceptible clarity, or perhaps a fierce, relentless obsession ignited by some powerful will. The next second he moved, not toward the elder, not attacking anyone. He leapt from the ground in a nearly twisted, completely unnatural posture. His movement was so fast it left only a shadow. His arm, covered with blue scale patterns, tore through the air with a howling sound, like ripping space, and precisely and fiercely grabbed my wrist, which was supporting my body, and pressed against the ground. Ugh! A suppressed, extreme cry of pain burst from his throat. Along with his movement, the scale patterns on his body suddenly emitted a blinding blue light. That light twisted and spread wildly like a living creature, as if trying to break free from some invisible restraint. His hand, covered with cold scales and fingers like sharp claws, tightly clenched my wrist with all his strength. The force was so strong that it instantly shattered my wrist bone, causing sharp pain. The edges of the jagged scales easily pierced my skin, and warm blood quickly flowed out, staining both his hand and my wrist. The pain made me black out, almost fainting again. But at that moment, as the pain and blood surged, the dull gold and red tattoo on my wrist suddenly burst into brilliant light, like a flame fueled by blood. This time, the light was even more intense and powerful than before. It was no longer just a shield but carried a furious roar from an ancient bloodline. An indescribable, vast, and ancient pressure, like a sleeping beast awakened, erupted from my wrist with a bang. This pressure swept through the entire ancestral hall instantly. The expression of the Grand Elder froze in shock, then turned to extreme fear. He let out a short, choking scream, as if his throat was being squeezed. His body was struck by an invisible hammer and flew backward, crashing heavily into a sturdy beam with a dull thud, then slumped to the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. Meanwhile, Feng Yuchen, who was desperately holding my wrist and covered in frantic blue scales, let out an even more desperate roar as this mighty pressure descended. The blue glow on his body, like snow under the sun, twisted violently, struggled, and began to melt away. The writhing scales and patterns emitted a sizzling sound, as if burned by a predator, shrinking and dimming visibly. The force with which he gripped my wrist loosened slightly under the impact of this overwhelming pressure. In that critical moment, through the dazzling red and gold light, through Feng Yuchen's twisted, pained face covered with scales, and through the chaotic yet clear blue in his eyes, I clearly caught a message. It was like a brand carved deep into his soul, supporting him to maintain a last shred of reason amid this inhuman pain, even risking himself as a vessel to suppress the terrifying blood curse. He was not protecting himself. He was not even protecting me. He tightly held my hand, desperately trying to suppress the terrifying curse from the Knight clan bloodline that was about to consume him completely. He did this to protect the baby inside me, who was stubbornly surviving amid the fierce clash of blood magic and secret techniques. He was afraid. He feared that the uncontrollable blood curse might hurt the baby. He was even more afraid that within the baby's body, there flowed a bloodline that was older, more dangerous, and more uncontrollable than the Knight clan curse. This realization hit me like a thunderbolt, piercing straight into my heart. All my anger, hatred, and pain froze at that moment, leaving only a deep, indescribable shock and a chilling fear. The baby. My baby. What exactly was flowing inside him? The golden red light continued to fiercely wash over everything, suppressing the dark blue curse. The scale patterns on Feng Yuchen's body shimmered in the light, like ice cubes thrown into a furnace, melting and fading quickly. His grip on my wrist grew weaker, and his body seemed drained of all strength, trembling violently and on the verge of collapse. His bloodshot eyes, filled with dark blue flames, stared at me intensely, without blinking. His gaze was full of extreme pain, near-breaking despair, and a nearly pleading protectiveness? Just as the light and curse clashed fiercely, and their strength was about to run out, just as Feng Yuchen's body was about to completely collapse, inside my belly, the fetus, which had been wildly restless due to the external chaos, suddenly stopped all movement. Instead, there was a clear, powerful heartbeat, as if carrying a special rhythm. Thump, thump, thump. That heartbeat was not loud, but strangely pierced through the roar of the golden red light, broke through Feng Yuchen's suppressed roar, and cut through the silent air of the hall. It echoed clearly deep within my ears and reflected in Feng Yuchen's dark blue eyes filled with flames. That heartbeat carried an indescribable, ancient, and calm power. At the moment Feng Yuchen's chaotic blue eyes heard this heartbeat, they suddenly shrank. All his pain, despair, and struggle seemed to freeze in that instant. He looked at my abdomen with disbelief and intense focus. The scales on his face, shining with a golden red glow, seemed to melt away quickly, like ice thrown into a furnace, visibly dissolving and fading. He clenched my wrist tightly, but finally lost all strength. His hand fell limply. His body shook as if all his bones had been pulled out, and he collapsed forward, heavy and upright. Instinctively, I reached out and used all my remaining strength to support his heavy, falling body. His cold face, still covered with faint blue lines, rested heavily on my shoulder. The clear, strong heartbeat, with an ancient rhythm, continued to beat steadily inside me. Thump, thump, thump. At the other end of the hall, the elder of the Du family, who had been knocked back and hit a pillar by the aftershock of the golden red light, twitched slightly, almost unconsciously. When Feng Yuchen woke up, Du Lia was sleeping peacefully by the bed. He gently touched her pregnant belly and whispered, "Wife, this time I will protect you." Du Lia suddenly woke up, pressing a knife tip against his throat. "You knew I was from the Du family all along?" Feng Yuchen admitted, "Yes, but I married you because I love you." The elder of the Du family suddenly appeared, sneering, "Feng Yuchen, you carry the blood of our family's enemies inside you." The knife pierced her skin slightly.
Du Lia trembled.
"So you approached me just for bloodline?" The baby's movements were like drums, smashing the window glass. The baby was angry. Feng Yuchen's consciousness was pulled back from an endless, cold darkness by a strange, lively heartbeat. That wasn't a heartbeat. His heart had nearly stopped after the deadly shot from the Wei family's ancestor. The sound was deeper, heavier, carrying a primitive, undeniable power. It struck through chaos, directly hitting the depths of his fragile soul, again and again. Thump, 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 like an ancient war drum beating on a silent plain, with a rhythm that made the heart tremble. Each beat seemed to carry a faint but resilient life force, flowing through an invisible bond, injecting energy into his exhausted body, igniting the dying sparks within. His consciousness struggled to surface like a sinking ship. Heavy eyelids struggled to open a small slit, but the bright light made him quickly close his eyes again. A mixture of medicine, blood, and a cool, herbal scent filled his nose, strange yet familiar. He struggled to open his eyes again, his vision blurry and unfocused. The light came from the pale moon outside the window, outlining the simple shape of the room. Below him was a hard bed, rough fabric rubbing against his skin. Close by, a slender figure was lying down. She was lying on the edge of the bed, her head resting on her arm, sleeping deeply. The moonlight outlined her tired face, her brows furrowed as if she carried a heavy burden even in her sleep. A few damp strands of hair stuck to her pale cheek, her lips dry and cracked. Her shirt, stained with blood and dirt, was wrinkled, with the cuffs rolled up high, revealing a fierce, healing wound, evidence of her self-sacrifice, cutting her arm to save him with her blood. Feng Yuchen's heart, just awakened by that strange, pounding sensation, suddenly clenched tightly, as if grasped by an invisible hand, making him almost gasp for air. A flood of intense pain and hot emotion overwhelmed him, breaking down all his defenses. He slowly, painfully raised his hand, each movement causing a tearing pain in his chest, but he didn't care. His fingertips trembled slightly as they gently touched her pregnant belly. Through the thin fabric, the strange, powerful heartbeat became clearer to his fingertips. Thump, thump, thump. Steady, strong, full of incredible vitality. This was not just the heartbeat of an unborn child, but a pulse of
Power.
It was here, inside Du Liao's body, in their child, so real, so strong. Feng Yuchen's throat moved, but he couldn't make a sound. He stared at Du Liao's tense face in sleep, at the marks she left behind for him, and at the vibrant life force beneath his fingertips. Words caught in his chest, but in the end, he could only whisper softly, hoarsely, filled with relief after surviving the danger and a fierce resolve. Wife. His voice was almost a whisper, each word like sandpaper. This time, I will protect you. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure lying beside the bed suddenly tensed. Du Lia suddenly woke up with a start. Her eyes, which were usually lazy or sharp, now looked like blades frozen with ice, quickly scanning and locking onto him. There was no confusion or relief from surviving, only a fierce alertness like a startled beast and an unfathomable coldness. Her movements were as fast as lightning. Feng Yuchen didn't even see how she moved. He only felt a flash of cold light and a sharp, icy blade pressed firmly against his Adam's apple. It was a thin dagger, as delicate as a cicada's wing but extremely sharp. The blade was close to his pulsating vein. If it went in just a little more, his newly revived life would end instantly. Her hand was steady as a rock, without a tremor, only her knuckles turning white from gripping tightly. Her pregnant belly slightly protruded, making her stance seem deadly and oppressive. Under the moonlight, her face was as cold as an icy lake, only her eyes burning with fierce anger and betrayal. You knew from the start, her voice was low, each word like icy shards squeezed from her teeth, carrying a chilling cold that could freeze the soul. That I am from the Du family? Feng Yuchen's heart sank to the bottom. He looked into her eyes, full of unhidden hatred and pain, like countless needles stabbing his heart. He tried to move, but the blade on his throat made him feel a sharper pain, warning him not to act rashly. He gave up struggling, looked at her deeply, his eyes complex like a swirling whirlpool, full of guilt, pain, but mostly a desperate honesty. Yes, he admitted, his voice hoarse but clear. I knew from the start. Du Liao's eyes suddenly narrowed, her anger almost bursting out. The blade pressed against her throat pushed down another fraction, coldness piercing his skin. A drop of bright red blood slowly seeped out.
So.
Her voice trembled slightly, barely noticeable, a choke of extreme anger suppressed with difficulty. You approached me, married me, Let me carry your child. Just to pass on the Du bloodline? To use me?
2.
Her tone suddenly rose, filled with furious mockery. To your cursed Knight clan bloodline?
No.
Feng Yuchen almost blurted out, desperately interrupting her. The pain in his chest made his vision darken, but he stared into her eyes, trying to show her the truth, his near-despairing sincerity. Leah, listen to me. I admit that at the beginning, I didn't know your identity. Grandpa told me you are the only heir of the Du family, possessing the strength I need. But I married you and got you pregnant. He gasped, every word seeming to use all his strength, because I love you. From the moment you signed that contract at the press conference with your pregnant belly, from your cold laugh saying, "Are you worthy?" to your precise spit on Wei Shuiying's face. From every fearless moment you stood in front of me, protecting me and our child in your own way. I fell in love with you. He spoke quickly, his eyes shining with emotion, as if pouring all his feelings into his words. I admit I hid my identity. I took advantage of the initial opportunity, but my feelings for you are real. Leah, I love you. Love me. Leah's voice suddenly rose sharply, with sharp sarcasm and a heavy nasal tone. The cold blade trembled slightly because of her emotional fluctuation. You carry the blood of the Knight clan, approach the bloodline of the Du family, and then tell me you love me? Feng Yuchen, what do you think I am? A tool to pass on your power and fight enemies? A container to nourish your Knight clan bloodline? Her accusations dripped with blood, and the blade pressed down again, more blood beads seeping out, sliding along his pale skin. Feng Yuchen felt suffocated, not only physically but also overwhelmed by the despair and hatred in her eyes. He opened his mouth, but his pale, weak defense seemed so powerless against such deep hurt. In this suffocating silence and tense confrontation, a cold, aged laugh, as if coming from the depths of, suddenly echoed in the simple room, instantly breaking the tense atmosphere between the two. Feng Yuchen and Leah both shuddered and looked toward the sound. In the shadowed corner of the room, a figure had quietly appeared. It was an old man dressed in a simple gray robe, gaunt and dry like tinder, with deep wrinkles on his face but bright eyes shining with a mysterious light, flickering with insight and cruelty. He looked at the two on the bed with a hint of mockery and ruthlessness.
Leah's pupille shrank sharply.
The knife pressed against Feng Yuchen's throat loosened instinctively, but she did not move it away. She stared coldly at the elder and said, "What are you here for?" The elder did not answer immediately. His dull yet sharp eyes slowly scanned Feng Yuchen's pale face, then moved to the bleeding wound on his neck. Finally, his gaze, like a poisoned needle, precisely fixed on Leah's tall pregnant belly. A chilling smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "What am I here for?" The elder's voice was hoarse, with a metallic rasp. He slowly raised his thin, bony finger and pointed directly at Feng Yuchen. "Of course, to remind the future head of the Du family, remind you. The man you are protecting with your life right now." His voice suddenly rose, like thunder crashing in a small space, "that within him flows the blood of our Du family's eternal enemies, the Knight clan." Boom. This sentence struck like a thunderclap from the heavens, hitting Leah's head with force. All her anger, questions, and pain were frozen by this brutal truth, then shattered like an explosion. Her face lost all color, even paler than Feng Yuchen's, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Her fiery eyes now only reflected dead silence and unbelievable horror. The terrifying entity described in the ancient Du family texts, an abyssal demon that devours the bloodline power of the Du family to survive. An enemy with a blood feud so deep they could never coexist. She had always thought Feng Yuchen approached her just to use her Du family bloodline to fight the Wei family or for some business gain. She even prepared for the worst, thinking he merely coveted the potential combat power of her unborn child. But she had never imagined, never considered, that the blood flowing within him was the deadliest poison of the Du family, the natural nemesis of their bloodline, the blood of the Knight clan. What did this mean? It meant that his approach to her was a complete, deliberate conspiracy against the Du bloodline from the very start. It meant that her child, whom she fought to protect at all costs, even risking her life, was born with the blood of both the Du family and the Knight clan flowing through him from the moment of conception, two incompatible, deadly bloodlines at odds. This was more terrifying than the cruelest curse.
So,
Du Lia's voice became unnaturally calm, frighteningly so, like the dead silence before a storm. She slowly, very slowly, turned her head back to Feng Yuchen. The once passionate eyes filled with love, hatred, and longing now only reflected icy emptiness and desolation. She looked at him as if he were a completely strange and disgusting monster. The tip of the knife pressed firmly and coldly against his Adam's apple, this time with a sense of total destruction. "So you approached me to get me pregnant." Her voice was soft like a feather, but carried a heavy weight, each word stabbing into Feng Yuchen's heart like an ice pick. "Is it really? Just for bloodline? For your Knight clan's dirty bloodline that needs to devour the Du family's power to continue?" Feng Yuchen's heart felt as if it was clenched tightly by a cold iron hand, crushed. He looked into her eyes, seeing the complete emptiness and despair and the unshakable blade against his throat. Overwhelmed by hopelessness and helplessness, he opened his mouth but couldn't produce a sound. The elder's words seemed like a spell, cutting off all his chances to argue. In this suffocating silence, just as the last glimmer of hope in Du Lia's eyes was about to fade and the blade was about to strike, thud. A deep, thunderous sound erupted from deep within the earth, suddenly exploding in Du Lia's abdomen. This was no ordinary movement of a fetus. It was a violent, destructive tremor, like an ancient beast trapped inside her, wildly thrashing. Du Lia's body trembled suddenly, her face turning pale as paper, and a powerful force burst out from her belly. Crash. The glass of the nearest window shattered instantly under this invisible shockwave, breaking into countless sharp fragments that scattered everywhere. Cold night wind rushed into the room, whipping her clothes wildly. Du Lia instinctively looked down at her belly, a look of disbelief and shock flashing across her face. Feng Yuchen and the elder were also startled by this sudden change, their eyes fixed on her swollen belly. The violent tremor lasted only a moment, but beneath her skin, the muscles could still be seen quivering and tightening intensely, as if the tiny life inside was experiencing a powerful emotional upheaval. Pure, unhidden, like a volcanic eruption of anger. This anger did not come from Du Lia herself, but from the unborn child inside her.
It
was angry. Angry at the betrayal and pain its mother was suffering. Angry at the cruel truth of bloodlines. The room was a mess, broken glass glinting coldly in the moonlight. The fierce wind howled, dispersing the heavy smell of blood, but could not clear the chilling silence and the fierce, wild anger coming from the unborn life. Du Lia's hand still tightly held the dagger, the tip pressed against Feng Yuchen's throat, blood beads shining sharply in the moonlight. Her body trembled slightly from the shock inside her, but her grip on the knife was steady as a rock. She slowly raised her head, her dead eyes now filled with more complex and intense emotions, pain from betrayal, shock at discovering the truth about her bloodline, confusion over the strange power of her unborn child, but mostly a fiery, all-consuming madness. She looked at Feng Yuchen, at the man she once trusted with her heart, even risking her life for him, now her deadliest enemy. Her voice was soft but sharp like poisoned ice, each word piercing through the raging wind. Knight clan. Du family. Her lips curled into a cold, strange smile, filled with near-destruction resolve.
Fine.
Very well. Her gaze slowly swept over Feng Yuchen's pale face, over the flickering elders in the corner, finally resting on her rapidly moving pregnant belly. Her eyes grew deep and mysterious.
What?
Is this child really? Du Lia's dagger pressed against Feng Yuchen's throat, blood beads falling. Knight clan. Du family. Her voice was as soft as a sigh, but her eyes were icy. What is this child, really? Feng Yuchen suddenly grabbed her wrist with great force, almost crushing the bones. He is our child. Not anyone's weapon. The elder of the Du family's thin fingers suddenly lit up with runes. Must be purified. The rune glow shot toward her pregnant belly. The furious roar of the fetus exploded in her mind. The entire villa was instantly overturned by an invisible wave of energy. Feng Yuchen, amidst splintered wood and stone, lunged at Dulia, using his back to block the falling beams. He coughed blood but desperately protected her. Leah. Trust me. Dulia looked at the fierce wound on his back, and finally the dagger tip lowered. A faint heartbeat from the fetus came from her belly, as if crying. The elder stepped back in fear. This is the bloodline of the Night Clan, and the sacred blood of the Du family. A sign of their merging. The small drop of crimson at the tip of the dagger, under the pale moonlight, looked like a frozen, desperate tear. Du Liao's hand was steady and unmoving. Under the blade, Feng Yuchen's skin was pierced, tiny blood beads slowly and stubbornly oozing out, sliding down his clearly defined Adam's apple, leaving a winding, dark red scar. The blood beads seemed to carry a heavy weight, crashing silently into the still air, making a soundless roar. The Night Clan, her voice was as light as a feather, drifting among the shattered glass and dust blown by the wind, yet it carried a chilling cold that could freeze the soul. Her eyes, once full of love and cunning, now only reflected endless desolation, and within that emptiness burned a cold fire of destruction. She slowly looked over Feng Yuchen's pale face, then at the old Du elder in the corner, whose eyes flickered and was gaunt as firewood, and finally back to her own rapidly rising and falling belly. Inside, a violent rage, enough to tear apart the world, surged for a life yet to be born. Du family, she repeated again, a cold, strange smile curling on her lips. There was no warmth in that smile, only madness and despair born from betrayal. Good. Very good. Her voice suddenly rose sharp as shattered ice crystals, each word like a poisoned blade stabbing into Feng Yuchen's heart. What is this child? What is he? What is he? The hope for the Du family's revival? The continuation of the Night Clan's bloodline? Or a complete, all-in conspiracy using her and the child as stakes? He is our child, Feng Yuchen suddenly shouted, his voice hoarse as if rubbed with sandpaper, filled with a desperate, undeniable resolve. His eyes were bloodshot, swirling with pain, guilt, and a fierce desperation pushed to the limit, almost bursting from his sockets. Ignoring the cold blade at his throat, he suddenly grabbed Du Liao's wrist with iron-like strength. The force was so great that Du Liao's finger joints turned white, and her bones groaned under the pressure. She let out a muffled cry of pain, almost dropping the dagger. Not anyone's weapon. Feng Yuchen stared intensely into her eyes, each word forced out from deep within his chest, carrying a breath of blood. And not a bargaining chip for the Du family or the Night Clan. He is mine. It's yours. It's ours. His voice echoed in the raging wind, carrying a tone of desperate heroism. At that moment, in the corner, Elder Du, who had been silent like a stone, suddenly raised his bony finger. On his shriveled, bark-like hand, countless dark gold, ancient, intricate runes suddenly lit up. They twisted and wriggled like living creatures in his palm, emitting a blinding, nauseating glow filled with a strong will to purify. Abomination, the elder's voice was like an owl's cry in the night, sharp and piercing, full of extreme fear and hatred for the heretical bloodline. The tainted blood of the Night Clan pollutes our Du family's sacred lineage. It must be purified. In the name of our ancestors, purify. Before his words finished, the dark gold rune glow, infused with the ancient power of the Du family and a destructive will to purify, shot out like a venomous snake tearing through the air, accompanied by a sharp tearing sound, directly targeting Du Liao's bulging pregnant belly. The aim was precise, targeting the unborn child, which had yet to be born but already showed terrifying power. Feng Yuchen's pupils shrank to pinpoints. His whole body seemed to freeze in that moment, then suddenly boil with intense energy. He didn't even have time to think. His body reacted faster than his mind. Just as the purification light was about to touch the pregnant belly, a roar that no human language could describe, filled with primal rage and destructive will, suddenly exploded deep within everyone's consciousness. It wasn't a sound traveling through the air, but a direct impact on the soul. It was as if a colossal beast, sleeping for billions of years, had been awakened inside Dulaya's belly, unleashing its first and most ferocious roar at the world and all threats. This roar carried a pure, extreme anger, born from the very essence of life. It was for the mother's pain, for the father's betrayal, for the evil trying to erase its existence.
Boom.
Centered on Dulaya's pregnant belly, an indescribable, ferocious wave of energy suddenly erupted. It was no longer the faint ripple that shattered glass before, but a truly destructive force capable of destroying the heavens and earth. An invisible shockwave swept out like a tsunami, instantly tearing the entire villa into pieces. The sturdy reinforced concrete walls were torn, twisted, and crumbled like paper. Expensive furniture was instantly ground into dust. Large windows shattered with a deafening explosion, turning into a rain of sparkling shards. A fierce wind swept up wood chips, stones, and glass shards, creating a destructive storm that forcefully threw everything around into the air. Dulaya felt an irresistible force coming from her stomach. She was like being hit by a giant hammer, uncontrollably flying backward. The dagger in her hand slipped out and clattered into the ruins below. Laya! Feng Yuchen's shout was drowned out by the deafening sound of the collapse. His eyes only saw her figure tumbling in the violent gusts, about to be struck by a large broken beam. All reason, all pain, and all the secrets of his bloodline turned into raw, reckless instinct at this moment. He suddenly kicked off the ground, using all his remaining strength, like a fierce tiger pouncing on prey. Amid the flying wood, stones, and glass, he charged toward Dulaya without hesitation. Bang! A heavy beam, with immense force, slammed down Feng Yuchen's broad back. The dull crash, along with the terrifying sound of bones breaking, clearly reached Dulaya's ears. Ugh! Feng Yuchen let out a suppressed cry of pain. His body trembled violently, and a mouthful of hot blood spurted out, splashing onto Dulaya's surprised face, hot and glaring. However, his body, as he fell to the ground, was like a mountain. Using his broad back, he fiercely protected Dulaya underneath, enduring a powerful enough to split stones and break mountains. His arms, like iron hoops, tightly held her in his embrace, shielding her from flying debris and falling rubble. The fierce wind carried dust and the smell of blood, howling among the broken walls. It felt as if time had stopped, leaving only the two people tightly holding each other amid the ruins, and the gruesome wound on Feng Yuchen's back where the beam had struck, deep enough to see bone, flesh torn open. Blood was pouring out rapidly, staining his torn clothes red. Cough, cough. Feng Yuchen struggled to breathe. Each breath pulled at his terrible back pain, making his face pale as paper. He looked down, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Dulaya, filled with endless pain, urgency, and a nearly pleading look. Laya. His voice was weak, like a dying candle in the wind, but it carried a powerful, soul-piercing force. Trust me. This time. Trust me, he was nada of the Night Clan. He was not an enemy of the Du family. He was just Feng Yuchen, a man who loved her deeply and was willing to die for her. Dulaya stared blankly at him. On her face, the blood he had sprayed still felt warm and sticky, with a strong, foul smell filling her nose. In her sight was the shocking wound on his back, flesh torn open, blood constantly flowing out, staining the rubble beneath him dark red. The wound looked fierce, like a mark from. Her heart felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing it tightly, making it hard to breathe. The cold, killing intent and destructive madness, at this moment, were torn apart by the figure before her, who was protecting her with his life. Her clenched fist, unseen by others, dug her nails deep into her palm, leaving a few blood marks. The dagger that had fallen lay quietly on the nearby rubble pile, its blade reflecting a cold light in the moonlight. Finally, the tip of the dagger slowly drooped. At that moment, a faint but clear heartbeat pulsed through her skin from her belly. Thump, thump. It was not the previous furious roar or the explosive energy that shattered everything. It was a faint heartbeat, full of grievance and helplessness. Like a frightened child trembling in the dark, crying silently. Du Lia's body suddenly shivered, instinctively covering her pregnant belly with her hand. That faint heartbeat was like a soft knife piercing through her hardened heart. Tears suddenly burst out, hot and flowing down her blood-stained face. In the corner, Elder Du struggled to get up from a pile of broken stones. His thin body trembled violently from extreme fear. His face, covered with age spots, had lost all color, leaving only a look of horror at seeing a demon of destruction. He stared tightly at Du Lia's pregnant belly, then fearfully looked at Feng Yuchen. His cloudy old eyes were filled with shock and deep, bone-chilling fear. This. His shriveled lips trembled, teeth chattering, his voice sharp and trembling. This power. This aura.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
His thin fingers uncontrollably pointed at Feng Yuchen and then at Du Lia's belly, as if witnessing the most unbelievable and terrifying scene in the world. Knight clan bloodline. And Du family's sacred blood. Merging signs? He screamed in disbelief, his voice full of despair, as if the end of the world had come. That child is forbidden. The root of destruction. A strong wind swept dust across the chaotic ruins. The moonlight coldly shines down, illuminating the tears streaking Du Lia's face, the fierce wound on Feng Yuchen's back, and the deep fear in the elder's eyes. The faint heartbeat in her belly sounds like a crying drum, echoing clearly in the silent ruins. Du Lia's hand gently rests on her pregnant belly, feeling the weak but stubborn heartbeat. She slowly lifts her head, tears blurring her vision, and looks into Feng Yuchen's eyes filled with pain, pleading, and deep love. Child, her voice is hoarse and broken, with a crying tone, no longer cold and questioning. He is afraid. Feng Yuchen's eyes suddenly fill with hope. He struggles to lift his hand, wanting to touch her face, but trembles from the sharp pain. At this moment, Du Lia's gaze passes over his shoulder, falling on the deep wound on his back. Blood is still slowly seeping out, shining with a strange glow under the moonlight. At the edges of the torn flesh, something seems to flicker faintly. It's not blood. It is a very dull, almost imperceptible, dark gold pattern. Like a sleeping mark under the blood stain, it faintly reveals an ancient, oppressive outline.
Du Lia's pupille soudainement constricte.
That pattern. That dark gold aura.
Why?
Why does it resonate with the veins of the Du family tattoo on her wrist in a strange, chilling way? Du Lia's fingertips dig into her palm, her gaze fixed on the jagged edge of Feng Yuchen's wound. The dark gold pattern, like a sleeping venomous snake, faintly visible among the rolling flesh, ancient and fierce. That aura, that vein, is resonating with the Du family tattoo on her wrist, causing a terrifying, soul-shaking connection. Her voice trembles as she raises her dagger again, pointing at the elder. What did you do to him? The elder's eyes burn with madness. Purify. We must purify this cursed child tainting the sacred blood. His withered claws suddenly rise, transforming into 5 dark, ink-like talismans, tearing through the air, aiming straight at Du Lia's pregnant belly. Feng Yuchen's pupils shrink sharply. He turns over desperately, using his back to protect Du Lia with all his strength. Sure. The dark talismans fiercely strike his back wound. The intense pain swept over him like a tsunami. Feng Yuchen's vision went black, but he clenched his teeth tightly and let out a muffled groan. At that moment, the dull, dark gold pattern on his wound suddenly burst into a blinding light, as if a living creature nourished by blood. An invisible, ancient, and powerful pressure erupted, like a sleeping beast awakening with a roar. The Du family tattoo on Du Lia's wrist grew hot and seemed ready to burn. Her mind roared, and countless shattered images flashed before her eyes. An ancient altar, blood flowing with dark gold and silver white intertwined, two blurry figures back to back, fighting against an all-consuming darkness. The images shattered. She looked in horror at the dark gold mark on Feng Yuchen's back, now fully glowing and writhing like a living thing. The elder was pushed back by the oppressive force, his thin face twisted with extreme fear. Impossible.
This.
This is the lost seal of the Holy Lord of the Du family?
You.
How can there be? In your body. Feng Yuchen struggled to turn his head. His blood-stained face had eyes that shone brightly, locking onto Du Lia. Lia. Trust me. Du Lia stared at the mark, feeling the burning pain of the tattoo, sensing her unborn child's vigorous movements caused by this resonance. She opened her mouth, her voice broken and hoarse. Your body is flowing with the Du family's blood, the dark gold pattern. Like a venomous snake sleeping in the abyss of flesh and blood, writhing faintly at the edge of the fierce wound on Feng Yuchen's back. The moonlight was pale and merciless, outlining the twisted contours of the pattern, ancient, fierce, carrying a primal, soul-shaking sense of oppression. It was not still but seemed alive, slowly and eerily pulsating beneath the writhing flesh and oozing blood. Du Lia's breath stopped completely at that moment. Her fingertips dug deep into her palms, nails piercing the skin, causing sharp pain. But it was nothing compared to the feeling of her heart being clenched by an invisible giant hand. Her entire blood seemed to surge madly toward her brain, then was instantly drained away, leaving only cold numbness. That aura, that pattern, an indescribable tremor from the depths of her bloodline, as if a volcano dormant for thousands of years suddenly awakened, resonated wildly at the cold Du family tattoo on her wrist. Buzzing sound. It was like two magnets forcibly pulled apart, crossing endless time and hatred. At this moment, some force suddenly tugged at her, causing a strong shake deep in her soul. Burning pain came from her tattooed area, so intense she almost screamed. But this pain was nothing compared to the storm of emotions inside her. You. Her voice was dry and rough, trembling without her realizing. The dagger that was once pressed against Feng Yuchen's throat had long fallen into the ruins. Suddenly, she looked up sharply. Her eyes, bloodshot from shock, fear and confusion, like poisoned arrows, locked onto the old elder from the Du family in the corner, who was slightly hunched from fear. She clenched the dagger again, this time with almost crazy determination, aiming straight at the elder's heart. What did you do to him? Du Lia's voice suddenly rose sharply, piercing like a scream, each word like icy shards squeezed from her teeth, filled with destructive anger.
This pattern.
This aura.
Tell me.
What did you do to him? The elder trembled at the sudden questioning and the murderous intent on the dagger. His cloudy old eyes frantically scanned between Du Lia and Feng Yuchen, finally fixing on the dark gold pattern on Feng Yuchen's back, which had become clearer with the blood soaking into it. The ancient aura from that pattern made even the experienced elder of the Du family feel a deep, instinctive fear and dread, something rooted in their very bones. What did you do? The elder's voice suddenly became sharp and harsh, like an owl's cry at night. His previous fear was replaced by frantic madness. I didn't do anything. It's that cursed child. It's him. He defiled the sacred blood of the Du family. He fused the forbidden bloodline. Purification. It must be purified. Completely purified. Only then can the anger of the holy ancestor be calmed. Only then can the Du family be saved. His thin, claw-like hand suddenly raised high, fingers spread wide. In the palm, 5 dark, twisting, writhing symbols appeared, like living creatures. These symbols emitted a disgusting, rotten, bloody evil aura, as if the air itself was being corroded, making a sizzling sound.
Go to.
Cursed child. Along with the root of your evil, within you. Before he finished speaking, 5 dark runes like 5 venomous snakes that bite their prey, with sharp screams tearing through the air, transformed into 5 sharp black claws. Ignoring the distance of space, they crossed several meters in an instant and swiftly aimed at Delia's prominent pregnant belly. The attack was clear and ruthless, aiming to kill instantly and completely erase the forbidden fetus. No. Feng Yuchen's pupils suddenly shrank to pinpoints. The destructive aura from the 5 dark runes made his body hair stand on end, and his soul screamed in fear. He didn't have time to think or feel the sharp pain on his back, which almost tore his body apart. His body's instinct had already overridden his conscious mind. With a roar like a wounded lion, he desperately flipped over. Using his broad back like the strongest wall, he stubbornly and decisively blocked in front of Delia. A sharp, grating sound like red-hot iron pressing into flesh suddenly exploded. The 5 dark, ink-colored runes, carrying the deadly curse of the elder of the Delia family, fiercely and precisely imprinted onto Feng Yuchen's already fierce wound on his back. Ugh, excruciating pain. An indescribable agony. As if millions of red-hot needles pierced into his marrow at once, or as if boiling lava was raging through his blood vessels and exploding. Feng Yuchen felt his vision instantly filled with alternating blinding white light and darkness. His mind went blank, and his muscles twitched violently. A bitter, bloody taste surged up his throat. He clenched his teeth tightly, swallowing it back with difficulty, only managing to let out a suppressed, beast-like groan from deep within his throat. His massive body trembled violently from the pain, but like a mountain, he stood firm in front of Delia, using his flesh and blood to block the deadly darkness. At the moment when the runes entered his body and the pain reached its peak, the originally dull, snake-like dark gold pattern on Feng Yuchen's back, under the of the 5 black runes infused with vicious curses and blood, suddenly burst into a blinding light, as if ignited by a raging fire. A deep, ancient hum, as if coming from the 9 nether, resonated not through the air, but directly within everyone's soul. The dark gold pattern instantly erupted with a dazzling, blinding glow. The glow was not pure gold, but carried a deep, dark golden hue that seemed to swallow light, like a sleeping sun suddenly awakening within flesh and blood. Where the light reached, the 5 originally fierce black runes shimmered like snow melting in the sun, emitting a faint crackling sound as they rapidly purified and dissolved before the eye. An invisible, ancient, and overwhelming pressure, as if a long-sleeping primordial beast had suddenly awakened, surged forth. It was no longer confined to the wound of Feng Yuchen but burst out like a flood, sweeping across the entire ruins instantly. The air seemed to turn into thick, sticky gel, heavy enough to make breathing difficult. The scattered stones and metal fragments on the ground were pressed down by an unseen force, groaning under the weight. The wind stopped instantly, and even the moonlight appeared to be twisted and dimmed by this power. Ah, the elder of the Du family, as if struck by a giant hammer, let out a sharp, agonized scream. His thin body was like a broken kite, violently thrown into the air by the unstoppable pressure, crashing hard into a crumbling wall nearby. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body slumping down, and his old, cloudy eyes filled with extreme, incomprehensible fear.
What?
What kind of power is this?
Impossible.
This aura. This mark. The seal of the Holy Lord that the Du family has lost for thousands of years?
You,
a mere leftover of the Night Clan. How could there be? Inside you, his hoarse voice was full of despair and disbelief, each word seeming to come from the depths of his soul. At the same time, the cold Du family tattoo on Lia's wrist and the dark golden mark on Feng Yuchen's back suddenly flared up like a hot iron thrown into a furnace. The burning pain made her grunt and almost drop the dagger in her hand. What shocked her even more was that, with this burning pain, her mind seemed to explode like a calm lake suddenly struck by a giant stone. A flood of shattered, chaotic images with an ancient, vast aura flashed wildly, like a revolving lantern. An ancient altar carved with strange symbols, flowing with two very different yet perfectly harmonious types of blood, dark gold and silver white, converge and blend at its center. Two blurry figures, their faces indistinct, stand back to back before a vast, consuming darkness like ink. One is surrounded by dark gold flames, while the other radiates pure, holy silver light. They fight together against the darkness that could destroy the world. Though small, their figures are like mighty pillars supporting the sky. The scene shatters so quickly that it's hard to see clearly. Only a deep, bone-like sense of tragic devotion and the will to protect remain. The illusion disappears. Delia suddenly snaps back to reality, gasping heavily, sweat soaking her clothes. She looks in horror at Zhong Yuchen's back. The dark gold mark is now fully glowing, moving and flowing like a living thing within his flesh, emanating an ancient, awe-inspiring power. It's no longer just a pattern but feels like a deep, soul-embedded symbol of supreme authority. Zhong Yuchen slowly, painfully turns his head. His face is covered in blood and dirt, pale as paper, lips cracked and purple from pain and blood loss. Yet his eyes are incredibly bright, like two burning stars in endless darkness, fixed intensely on Delia. They swirl with overwhelming pain, desperate pleading, and a nearly hopeless, all in deep love.
Leah.
His voice is hoarse and broken, each word tinged with blood, yet clear, trust me. Delia looks at the living, writhing dark gold mark on his back, feeling the burning pain from the tattoo on her wrist, and sensing the intense fetal movement in her belly, caused by the sudden, ancestral bloodline resonance from her parents. It's no longer just anger or fear but a strange, indescribable thrill, as if responding to an ancient call. She opens her mouth, but her throat is dry, and she cannot speak. All her doubts, anger, and fear are shattered by the incredible scene before her and what she sees in Zhong Yuchen's eyes. Finally, a broken, trembling question, filled with shock she hadn't even realized she felt, escapes her throat. Do you have the blood of the Du family inside you? At the moment the words fell, the entire ruins fell into a deathly silence. Only the dark gold mark on Feng Yuchen's back glowed, silently revealing a shocking truth that overturned everything. In the distance, a heavily injured elder's cloudy eyes suddenly widened with extreme fear and a sense of despair, as if thinking, it is indeed so. He struggled to speak, but only blood poured out more. In this suffocating silence, not far from Du Laya, a large glass window hanging on the broken wall was originally covered with spiderweb-like cracks. At this moment, under the intense and special fetal movement inside her belly, the invisible waves caused by the baby's vigorous movements seemed to smooth out the cracks instantly. In the next second, crash, the huge glass pane silently and completely turned into a shower of sparkling powder, slowly drifting under the moonlight like a silent snowstorm warning of an approaching storm. The old Du family house's blue stone path was covered with morning dew, making a creaking sound when stepped on. Du Laya, holding her 7-month pregnant belly, unconsciously clenched Feng Yuchen's hand. Since the elder's last words, "There is the blood of the Du family's enemy flowing inside you." This was their first time entering the Du family ancestral hall. The hall was filled with the scent of sandalwood and old wood. On the altar at the front, 3 bronze statues were displayed, with a central armored warrior's left shoulder bearing the same totem as Du Laya. 12 elders of the Du family sat on both sides. The head elder, Du Tsongbai, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, suddenly struck the ground heavily when his cloudy eyes looked at Feng Yuchen. "Feng Yuchen, do you know your crime?" Feng Yuchen protected Du Laya behind him, his black suit making him look tall and firm, but his tone was cold and unquestioning. "I protect my wife and child." "What crime is that?" "Protect your wife," Du Tsongbai sneered, pointing his cane at Feng Yuchen's neck. "That faint red mark on your neck, which glows purple at night, isn't that the blood curse mark of the Night Clan? 300 years ago, the Night Clan slaughtered nearly 1,000 members of our 12th house to steal the secret of our Du family's battle god bloodline. And you dare to carry the bloodline of the Night Clan and interfere with our only heir?" Du Lia's heart jolted, and she instinctively reached for Feng Yuchen's neck. She had indeed seen that faint mark before. Previously, Feng Yuchen only said it was a scar from a burn when he was a child. Now that it was exposed, the man's Adam's apple moved, but he did not deny it. I don't care about the Knight clan or the Du family. Du Lia straightened her pregnant belly and took a step forward. The baby inside her seemed to sense her emotions and gently kicked her. Feng Yuchen is my husband and the father of this child. If you want to hurt him, you have to get past me first. How dare you? The second elder on the right slammed his hand on the altar, knocking over several porcelain bowls, which shattered on the ground. The rules of the Du family don't allow a girl with enemy blood to ruin them. This child might be a hidden danger, perhaps inheriting the Knight clan's fierce temper. Before he finished, the altar suddenly shook violently. The bronze incense burner on the table wobbled and fell, breaking into two pieces. Du Lia clearly felt the fetal movement inside her become more frantic, as if tiny fists were gently pounding her belly, each tap causing a faint tremor. The candles in the ancestral hall flickered irregularly. How dare you curse my son? Du Lia's eyes turned cold instantly. She touched her pregnant belly with her left hand and secretly reached for her hidden short blade with her right, her usual weapon. The grudges from 300 years ago are from a previous generation. My son is the heir of the Du family's divine warrior bloodline. You have no right to judge him. Feng Yuchen quickly grasped her hand, which was reaching for the short blade, his palm warm and calming her slightly. He looked at Du Songbai and spoke in a softer but firm tone. Elder Songbai, I understand the grudges between the Du family and the Knight clan, but I was raised in the Feng family and have never had any dealings with the Knight clan. If my bloodline makes you uneasy, I can leave the Du family, but I will never part from Lia or the child. Leave. Du Songbai suddenly smiled. He pulled out a yellowed ancient book from his sleeve and threw it in front of Feng Yuchen. You think the Knight clan will let you go? This is the secret record of the Du family. It states that every 20 years, the Knight clan holds a blood sacrifice ceremony, using a fetus with divine warrior blood to break their curse. Do you know why they haven't come for you? They are waiting for this child to be born. Du Lia's face instantly turned pale. The fetal movement inside her suddenly became intense, as if resisting the word, sacrifice. She staggered slightly, and Feng Yuchen quickly caught her. When he looked down, he saw her pregnant belly was slightly hot, and a faint golden glow seemed to flow beneath her skin. This was a sign of the warrior bloodline awakening. No way. Du Lia clenched her teeth, her hand tightly pressed on her belly. My son has his own awareness. He was just protecting me. The Knight tribe won't lay a finger on him. Protecting you? Du Songbai's eyes grew complicated as he looked at her belly. This child is not ordinary. 3 months ago, he could shake glass with his movements. Now, at 7 months, he can sense danger. But the Knight tribe is much stronger than you think. They have a soul lock bell. When it rings, the child's bloodline power will be suppressed. Feng Yuchen's expression darkened. He took out his phone and showed Du Songbai an encrypted file. I've tracked the Knight tribe. They set up a base in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. Recently, they've been buying supplies for pregnant women, clearly preparing to capture Leah. I've arranged guards there, but I need the Du family's help. You have magical tools to restrain the Knight tribe, right? Du Songbai looked at the photos in the file, his hand trembling slightly. The temple fell silent. Only the crackling of the candle and the increasingly active fetal movements inside Leah's belly could be heard, like a drum beating on everyone's hearts. Suddenly, the temple door was blown open by the wind. A person in a black cloak staggered in, their face pale as death beneath the cloak. Great Elder. Something's wrong. The Knight tribe. They brought the soul lock bell. They've broken through the outer defenses of the old house. What? Du Songbai stood up suddenly, his cane falling to the ground. Leah felt her baby kick her suddenly. Then, the ground of the temple began to shake. The statues on the altar swayed, and cracks spread across the walls. She touched her belly, feeling her baby's heartbeat quicken, as if gathering strength. Feng Yuchen held her tightly in his arms, his left hand on his waist where a gun was holstered. His eyes were sharp as a blade. Leah, stay here. I will go and stop them. I won't go with you. Leah grabbed his sleeve. The fetal movements inside her belly suddenly became regular, each tremor causing a candle in the temple to go out. I'm helping you and the baby. Don't forget, I am the ghost doctor of the Du family and also the night owl. I can handle this small situation. At that moment, a sharp ringing sound came from outside the ancestral hall. The bell's chime seemed magical, and suddenly, Leah felt her baby's movements weaken and the warmth of her belly drop. Her face changed. It's the soul lock bell.
Du camp BS face turned pâle.
He suddenly took out a bronze box from under the altar. When he opened it, a palm-sized jade pendant lay inside, engraved with patterns similar to the baby's movements. This is the Du family's protective baby pendant. It can counteract the power of the soul lock bell. Leah, put it on quickly. As Leah reached for the pendant, she heard Feng Yuchen whisper urgently, "Be careful." A dark shadow flew in from outside the door, rushing straight toward her pregnant belly. Feng Yuchen raised his hand to block, but the shadow's sharp claws cut his wrist open, and blood immediately flowed out. The shadow landed, revealing a grayish-blue face with a strange smile. "Young Master Feng, Miss Du, our family had invites you to come with us. Don't make us take action to catch the baby." Leah clenched the protective pendant tightly. The warmth from the pendant transferred through her palm to her belly. The little one inside suddenly kicked her again, this time with obvious anger. The window of the ancestral hall shattered with a loud crash, glass shards scattering everywhere. She looked up at the shadow with no fear, only a cold smile. "You want to catch my son? First ask if he agrees." As she finished speaking, she suddenly felt a surge of power from her belly spreading through her body. The pendant on her left hand shone with dazzling golden light. The shadow let out a scream, covering its eyes and retreating a few steps. Feng Yuchen seized the moment, drew his gun, and shot at the shadow's leg. The bullet pierced through its cloak, leaving a bloody hole. "Let's go." Feng Yuchen pulled Leah toward the back door of the ancestral hall. Du Songbai and the other elders followed. The second elder ran while shouting, "The main force of the Night Clan is still behind us. We need to go to the secret vault first. There's a formation that can suppress them." As Leah ran, she kept touching her belly, feeling the baby respond gently, as if saying, "Mom, don't be afraid." She turned to Feng Yuchen and saw him holding her waist tightly with his uninjured hand. Blood dripped from his wrist onto her skirt, blooming like red flowers. "Your hand." Leah wanted to stop and help him bandage it. "It's fine." Feng Yuchen looked at her gently and said, "As long as you and the baby are safe, this injury is nothing." Just as they were about to reach the secret vault door, a louder ringing sound came from behind, along with the howling of the Night Clan people. Feng Yuchen.
Leah.
You can't escape. That baby is a sacrifice of the Night Clan. No one can protect it. Leah paused, feeling a strong tremor in her pregnant belly, more intense than ever before. She looked up at Feng Yuchen and saw a faint red mark on his neck glowing with purple light, matching the golden glow on her belly. "Feng Yuchen, your mark." Leah's voice trembled. Feng Yuchen also touched the back of his neck, his face serious. "The secret record says that the blood curse mark of the Night Clan resonates with the blood of the war god. Could it be that this child not only inherits your war god bloodline, but also has a connection to my Night Clan bloodline?" This question was like a stone thrown into water, causing ripples. Before Leah could think further, she heard Du Songbai shout, "The secret vault is here. Hurry inside." Just as they were about to push open the vault door, Leah's phone suddenly rang. The screen showed an unfamiliar encrypted number. She answered, and an old voice with a strange smile said, "Leah, do you want to save your mother? She's in our hands, and we want to exchange her for the baby, or else." The call was suddenly cut off.
Leah's face turned pâle instantly.
Feng Yuchen quickly supported her, noticing her hands trembling and her belly twitching slightly due to her emotional distress. "Leah, what's wrong?" Feng Yuchen asked worriedly. Leah looked up, tears in her eyes but holding back, saying, "They took my mother and want to exchange her for the baby." As soon as she finished speaking, a loud crash came from above the vault. Roof tiles fell everywhere. Dude Songbai looked up and his face changed. Not good. The Night Clan people are blowing up the roof with explosives. We need to get inside quickly, or... Before he finished, a purple light shot down from a hole in the roof, heading straight for Du Lia's belly. Without thinking, Feng Yuchen stepped in front of her. The purple light hit his back, and he groaned softly, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Feng Yuchen leaned into her embrace, breathing quickly, but still smiling to comfort her. "Don't be afraid.
I'm fine.
What about the baby? Is the baby hurt?" Du Lia touched her pregnant belly, feeling the baby gently kick, which made her feel a little calmer. But at that moment, she saw a pattern slowly appear on Feng Yuchen's back, the same as the Night Clan's blood curse symbol. The skin around it started to turn black, a sign that the curse was acting up. "Great Elder. The curse on him is acting up." Du Lia looked at Du Songbai, her voice trembling with tears. Du Songbai looked at the pattern on Feng Yuchen's back with a complicated expression. "There are herbs in the secret vault that can break the curse, but they need your blood as part of the medicine. Lia, are you willing?" Without hesitation, Du Lia nodded.
Yes.
"As long as I can save him, as long as I can protect the baby and Mom, I am willing to do anything." Just as they were about to open the secret vault's door, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind, teasing. "Sister, don't rush in just yet. I have a gift for you." Du Lia turned sharply and saw Wei Shuiying standing nearby, holding a black box engraved with the Night Clan's totem. Wei Shuiying smiled as she opened the box, revealing a silver bell, the soul-locking bell. "How are you with the Night Clan?" Du Lia's eyes instantly turned cold. Wei Shuiying toyed with the bell, smug. "Of course, it's for revenge. You destroyed the Wei family, killed my grandfather. If I don't ask the Night Clan for help, how can I make sure you and the little wild one in your belly die painfully?" She was about to ring the bell. Feng Yuchen struggled to stand but was held down by Du Lia. Du Lia looked at Wei Shuiying and suddenly smiled. The baby inside her moved more strongly, and cracks appeared on the ground near the secret vault. "Wei Shuiying, do you think a simple soul-locking bell can deal with my son?" Du Lia touched her belly, her voice filled with unprecedented authority. "Don't forget, my son inherited the blood of the war god of the Du family. He just shattered glass and knocked over the altar.
Now,
what he wants to shatter is the bell in your hand." As she finished speaking, Du Lia's pregnant belly suddenly trembled violently. An invisible force spread from her stomach. The soul-locking bell in Wei Shuiying's hand clanged loudly and fell to the ground, shattering into several pieces instantly. Wei Shuiying's face turned pale with fear, and she staggered back a few steps, accidentally bumping into the approaching Night Clan member. "Seize her." The leader of the Night Clan shouted coldly, and his men immediately moved to catch Wei Shuiying. Wei Shuiying screamed and struggled. "Didn't you say you wanted to help me? Why are you trying to catch me?" "Useless. Keeping you won't help." The Night Clan leader sneered and looked at Miss Du. "Miss Du, we give you one last chance. Either come with us or watch your mother and Feng Yuchen die together." Du Lia clenched her protective amulet tightly, her heart feeling like it was being cut. On one side was her mother who raised her. On the other was her deeply loved husband, and inside her belly was her unborn child. How should she choose? Feng Yuchen leaned against her, gently holding her hand. "Lia, don't choose. I'll go with them. You take the child to save your mother, then. Find a good place to live and forget about me." "No." Du Lia's tears finally fell. "I won't let you go. Our family must stay together. No one can be separated." At that moment, a warm feeling suddenly came from her pregnant belly. The golden light emitted by the protective amulet grew brighter, illuminating the entire ancestral hall. She felt her baby gently turn inside her, then a faint golden glow floated from her belly onto the curse pattern on Feng Yuchen's back. When the golden light touched the curse pattern, the black skin began to slowly fade. Feng Yuchen groaned softly, feeling the pain on his back lessen significantly. He looked at Du Lia's pregnant belly in surprise. Lia, the baby. Is the baby helping me break the curse? Du Lia was also stunned. She touched her belly and felt the baby gently kick, as if saying, "Dad, don't be afraid." Du Songbei watched this scene with shock in his eyes. The bloodline of the war god can actually break the Night Clan's curse? This isn't recorded in the secret scrolls. The leader of the Night Clan was also stunned, then roared angrily, "Impossible! How can the bloodline of the war god break the Night Clan's curse?"
Attack.
Capture them all. The Night Clan members rushed forward. Feng Yuchen struggled to stand, blocking Du Lia. She touched her belly and took a deep breath. "Baby, let's help Dad together, okay?" The little one inside seemed to understand her words, and its movements grew stronger. Du Lia felt a surge of strength pass from her pregnant belly through her whole body. She clenched her fists and swung at the Night Clan member who was rushing at the front. Despite being pregnant, her movements were quick and precise. She knocked the opponent to the ground with a punch. Feng Yuchen watched her with concern and pride. "Lia, be careful. Don't worry," Du Lia smiled. Suddenly, her baby's movements became regular, each kick knocking back a Night Clan member. The temple was in chaos, and the elders of the Du family joined the fight, battling the Night Clan members. At that moment, Du Lia's phone rang again, with the same unknown encrypted number. She answered, and her mother's weak voice came through. "Leo,
Don't worry about me.
protect yourself and the baby. The real target of the Night Clan is the baby in your belly. They want to." The call suddenly ended with busy signals. Du Lia's heart jumped into her throat. She looked up at the Night Clan leader, who was staring at her pregnant belly with greedy eyes. "What is your real goal?" Du Lia asked angrily. The Night Clan leader sneered and pulled out a golden scroll from his sleeve. He opened it, revealing a complex formation drawn inside, with the words, "Blood sacrifice to the pregnant spirit, awaken the night god," written in the center. He explained, "We want to use your child as a sacrifice to wake the sleeping night god. Once the night god awakens, our Night Clan can rule the world." Du Lia's face turned pale instantly. The baby inside her started kicking violently, as if resisting this terrible plan. Feng Yuchen quickly pulled her behind him, aiming his gun at the Night Clan leader. "If you want to hurt my son, you'll have to go through my dead body first." The Night Clan leader laughed loudly. "Young Master Feng, do you think you can stop us? Your bloodline is already connected to this child. As soon as I recite the spell, you will involuntarily hand over the baby to me." He was about to chant the spell. Du Lia suddenly remembered the protective talisman Du Songbei had given her. She quickly raised the jade pendant. Its golden light shone brightly, interrupting the leader's spell. He covered his eyes and took a few steps back. "Quick, into the secret vault," Du Songbei shouted, pushing open the door. "The formation inside can suppress the Night Clan's power. We need to get inside first and figure out what to do next." Feng Yuchen pulled Du Lia towards the secret vault, with the elders of the Du family following behind. Just as they were about to close the big door, the leader of the Night Clan suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Du Lia's wrist. Trying to run? Not so easy. Du Lia felt a sharp pain in her wrist, and the baby inside her moved more violently, as if protesting angrily. Feng Yuchen turned around and punched the Night Clan leader in the face, knocking his hand away. "Let her go." The Night Clan leader was knocked to the ground, and other members of the Night Clan rushed forward. Du Songbei quickly closed the secret vault door, activating a protective formation that shone with golden light, blocking the outsiders outside. Inside the vault, everything was dark except for the golden glow from the protective pendant, which lit up the surroundings. Du Lia leaned against Feng Yuchen, still gasping for breath. The baby inside her finally calmed down and gently kicked her, as if comforting her. "Are you okay?" Feng Yuchen gently touched her pregnant belly and looked at her red wrist, full of concern. "I'm fine." Du Lia shook her head and looked at Du Songbei. "Elder Du, what do we do now? My mother is still in their hands, and they want to use the baby as a sacrifice." Du Songbei sighed and walked to the stone platform in the center of the vault. He pressed a raised button, and a groove appeared on the platform. This is the Du family's bloodline array. It needs your blood and Feng Yuchen's blood to be dropped in together to activate the strongest protective formation. It can not only protect you and the baby, but also locate your mother's position. He then handed them 2 daggers. But activating the formation consumes a lot of bloodline power. Since you're pregnant, it might be dangerous. Leah hesitated for a moment, then took the dagger without hesitation. She cut her finger and let her blood drip into the groove. As long as I can save my mother, protect the baby, and Feng Yuchen, this danger is nothing. Feng Yuchen also cut his finger and let his blood drip into the groove. When the 2 drops of blood merged inside, the platform suddenly shone with a dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire vault. In the glow, a transparent protective shield covered them, and a map appeared on the platform with a blinking red. That was her mother's location. "We found her," Leah exclaimed excitedly. But just then, the protective shield suddenly vibrated. Outside, the voice of the Night Clan leader came through. "Leah, Feng Yuchen, do you think hiding inside makes you safe? I have already informed the High Priest of the Night Clan. He will soon bring an upgraded version of the Soul Lock Bell. When that happens, you and the baby will both have to die." Leah's face darkened. She touched her pregnant belly, feeling the baby respond gently. She looked up at Feng Yuchen with a firm look in her eyes. "No matter how many people come, I will protect you, the baby, and Mom." Feng Yuchen held her hand tightly and smiled softly. "We will face it together." Outside the secret vault, the leader of the Night Clan finished a call and grinned strangely. He took a black box from his sleeve and opened it. Inside was a larger soul lock bell, engraved with complex symbols. This was the Soul Eater Bell, made by the High Priest of the Night Clan. It was said to be able to directly crush the bloodline power of the fetus. "Leah, Feng Yuchen, wait and see," the leader said, stroking the Soul Eater Bell. "Soon, your child will become a sacrifice to the Night God. The era of Night Clan ruling the world is coming." Inside the secret vault, Leah suddenly felt a faint coolness from her belly, as if something was approaching. She looked up at Feng Yuchen and saw his face turn serious. "I can feel it. There's a very strong dark force coming, even more terrifying than the previous Soul Lock Bell." Songbei walked to the stone platform, looking at the red on the map and sighed. "That is the Night Clan's Soul Eater Bell, designed to suppress the bloodline of the war god fetus. We must rescue your mother before the bell takes effect and then leave." Leah nodded, touching her belly softly. "Baby, hold on a little longer. Mom and Dad will protect you. We'll see Grandma very soon." The little one inside seemed to understand her words, gently kicking as if promising her. Outside the secret vault, the sound of the Soul Eater Bell was already faintly heard, carrying a chilling magic power. The entire Du family estate was shrouded in darkness. The golden light inside the secret vault had not yet faded. The map on the stone platform glowed with a warm red light. The red flickered steadily at the abandoned church in the western suburbs. This was where Leah's mother was last seen. Leah leaned on her belly, gently touching the red on the map. The baby inside suddenly kicked her softly, as if saying, "Grandma is right here." Western Suburb Church. Feng Yuchen frowned. He found that the Night Clan stronghold was actually at the outskirts factory. They deliberately moved it to lure us there. Songbei leaned on his cane and walked to the stone platform, tracing the edge of the map with his fingertips. This bloodline array can not only locate, but also sense the safety of blood relatives. Your mother has a hidden Du family bloodline, which is why she was found so precisely. But now, the problem is that the soul-devouring bell outside has started to activate, and the protective shield won't last much longer. As he spoke, the stone door of the secret vault suddenly shook with a loud bang, and debris fell from the top. Leah clearly felt the warmth of her protective amulet decrease. The fetal movement inside her became restless, as if something was squeezing her baby. She quickly covered her belly, her voice tense. The power of the soul-devouring bell is growing stronger. "The baby seems uncomfortable." Feng Yuchen immediately shielded her in his arms, placing his hand on her belly. The warmth from his palm passed through the fabric. When he looked down, he saw the blood curse mark on his neck glowing faint purple, flickering with the golden light of the protective amulet. The light seemed to clash subtly. Is my Night Clan bloodline affecting the baby? No. Dude Songbai shook his head. He took out an old, bound book from his sleeve and flipped through its yellowed pages. The secret record says that the blood of the war god and the Night Clan bloodline originate from the same source. But 300 years ago, they were cursed and split into good and evil factions. The blood curse mark on your body is actually protecting the baby. If it hadn't been for the clash with the protective amulet, the soul-devouring bell's power would have broken through the shield long ago. Feng Yuchen could clearly feel the slight tremor beneath his palm. It's the fetus gently nudging his hand, as if acknowledging him as the father. His throat moved and his voice softened. No matter what traps lie ahead, I will protect you all. Want to protect them? First, see if you can survive what's coming now. Suddenly, outside, the Night Clan leader's roar echoed, accompanied by the sharp ringing of the soul-devouring bell. The secret vault's protective shield suddenly cracked, and the golden glow dimmed a little. Du Lia's pregnant belly suddenly sank, and she let out a muffled groan, almost losing her balance. Her baby's movements suddenly weakened, as if drained of energy. Lia. Feng Yuchen quickly supported her and looked up at Du Songbai. Is there any way to temporarily block the soul-devouring bell? Du Songbai didn't speak. He turned and walked to a hidden compartment deep inside the secret vault. He pushed open a heavy stone slab, revealing a bronze box inside. He opened the box, which contained a palm-sized token engraved with the same totem as on Du Lia's left shoulder, shining with a cold silver light. This is the war god token of the Du family. It can temporarily block the curse power of the Night Clan, but it needs the blood of a war god bloodline holder to activate. He handed the token to Du Lia and also gave her a small dagger. You're pregnant now. Drawing blood might affect the baby. Do you want to think about it again? No need to think, Du Lia said without hesitation. She took the dagger, made a small cut on her finger, and dripped blood onto the war god token. The token instantly glowed with silver light, intertwining with the golden glow of the protective amulet, forming a thicker shield. The baby's movements inside her immediately regained vitality, and the little one even gently kicked, as if saying thank you. Let's go. We're going to save Mom now. Du Lia clenched the war god token and led the way toward the secret vault door. Just as they were about to push open the stone door, a scream suddenly came from outside. Du Lia, I know where the trap is. Let me in, and I'll help you save your mom. Feng Yuchen looked cautiously at the stone door, his hand on his waist where a gun was holstered. How does she know about the trap? Maybe it's a trap set by the Night Clan. It's not a trap. Wei Shuang's voice was tearful. The high priest of the Night Clan set up a soul-summoning array in the church to use your mom as a sacrifice and awaken the night god. My grandfather once cooperated with the Night Clan, and I've seen the diagram of that array. Du Songbai's expression darkened. He exchanged a glance with the elder beside him. The elder understood and quietly opened a small in the stone door. Outside, the scene came into view. Wei Shuang was being dragged by 2 Night Clan members, her wrists chained, tears on her face. Not far behind, the sound of the soul-devouring bell was coming from the church. Let her in, Du Lia suddenly said. If she tries anything funny, I'll have the baby crush her bones. Wei Shuang was pulled into the secret vault. As soon as she entered, she collapsed on the ground, pointing outside. The high priest of the Night Clan brought 10 experts, all dressed in black robes that can absorb bloodline power. In the church basement, there is a blood pool. They plan to push your mother into the blood pool, and then use your child. Her words were cut off by N. Yuchen's piercing gaze. Du Lia, holding her pregnant belly, stepped forward and asked, Why are you helping us? Didn't you just help the Night Clan fight against me before? Wei Shuang wiped her tears, trembling as she spoke. My grandfather was killed by the Night Clan. They said they wanted to help me get revenge, but really, they were using me to lure you out. Just now, they said that once they catch you, they will throw me into the blood pool as a sacrifice. Her words were partly true and partly false, but there was no time to verify now. Dute Songbai looked at the cracks on the protective shield and decisively said, "We can only trust her now. Second elder, take a few people to cover our retreat. The three of us will go rescue your mother." "No," second elder immediately objected. "The Knight clan has many members. The three of you are too dangerous. We don't have time to argue." Du Lia raised the war god token, and its silver glow grew brighter. "With the war god token, the soul-devouring bell can't affect us for now. Just hold off the pursuers behind, and we will be back soon." After speaking, she grabbed Enyu Chun and followed Wei Shuiying out of the secret vault. As soon as they stepped out of the stone door, the sharp sound of the soul-devouring bell pierced like needles into their ears. Du Lia quickly raised the war god token in front of her, and the silver light spread instantly, forming a barrier that kept the bell's sound outside. Enyu Chun held his gun, alert and watching all around. In the darkness, he saw over a dozen shadows wandering, members of the Knight clan. He lowered his voice, "Let's take the side door, and try not to alert them." The three of them pressed close to the wall and moved forward. Wei Shuiying led the way, pointing to a small path not far ahead. "If we go through here, we can reach the back door of the church. But there are two guards there, both holding daggers that can suppress bloodline powers," and Yu Chen nodded, pulling out two silenced pistols from his pocket and handing one to Du Lia. "Stay here. I'll handle the guards." "I'll go with you." Du Lia refused to stay behind. She touched her pregnant belly. "The baby wants to protect Grandma with Dad." Seeing her determined look, Yu Chen didn't oppose anymore. The two quietly circled around to the back door and saw two black-robed figures guarding there, their daggers glowing green.
Yu Chen signaled, and Du Lia understood.
Suddenly, she raised the war god token. The silver light flashed, and the two black-robed figures froze instantly. They were pierced by the silver glow, revealing their skin underneath, covered in black curse marks. Taking this opportunity, Feng Yuchen quickly moved forward, shooting accurately at the black-robed man's knee. Both men screamed and fell down. Du Lia immediately rushed over and pressed the war god token against their throats. "How many people are in the church now?" "There are 10 experts and the high priest," one of the black-robed men stammered. "The blood pool is ready, just waiting for you." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly spat black blood and collapsed, lifeless. It was the Knight clan's self-destruct curse mark. Du Lia frowned, about to speak, when she heard her mother's cry for help from inside the church. "Lia, don't come in. Quickly take the children and leave." "Mom." Du Lia's heart tightened. She pushed open the church door and rushed inside. The church was filled with the smell of blood. In the center, a 2-meter-wide blood pool had been dug out, bubbling with dark red liquid. Her mother was tied to a pillar beside the blood pool, wearing thin clothes. Black curse marks covered her exposed arms, winding like vines. An old man in a red robe stood by the blood pool, holding the soul-devouring bell. It was the high priest of the Knight clan. When he saw Du Lia come in, he grinned eerily. "Finally arrived, little girl of the Du family. Let my mom go." Du Lia raised the war god token, its silver light directly targeting the high priest. But the high priest was unfazed. He gently shook the soul-devouring bell. With a jingling sound, Du Lia suddenly felt her head hit by a heavy hammer. Her pregnant belly sank sharply, the baby's movements suddenly weakened, and the protective amulet's golden glow nearly faded. Feng Yuchen immediately stepped in front of her, placing his hand on her pregnant belly. The blood curse mark on his neck suddenly burst out with intense purple light, fighting against the sound of the soul-devouring bell. The high priest froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. "So you're the hybrid of the Knight clan. With your bloodline helping, awakening the Knight god will be even easier." Du Lia leaned into Feng Yuchen's embrace, clutching the war god token tightly. Blood seeped from her fingertips again, causing the token's silver glow to brighten a little. The baby inside her seemed to sense her determination, suddenly kicking strongly. The vigorous movement, shining with golden light, spread from her belly, shattering the church's stained glass instantly. The high priest was blinded by the golden light and couldn't open his eyes. The soul-devouring bell fell to the ground. Seizing this moment, Feng Yuchen drew his gun and shot at the ropes binding her mother. The rope snapped suddenly, and Mom staggered forward but stopped a few steps away from Du Lia. Her arm's black curse marks suddenly lit up, as if alive, crawling toward her heart. Mom. Du Lia wanted to rush over, but Mom held her back. Mom shook her head, tears falling down her cheeks. Lia, don't come closer. This curse mark is the soul-summoning spell. I put it on myself. This sentence hit like thunder, shocking everyone into silence. Du Lia froze in place. Her stomach's baby movements also stopped, as if confused and listening. Feng Yuchen frowned, looking at the curse mark on Mom's arm. Why did you cast a spell on yourself? Mom wiped her tears, walking to the blood pool and staring at the dark red liquid inside. 300 years ago, when the Night Clan destroyed the Du family, I was the only baby left. I was adopted by the ancestor of the high priest of the Night Clan. Later, I escaped, changed my name, and had you just waiting for today. This soul-summoning spell can temporarily suppress the power of the Night God. As long as I jump into the blood pool, I can trap the Night God's soul inside, and it will never come out. No, Du Lia rushed forward and grabbed Mom's hand. I can't let you do this. We can think of another way. You don't have to sacrifice yourself. There's no other way, Mom said, patting her hand and looking at her pregnant belly. This child is the hope of the Du family. Nothing should happen to him. Do you remember the wooden box your father left before he died? Inside is the Du family's secret key, which can completely destroy the Night God's soul. You must keep it safe. The wooden box. Du Lia was stunned. She did have a wooden box left by her father, kept on her bedside table, but she never opened it. At that moment, the soul-devouring bell suddenly rang on its own. The high priest crawled up from the ground, eyes full of madness. Don't think you can stop me like this. The Night God has sensed the existence of the divine bloodline. He's waking up, he said this, drew a dagger from his sleeve, and suddenly stabbed his wrist. Blood dripped into the blood pool. The pool instantly boiled, and a blurry face appeared in the dark red liquid, an illusion of the Night God. Mom's face changed. She pushed Du Lia away. Quick, take Feng Yuchen and go. I will hold them back. I won't leave. Du Lia tightly held Mom's hand. The baby's movements in her belly suddenly intensified. This time, a faint golden glow revealed a small fist shape. Her unborn child was trying to help Grandma through her belly. Feng Yuchen suddenly protected the two of them behind him, aiming his gun at the high priest. If you're leaving, we're all leaving. No one stays behind. The high priest sneered and raised his hand to recite a spell. The shadow of the Night God in the blood pool suddenly roared, and a black force shot straight at Delia's pregnant belly. That was the battle god's bloodline fighting to take the fetus. Delia felt as if an invisible hand was grabbing her belly, and she trembled with pain. Leah, Feng Yuchen immediately rushed forward and held her in his arms. The blood curse mark on his neck suddenly burst out bright purple light. The purple light tangled with the black power of the Night God, forming a swirling vortex. At this moment, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed in Feng Yuchen's mind. Son, don't help outsiders. You are the heir of the Night Clan, and you should help the Night God awaken. This voice made Feng Yuchen shiver all over. He suddenly looked up and stared at the shadow of the Night God in the blood pool. Its features resembled his father's. Dad, Feng Yuchen's voice trembled. He had always thought his father was an ordinary person, but now. Before he could finish his question, the shadow of the Night God in the blood pool suddenly grew stronger. The black force broke through the purple light and rushed toward Delia's pregnant belly. Her mother suddenly lunged forward, blocking her in front of Delia. The soul-binding spell on her arm instantly lit up, clashing with the black force. A loud bang caused part of the church roof to collapse, and debris fell down. Her mother groaned and fell to the ground, the glow of the soul-binding spell gradually fading. Delia rushed over and hugged her, tears falling on her mother's face.
Mom.
Are you okay? Her mother weakly smiled and reached out to touch her belly. The child. It's okay. Remember, the key in the wooden box. must be opened at the full moon. Her hand suddenly drooped, and the glow of the soul-binding spell disappeared completely. Mom. Delia's cry was heart-wrenching. The fetus inside her felt her sadness and kicked violently. Golden light burst from her belly, forcing the night god's shadow back into the blood pool. Seeing this, the high priest went mad with anger. He picked up the soul-devouring bell from the ground and shook it with all his might. How long do you think you can hold on? The night god will wake up. The sound of the soul-devouring bell shook the church, causing it to sway. Delia held her mother's body, tears blurring her vision. Feng Yuchen protected her and her mother in his arms, then looked up at the high priest with murderous intent. You caused her death. I will make you pay. He took out another gun and fired several shots at the high priest. The high priest hid by the blood pool, and his black robe was torn by the bullets, revealing skin covered with curse marks. He sneered and suddenly jumped into the blood pool. Even if I die, I will take your children with me. The blood pool instantly boiled, and the shadow of the night god appeared again. This time, its hand reached out from the blood pool, aiming straight at Delia's pregnant belly. Delia wiped her tears, stood up holding her mother's body, and suddenly the war god seal in her hand emitted an unprecedented silver glow. That was her mother's hidden bloodline responding to the war god seal. She looked at the shadow in the blood pool with firm eyes. If you want to hurt my child, you must first step over my and my mother's bodies. The fetus inside her belly seemed to understand her words. Its movements became regular, and the golden light intertwined with the silver glow of the war god seal, forming a golden barrier blocking the blood pool. The shadow of the night god crashed against the barrier, letting out a painful roar. Feng Yuchen stepped beside her and held her hand. We will block him together. At that moment, sirens suddenly sounded outside the church, and Elder Du from the Du family shouted, Leah, we're coming to help you. The high priest yelled angrily in the blood pool. It's useless. The night god is about to wake up. All of you will die. Delia ignored him. She looked down at her mother in her arms, then touched her pregnant belly gently but firmly. Mom, don't worry. I will protect the baby, destroy the night god's soul, and won't let the Du family be hurt again. The fetus inside her gently kicked her, as if responding to her promise. Meanwhile, the shadow of the night god in the blood pool kept crashing against the golden barrier, and the sound of the soul-devouring bell was still harsh. But Delia knew she was no longer fighting alone. Feng Yuchen, her child, the Du family members, and her mother's protection were with her. What she didn't know was that the wooden box her mother mentioned before dying contained not only a key, but also a note. It read, Feng Yuchen's father is the current leader of the Night Clan. This undiscovered note would become the start of the next storm. The sirens outside the church grew louder, and the flashing red and blue lights shone through the broken roof, illuminating the dark red liquid in the blood pool, creating a strange, eerie scene. Leah held her mother's cold body, gently rubbing her finger over the faded, soul-seeking curse on her mother's arm. The mark looked like withered vines, losing its previous black shine. The baby inside her seemed to sense her sadness, gently nudging her palm. The force was light, like a warm current, barely steadying her trembling emotions. Leah, first move your mother's body to a safe place, Du Songbai said quickly, leaning on his cane, followed by a few elders carrying bronze ritual tools. The shadow of the night god hasn't completely disappeared, and the evil energy in the blood pool will corrode the body. Feng Yuchen immediately stepped forward, carefully taking her mother's body from Leah's arms. His movements were gentle, as if afraid of breaking something precious. His wrist, wounded earlier by the night tribe, was still bleeding, but it didn't affect his strength. Leah watched his tall figure, tears falling again. She reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Don't let Mom leave my sight. It won't happen. Feng Yuchen turned back, his eyes full of concern. He reached out to wipe her tears. I'm right here, don't worry. Suddenly, a loud gurgle came from the blood pool. The dark red liquid surged violently, and the shadow of the night god expanded again. Black mist emanated from the shadow, breaking through a corner of the golden barrier in an instant. The high priest laughed wildly in the blood pool, his black robe soaked through with blood, revealing skin covered in black curse marks. Useless. I've already sacrificed half of my soul to the night god. Today, none of you will leave. How dare you? The second elder shouted angrily, pulling out a bronze mirror engraved with totems from his. He aimed it at the shadow of the night god. The Du family's evil-suppressing mirror is specially made to fight evil spirits. Do you think this evil energy can turn the tide? The bronze mirror suddenly shone with a blinding white light. The light pierced through the black mist, causing the shadow of the night god to let out a piercing scream. Its size shrank noticeably. Du Lia clenched her war god token tightly, blood seeping from her fingertips again. During her fight with the shadow just now, her finger was cut by the edge of the token. The wound hadn't healed, but she ignored the pain. She touched her pregnant belly softly and whispered, "Baby, help mom one more time, okay?" The fetus seemed to understand, suddenly moving rhythmically. Golden light slowly spilled from her belly, intertwining with the silver glow of the war god token and the white light of the evil-suppressing mirror, forming a three-colored barrier that tightly trapped the shadow of the night god in the blood pool. Feng Yuchen stood beside her, clearly seeing the golden patterns on her pregnant belly, patterns that faintly echoed the blood curse mark on his neck, as if they were resonating with each other. Your bloodline is responding to the child's. Du Songbai noticed this and looked serious. The Night Tribe's bloodline and the War God's bloodline are from the same source. If guided properly, they might completely suppress the Night God. Feng Yuchen, try to use your blood curse mark to guide the golden light. Don't resist it. Feng Yuchen hesitated for a moment. His father's voice still echoed in his mind, urging him to help the Night God awaken. But seeing Du Lia's pale face and the golden glow on her belly, he had no hesitation. He raised his hand, bit his finger, and dripped his blood onto the three-colored barrier. The purple glow of the blood curse mark instantly spread, intertwining with the golden and white lights, causing the barrier's power to suddenly strengthen. The shadow of the night god was compressed into a dark mist, unable to move. The high priest saw this, and his eyes turned red. Suddenly, he pulled out a black dagger from his chest and stabbed it fiercely into his heart. "Great Lord Night God, I sacrifice my soul for you. Please wake up and destroy the Du family." "Not good," Du Songbai shouted, trying to stop him, but it was too late. The high priest's body instantly turned into a cloud of black mist, merging into the night god's shadow. The shadow's power surged again, tearing a corner of the three-colored barrier, and the black mist rushed straight toward Du Lia's belly. "Liu, be careful." Feng Yuchen didn't think twice and immediately stepped in front of Du Lia. The blood curse mark on his neck burst out with a strong purple light, forcefully pushing back the black mist. But this time, the purple light carried a burning pain. Feng Yuchen groaned softly, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His forceful use of the blood curse mark had injured his internal organs. Du Lia quickly supported him, tears falling onto his clothes. "Don't be so reckless. We still have the elders to help. If something happens to you or the baby, what will we do?" Feng Yuchen held her hand, his palm hot, but his voice was gentle.
I'm fine.
"As long as you and the baby are safe, this injury doesn't matter." At that moment, a series of orderly footsteps sounded outside the church. A team dressed in black uniforms rushed in, security from the Feng group, holding special anti-evil weapons. The leader of the security team ran to Feng Yuchen and saluted. "Mr. Feng, the evil-repelling spray you prepared has arrived. We can use it at any time." Feng Yuchen nodded and pointed at the shadow of the night god in the blood pool. "Aim the spray at the shadow. Don't let it spread further." The security team immediately acted. Several bottles of evil-dispelling spray were sprayed at the shadow of the night god. White mist spread out, and the shadow let out a sharp, piercing scream. Black mist quickly dissipated at a visible speed. After a few minutes, the shadow was completely gone, and the dark red liquid in the blood pool gradually calmed down, leaving only a layer of black residue floating on the surface. The crisis was finally over. The church was silent, with only distant sirens echoing. Du Lia held her mother's body and slowly walked to a bench in the corner of the church. She gently placed her mother on the bench and covered her with her own coat, a black suit jacket Feng Yuchen had taken off earlier because he was worried she would be cold. It still carried his body heat, but could no longer warm her cold mother. Feng Yuchen came over and gently patted her back. He said nothing. He knew that any comfort at this moment was useless. He could only silently stay with her. Du Songbai and the elders checked the blood pool. The second elder squatted by the pool, dipped a finger into the black residue, and sniffed it. His face grew serious. This residue contains the soul-calling powder of the Night Clan. Even if the Night God's shadow disappears, as long as the soul-calling powder remains, the Night God's spirit could still attach to others. What should we do? Du Lia looked up, her eyes red and voice hoarse. We can't let my mother's sacrifice be in vain. Du Songbai stepped forward, took a small box from his sleeve, and handed it to her. This is the Du family's soul-purifying powder. Sprinkle it around the blood pool and your mother's body to completely remove the evil spirit of the soul-calling powder. Also, about the wooden box your mother mentioned, I need to talk to you. Du Lia took the box and opened it. Inside was white powder with a faint sandalwood scent. Following Du Songbai's instructions, she sprinkled the soul-purifying powder around the blood pool and her mother's body. When the white powder touched the black residue, it sizzled and instantly turned to ash. After finishing, she looked at Du Songbai with a puzzled expression. How exactly do I use the key in the wooden box? Mom said to open it during the full moon. Why? Because during the full moon, the power of the war god's bloodline is at its strongest. Du Songbai sighed and sat on the bench beside her. According to the secret records of the Du family, the key is made from the bones of the first war god. It can completely destroy the night god's soul, but two conditions must be met. First, it must be a full moon night. Second, it requires the blood of someone with the Night Clan's bloodline as a trigger. Feng Yuchen's blood curse mark is a symbol of the Night Clan's bloodline, so... He didn't finish his sentence, but Du Lia and Feng Yuchen understood. To use the key, Feng Yuchen's blood must be involved. Feng Yuchen immediately said, as long as it can completely eliminate the night god, using my blood is no problem. Du Lia frowned and held his hand. Your body is just hurt. If I use your blood, could it be dangerous? It won't be. Feng Yuchen smiled and touched her pregnant belly. For you and the baby, what's a little danger? Besides, Elder Du will definitely have a way to protect me, right? Du Songbai nodded. I'll prepare medicinal herbs to help replenish blood in advance, so he won't get into trouble. But there's one more thing. When using the key, your and the child's divine blood must work together fully. You're pregnant now, so it might be very draining. You need to rest and take care of your health beforehand. Du Lia nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. Her mother's sacrifice was not in vain. As long as the full moon arrives, the night god can be completely destroyed, and the Du family can finally end 300 years of grudges. But she didn't notice that Wei Shuiying, standing not far away, kept her eyes shifting between her and Feng Yuchen, secretly clutching a small black fragment, the piece she had torn from the high priest's black robe, still faintly emitting dark mist. The police quickly entered the church to investigate the scene. Du Lia contacted the funeral home to arrange her mother's funeral. Feng Yuchen stayed by her side, helping her handle various chores so she wouldn't tire herself. Wei Shuiying, pretending to help, followed them closely, occasionally sneaking a glance at Du Lia's bag. She knew the wooden box was inside, and her mother had mentioned the secret key before passing away, stirring greed in her heart. When they left the church, it was already 4 a.m., almost dawn. Feng Yuchen drove, and Du Lia sat in the passenger seat, holding her mother's portrait in her arms, staring blankly out the window. The baby inside her was very quiet, only occasionally kicking gently, as if comforting her. Feng Yuchen reached out with one hand and held hers. Don't be too sad. Mom would want you and the baby to be safe. Du Lia nodded, tears falling again. I didn't get to spend enough time with her. I didn't tell her how much I love her. She knows, Feng Yuchen said softly. She sacrificed herself because she knew you loved her and she loved you too. From now on, every year we will take the children to see her and tell her about the kids, okay? Laya responded with a small sound, leaning back in her chair, closing her eyes. Exhaustion and sadness almost overwhelmed her, but thinking of the baby in her belly and the upcoming full moon, she forced herself to stay strong. Back at the villa, Laya placed her mother's portrait on the altar in the living room and lit 3 incense sticks. Wei Shuiying, pretending to help with the packing, followed her into the bedroom, her eyes scanning the room until they settled on the bedside table. There was a simple wooden box, just like the one her mother had mentioned. "Leah, you've had a long day. Rest first. I'll pack things up for you," Wei Shuiying said with a smile, her hand quietly reaching toward the wooden box. Just as Laya turned around and saw her move, suspicion arose. Wei Shuiying had helped them before with a purpose, and now she was so interested in the box. She definitely had bad intentions. Calmly, Laya walked over and took the box in her hands. "No need to trouble yourself. I'll handle it. You must be tired. Go rest in the guest room." Wei Shuiying's hand froze midair, and she forced a nervous smile. "All right, if you need anything, just call me." After she left the bedroom and closed the door, her expression turned dark. She was determined to get the secret key inside the box. With that key, she could control the power of the night god. When that happened, Laya and Feng Yuchen would have to listen to her. In the bedroom, Laya sat on the bed, holding the wooden box. It was made of rosewood, with intricate carvings that matched the symbols on the war god token. She gently touched the surface, tears falling onto the box. "Dad, Mom, don't worry. I will use the key to destroy the night god and protect the baby." At that moment, Feng Yuchen entered, holding a warm glass of milk. "Drink some milk and rest. The doctor said you need to regain your strength." Laya took the milk, placed it on the bedside table, and looked up at him. "Is the curse mark on your neck bothering you?" Feng Yuchen touched the faint red mark on his neck, his face changing slightly. "On the way back, just now, I felt it was burning, and it seems to have darkened." Leah hurried over to look. Sure enough, the blood curse mark was much darker than before, glowing faintly purple. She reached out and touched it, feeling a slight burning sensation. "Could it be that I hurt it when I activated my bloodline earlier? Let's go to the hospital tomorrow." "No need, I'm fine," Feng Yuchen said, holding her hand. "It might just be a normal reaction after responding to the child's bloodline. By the way, Elder Du told me earlier that my blood curse mark might be related to my father. He said the Night Clan's bloodline inheritance is very special, and only the clan leader's bloodline can form such a blood curse mark." Leah's heart trembled. Before her mother died, a note in the wooden box said, "Feng Yuchen's father is the current leader of the Night Clan." Could it be that Feng Yuchen's blood curse mark is a symbol of the clan leader's bloodline? If so, then Feng Yuchen's father might be their biggest enemy. She was about to tell Feng Yuchen about the note when she heard a faint noise coming from the living room. Feng Yuchen frowned. "It sounds like someone is in the living room." They immediately left the bedroom. The living room was empty. Only the incense on the altar was still burning. But when they reached the window, they saw a shadow climbing over the wall and leaving the backyard. Its shape looked very much like Wei Shuiying. She must be here to steal the wooden box. Leah quickly ran back to the bedroom, checking the box. It was still there, but she noticed a new scratch on the lock, clearly made when Wei Shuiying tried to open it earlier. Feng Yuchen came over, his face dark. "I didn't expect she's not giving up. We need to strengthen security so she can't get close to the box again." Leah nodded, placing the wooden box deep inside the wardrobe and locking the door. But she didn't notice that a small corner of a note had fallen out from the gap at the bottom of the box. It's the note her mother put inside. When Wei Shuiying tried to open the box earlier, she accidentally moved the note, revealing a corner. Back in bed, Leah leaned into Feng Yuchen's arms, feeling uneasy. Wei Shuiying's greed, her father's identity, the upcoming full moon, the residual evil energy of the night god. So many dangers awaited them. Feng Yuchen gently patted her back, as if trying to comfort her, but he was also filled with doubt. Is Dad really the leader of the Night Clan? If so, why has he hidden this for so many years? As night deepened, the villa was very quiet. Only the occasional fetal movement reminded them that there was a small life facing danger with them. Leah touched her pregnant belly and silently vowed in her heart, no matter what difficulties they face, she would protect Feng Yuchen and the baby, fulfill her mother's last wish, and completely eliminate the night god. But she didn't know that after Wei Shuiying climbed over the wall and left, she didn't go far. Instead, she hid in the woods across from the villa and took out her phone to call a secure number. "Hello, I got a piece of the night god's shadow." Yes, it was torn from the high priest. "Rest assured, I will get the secret key in the wooden box to help you control the night god." An old voice on the other end of the line responded greedily. "Good job. Once you get the key, I will make you the saintess of the Night Clan, giving you endless power." Wei Shuiying hung up and a strange smile appeared on her face, her eyes full of desire for power. She didn't know that the fragment of the night god's shadow in her hand had already been attached to an invisible force that was a remnant of the night god's soul, slowly eroding her consciousness through the fragment. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Leah was preparing for the full moon night, unaware that a new crisis was quietly brewing. The elder of the Du family sneered. "Feng Yuchen's body carries the blood of the Du family's deadly enemy, the Night Clan." Suddenly, her pregnant belly swelled and fetal movements thundered. "My son said he chooses his father." Feng Yuchen crushed his wine glass. "What does the blood of the Night Clan matter? My fate is hers." The elder's pupils shrank sharply. "The fetus is merging two bloodlines?" The ancestor of the Wei family sneered fiercely. "The sacred artifact of the Night Clan has arrived. Tonight, I will take your mother and son's lives." A deathly silence, like a frozen cellar, pressed heavily in Feng Yuchen's study, known for its cold, sharp lines. The air was thick, and even the neon city outside the window was cut off by an invisible barrier. Leah stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, her back straight like a sword tempered with ice. The moonlight outlined her profile, but couldn't reach her deep, pond-like eyes. The brief warmth from Feng Yuchen's words, "I married you because I love you," had long been frozen by the shocking declaration of the Du elder. "Night Clan bloodline." Leah's voice was very soft, like she was chewing on a hot iron rod. Every word carried burning pain. The Du family's lifelong enemies, feeding on blood, finding joy in killing. The Night Clan? Feng Yuchen stood 3 steps behind her, the closest he could stand without losing control. If he moved closer, he feared his breath would disturb her, and he was afraid that the thin layer of frost in her eyes would freeze completely if he got too near. He looked at her trembling fingertips, still faintly marked with the bloodstains from when she had helped him survive. His chest felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing it tightly, making him feel a dull ache. "Yes," he admitted, his voice rough like sandpaper. "My mother is from the Night Clan." Every word was heavy, like a stone, cracking the fragile trust between them with a sharp sound. He could imagine the scene in Leah's mind, the list of enemies stained with blood in the Du family genealogy, ancestors slaughtered by the Night Clan, deep-seated hatred carved into their bones. Now, it was flowing in her husband's veins.
À fin, cold sneer escaped de Leah's lips.
She slowly turned around, her face calm, without hysterical questions or tears. Beneath that calm, a fierce hatred burned, enough to destroy everything. "Feng Yuchen, you're really good at pretending," she said, her eyes like icy daggers piercing him. "Using my bloodline, using the Du family's power, and then covering it all with a word like love? You have the blood of my people in you. Does that love also carry the smell of the Night Clan?" "Leah," Feng Yuchen suddenly stepped forward, instinctively reaching to hold her hand. But just before touching her cold fingers, she sharply pushed him away. Her strength was small, but it felt like a heavy hammer hitting his heart. He looked into her cold, empty eyes, and a fear he had never felt before suddenly took hold of him. He could face global business battles, fight against Wei's schemes, even accept the judgment of the Du elders, but he couldn't bear her silent disappointment. "It's not using," he hurriedly argued, his voice rising with emotion. I admit when I first approached you, my grandfather had his reasons. But Leah, from the moment you stood in front of me with your pregnant belly, from when you gave me blood, from how you protected me in your own way, none of that was fake. My heart, he forcefully struck his chest, making a dull sound. It only beats for you. So, what if I have the blood of the Knight clan? My life belongs to her. From now on, I will live only for you, Delia, and for the child in your belly. Anyone who dares to hurt you is threatening my life. His eyes turned red, showing a nearly crazy obsession, a desperate gamble with his soul. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, as if he wanted to crush and squeeze out the cursed Knight clan bloodline inside him, which brought endless trouble. At this tense, intense moment, buzz, a deep, strange tremor suddenly erupted from deep inside Delia's swollen belly. The sound was low, like the growl of an ancient beast, carrying an overwhelming power that filled the entire space instantly. Both Feng Yuchen and the elder of the Du family's eyes were immediately drawn to this strange change. They saw Delia's clothes around her belly suddenly being forcefully pushed open from inside by an invisible giant hand, tightening instantly. The curve of her pregnant belly expanded rapidly, in a speed almost terrifying to see with the eye, as if something inside was not a baby, but a fierce beast about to break free. A louder, more violent fetal movement burst out. It was no longer the previous gentle thumping but sounded like thunder exploding inside her abdomen. The heavy crystal chandelier in the study shook violently, jingling loudly. Pens, papers, and even a heavy bronze paperweight on the desk trembled and shifted slightly under the invisible wave of sound. Delia let out a muffled groan, her body trembling slightly from the sudden, violent force. She instinctively raised her hand to support her waist. Her pale face showed a flicker of pain, but more than that, it was a look of incredible shock. She looked down at her enormous belly, which seemed to hold twins or even triplets, and felt the raging, storm-like power inside. For the first time, her eyes showed confusion. This is. The long-time calm and seemingly all-knowing eyes of the Feng family elder suddenly widened to the extreme. Deep within his pupils, there was an unprecedented violent shock, like a peaceful lake being struck by a destructive meteor. His thin, withered fingers trembled uncontrollably as he pointed at Delia's heavily rising pregnant belly. His voice, sharp with shock, carried a hint of fear, even he didn't realize he had. Fusion?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
The Knight clan and the Du family's bloodlines are sworn enemies, water and fire that cannot mix, constantly eroding each other. This baby is forcibly merging two different bloodlines? This defies the natural order. This is blasphemy. His voice echoed through the empty study, each word filled with disbelief and horror. As the oldest elder of the Du family, he had lived longer than the two present combined, seen countless secrets and strange stories, but he had never heard of, nor seen, two completely opposing bloodlines, cursed enemies, merging so violently and strangely inside an unborn child. This was a complete violation of the Du family's traditions and the laws of bloodlines. Delia slowly raised her head. The coldness born from bloodline hatred on her face was replaced by a rawer, stronger maternal light. She gently touched her violently rising belly, as if holding a storm within. A sharp, commanding smile appeared on her lips. Her voice, quiet but firm and undeniable, cut through the elder's shock and struck Feng Yuchen's heart. He chose his father. These 4 simple words hit like 4 heavy hammers, smashing into Feng Yuchen's already shocked heart. A hot wave surged to his eyes, almost spilling out. He looked at her, at the resolute light in her eyes for her child, at her stance of defending her unborn baby against the entire world, including the cursed bloodline within him. At that moment, his tainted heart, stained by the Knight clan's blood, was ignited and purified by a stronger, purer force. So what if it's the Knight clan's bloodline? Feng Yuchen roared fiercely, like a furious lion. He could no longer hold back his inner rage. He stepped beside Delia, spread his arms protectively around her, even though her belly was so large he could barely hold her. His crimson eyes fixed on the face-changing elder, his voice thunderous and wild. "My life belongs to her. From now on, the blood in this body flows to her and to our child. Who dare say that the Knight clan's bloodline is a curse? It now is a sharp weapon protecting my wife and child. Whether it's the Du family or the Knight clan, anyone who tries to use bloodlines to stop me from being by her side will taste the bitterness of this curse." He suddenly raised his hand and forcefully crushed a valuable crystal glass. The sharp shards pierced his palm, and blood instantly flowed out, dripping onto the expensive carpet in bright red. He was unaware of the pain, only holding Delia's cold hand tightly with his blood-stained hand, as if trying to transfer his body heat, will, and everything to her. Delia looked at this crazy scene before her. She saw the blood pouring from Feng Yuchen's palm, the swelling and vigorous movements of her pregnant belly, and felt the strange yet intertwined bloodline energy between them. Her face's shock gradually faded, replaced by a deep, unfathomable seriousness and a hint of dread, something even he hadn't noticed. His thin fingers curled slightly, and his eyes sparkled with sharp light, as if quickly weighing something. In this suffocating stalemate, the heavy, special alloy security door of the study suddenly emitted a piercing, metal-tearing sound. Immediately after, a cold, sticky, dark energy filled with a strong smell of blood and decay seeped out wildly from the doors and the gaps in the walls. As soon as this aura appeared, Feng Yuchen's Knight clan bloodline inside him boiled violently like being poured into boiling oil, roaring fiercely. His face changed color, and his body trembled uncontrollably. An instinctive fear from deep within his bloodline, for some terrifying presence, instantly seized him. Delia also furrowed her brows sharply. Her unborn baby kicked violently, with unprecedented anger and warning. Beneath her belly's skin, a faint, strange glow intertwined with Du family's blue gold and the Knight clan's dark purple shimmered faintly. Jia 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 jia, a chilling, sharp laugh, like an owl's cry in the night, suddenly echoed through the study, as if coming from the depths of, piercing into the marrow. The laugh was full of hatred, madness, and a twisted excitement. With laughter, a hunched figure wrapped in tattered black robes, looking like a withered tree, slowly emerged from the dark energy that kept seeping in. It was the old ancestor of the Wei family. His face, full of wrinkles and age spots, looked especially fierce under the dark energy. His cloudy eyes sparkled with greed and cruelty. His gaze was like a poisoned hook, fixed tightly on Delia's belly, which was rising and falling with strange light. It was as if he was looking at a priceless treasure or a piece of delicious meat about to be eaten. Little brat of the Du family, of the Knight clan. The old ancestor's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing, filled with strong malice. "You think that merging your bloodline can save you? How naive and funny." His thin, claw-like hand slowly reached out from his black robe. In his hand was a small, black metal object covered with twisted, strange symbols. As soon as it appeared, the temperature in the study seemed to drop by more than 10 degrees. A purer, more violent, and more soul-chilling dark energy radiated from the black object. The bloodline of the Knight clan inside Feng Yuchen suddenly went wild. He groaned softly, his face turning pale as paper. His body swayed, almost unable to stand. The aura from the black object was like a deadly curse to him, bringing absolute suppression at the bloodline level. The sacred artifact of the Knight clan, soul-devouring cup. The old ancestor of the Wei family let out a proud and crazy laugh, piercing the air. "It loves to devour those who have mixed bloodlines like you. Especially the fetus carrying the power of the Du family's war god. That feeling must be wonderful." His claw-like fingers suddenly pointed at Delia with a cruel and resolute look in his eyes. "Tonight is your and your child's death. Soul-devouring cup, open." The soul-devouring cup's black mist swallowed the study like a giant mouth. Feng Yuchen's Knight clan bloodline went berserk, and he spat out black blood. Lia's pregnant belly suddenly shone with dazzling gold light. "My son said he chooses his father." The sound of fetal movement shattered the glass. The golden and red light flowed backward, swirling with black mist. Fusion? He was born to be a king. The old ancestor of the Wei family screamed. No. This power. The bloodline of the Night Clan King? Feng Yuchen clenched Du Lia's hand. "Wife, this time I will protect you. And our king." Hook! The fragments of the soul-devouring cup seep into the floor, revealing an ancient Night Clan totem, the countdown to the king's awakening. Soul-devouring cup. Open. The old ancestor of the Wei family let out a piercing scream like a cold wind filled with madness and destruction. His withered fingers suddenly trembled, and the dark object in his palm vibrated violently with a deep hum. In an instant, the small, soul-devouring cup seemed to come alive. Its twisted, strange runes on the surface, as if infused with endless evil thoughts, suddenly lit up with a blinding, nauseating green glow. An indescribable, soul-freezing, life-consuming force erupted around the cup. Feng Yuchen was the first to be affected. The calm Night Clan bloodline within him surged like boiling oil, as if thrown into a hot pan, instantly boiling and going wild. Thick, ink-like dark energy burst uncontrollably from his pores, enveloping his entire body. His face turned from white to blue, then black, his features twisting in extreme pain. He let out a beast-like roar, spewing out a thick, shiny black blood that splattered onto the cold floor with a sizzling sound. Yuchen, Du Lia's heart felt as if grasped by an invisible hand, squeezing her painfully, almost suffocating her. She instinctively wanted to rush over, but was held firmly in place by the terrifying, growing suction from the soul-devouring cup. Moving even a step was incredibly difficult. The force seemed like an invisible giant hand, not only pulling her body but also crazily draining her family's divine warrior power and her unborn child's essence.
Ha ha ha.
Struggle. Suffer, the old ancestor of the Wei family, looked frantic, his thin body illuminated by the eerie green glow of the soul-devouring cup, like a demon crawling out of the divine warrior power of the Du family, the kingly bloodline of the Night Clan, and even that unborn child's origin. All will become nourishment for the soul-devouring cup. The Wei family will step over your corpses and rule the world. The eerie green-black mist emitted by the soul-devouring cup twisted and expanded like a living serpent, rapidly filling the entire study room in the blink of an eye. Wherever the black fog touched, luxurious leather sofas, heavy wooden desks, and tough glass windows, all quickly decayed and crumbled silently, turning to ash. The entire space was filled with a hopeless aura of death. The light was swallowed up, and the sounds were distorted, leaving only the greedy hum of the soul-devouring jar and the painful scream of Feng Yuchen. Du Lia was almost forced to kneel by this destructive power. An invisible force crazily squeezed her pregnant belly, causing tearing pain. She could clearly feel that her life and her unborn child's vitality were being greedily drained by that cursed black jar. Despair flooded her heart like a cold tide. A furious rage, born from a mother's instinct and the deep bloodline of the Du family's war god, suddenly exploded in her chest. It was not just anger, but an absolute will to destroy everything that blocked her and to protect her bloodline. "My son says." Du Lia suddenly lifted her head. Her eyes were replaced by a pure, golden glow, like two small suns burning fiercely. She used all her strength to roar at the raging black mist and the soul-devouring jar, a sound that shook the heavens and split the earth. "He chooses Dad."
Boom.
At the moment her words fell, her swollen, pregnant belly, like a star ignited, suddenly burst out with an indescribably dazzling golden light. The light was so pure and intense that it instantly tore through the thick, dark green mist in the study, illuminating the entire space as bright as daylight. At the core of the golden glow, beneath her belly's skin, countless golden runes seemed to swirl and flicker wildly, emanating an ancient and vast pressure.
What?
The old ancestor of the Wei family's laughter suddenly stopped. His cloudy old eyes widened in disbelief and shock. Even more terrifying things happened. The golden light from her pregnant belly was not fighting alone. Just as the golden light tore through the black mist, a dark red glow, equally dense but filled with endless violence and destruction, burst out from Feng Yuchen. The dark energy on him was no longer wild and uncontrolled, but was forcibly guided and gathered by a stronger will. This dark red glow, like a blood-red flood from the underworld, carried the most primitive and domineering power from the depths of the Night Clan's bloodline. The pure golden light, representing the Du family's war god's protective will, and the dark red blood glow, symbolizing the Night Clan's king's destructive dominance, collided fiercely in front of Du Lia's pregnant belly. There was no collision, no rejection. Under the influence of a mysterious power beyond all understanding, originating from the essence of the fetus, two opposing forces, normally deadly enemies, began to merge. A golden light like tough armor wrapped around dark red blood-red glow. The red glow was like the sharpest spear, protected by the golden light, forming an unstoppable, sharp edge. These two forces intertwined, spun, and resonated, finally transforming into an indescribable, dual-colored light stream that combined protection and destruction, light and darkness. As soon as this dual-colored light stream formed, it released a terrifying pressure that made the world tremble. The remaining black mist in the study melted away like snow under the sun, instantly purified and evaporated. The force that was draining life energy was suddenly cut off by this new power. A roar erupted, deep, ancient, filled with authority and anger, from the merging golden-red light stream. This was not the voice of Doria or Feng Yuchen, but a grander, older, more soul-shaking sound. A fetal movement. Yes, a fetal movement. But this time, it was no longer a gentle tremor. It was like thunderclaps exploding inside the belly. The pregnant belly visibly heaved and swelled rapidly, each movement accompanied by a deafening roar. The sound wave was like a tangible shockwave, spreading out forcefully. The large floor-to-ceiling window in the study, along with its sturdy alloy frame, shattered instantly like fragile glass under the terrifying fetal movement. Spiderweb cracks appeared all over. Then the glass exploded loudly. Fragments shot out like a rainstorm. The expensive mahogany walls groaned under the strain, cracking all over. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling shook violently, and the crystal drops fell like hail.
No.
This can't be. This power is merging?
And.
The old ancestor of the Wei family's face was filled with shock, quickly replaced by extreme fear. He stared fixedly at the merging golden-red light stream, his voice sharp and distorted with fear, like an owl crying out in the night. Night Clan King's bloodline?
No. It's
the bloodline of the ancient ancestor of the Night Clan. The King bloodline?
What?
What is in your belly? His words were drowned out by a more tragic, more desperate scream. The golden-red light flow, which combined the power of the Du family's war god and the Night Clan King's bloodline, roared with a destructive force. It was like an ancient dragon awakening, carrying a will to destroy everything, and fiercely surged toward the soul-devouring cup, which floated in the palm of the Wei family ancestor's hand, emitting a faint green glow. Soul-devouring cup. Come back to me. The Wei ancestor's spirit was terrified. He desperately used all his strength to try to recall the cup. But the light flow, infused with two powerful bloodlines, was too fast, too strong, and too terrifying. The green glow of the cup dimmed instantly under the crushing force of the golden-red light. The golden-red light flow sliced into the soul-devouring cup like a hot iron cutting through butter, hitting it without resistance. There was no huge explosion, only a sharp, painful scream that sounded like a soul being torn apart. The soul-devouring cup, a sacred artifact of the Night Clan that the Wei ancestor treasured and relied on, shattered instantly upon contact with the golden-red light. It was like a fragile glass vase covered with cracks that spread and widened at a visible speed. No, The Wei ancestor let out a heart-wrenching cry. He felt as if his soul was connected to the cup, and now it was being torn apart by that terrifying power.
Bang! A muffled explosion sounded.
The soul-devouring cup, a terrifying sacred object capable of making Feng Yuchen's bloodline go berserk and pushing Du Lia into despair, completely shattered under the direct impact of the golden red light flow. Countless black fragments of various sizes, with sharp edges, exploded outward like bombs. They mixed with the green energy that had been forcibly purified and twisted, resembling deadly shrapnel shooting in all directions. The first to be hit was the Wei ancestor controlling it.
Ugh.
Ugh ugh ugh. The sharp fragments pierced through his dark energy shield, which was meant to protect him, like venomous snakes burrowing into his thin body. He was struck like a heavy hammer, flying backward, crashing hard into a wall already covered with cracks, then falling heavily to the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth as his body twitched like a torn cloth bag. His cloudy eyes quickly dimmed, and life force visibly drained away. He stared fixedly at Du Lia's pregnant belly, which still emitted a faint golden red glow, filled with endless hatred, fear, and a hint of unbelievable awe.
King
Of the Night Clan is actually. In the Du family, he made strange choking sounds, each word mixed with blood foam. Then he tilted his head and lost all sound. The study was a mess. Broken glass, shattered walls, scattered furniture debris, and the quickly cooling body of the Wei family elder. All told of the fierce battle just fought. However, all the chaos and destruction seemed separated by an invisible barrier between Du Lia and Feng Yuchen. The dark energy on Feng Yuchen had already calmed down. He still looked pale, with traces of black blood at the corner of his mouth. He endured the sharp pain from his veins boiling inside, taking steady steps toward Du Lia. The golden glow around Du Lia had also faded. Her pregnant belly was back to normal size, but beneath her skin, a faint, almost imperceptible glow of red and gold flickered like sleeping stars. She watched the man approaching her, seeing the pain, worry, and a rare, almost sacred protective light in his eyes. Her tense heart finally relaxed slightly. Feng Yuchen reached her, without saying fancy words. He simply extended his trembling hand, just moments ago filled with dark energy, and, with all his strength, firmly grasped Du Lia's hand. His palm was hot, radiating undeniable strength. "Wife," his voice was low and hoarse, yet firm like a mountain, each word heavy in her heart, this time. "I will protect you." His gaze slowly shifted from Du Lia's tired but bright face to her miraculous pregnant belly. His eyes grew deeper, gentler, with a hint of seriousness about the unknown. "And our king." At that moment, as Feng Yuchen finished speaking and their eyes met, their hearts connected, a very faint, almost unnoticed sound came from their feet. A shard of the soul-devouring cup, shattered by the golden red glow, landed right in the center of the study on a black obsidian floor. The sharp edge of the shard, like a red-hot needle piercing butter, silently and deeply embedded into the hard obsidian. Something strange happened. The spot where the shard pierced the floor was not damaged. Instead, the obsidian surface rippled like water waves. Tiny, dark-colored lines spread out from the shard, quickly forming circles that outlined a large, ancient symbol. In just a few breaths, a complex, old, and ominous totem appeared on the obsidian floor. It featured a fierce crescent moon at its center, beneath which was a silhouette of a snarling wolf's head. The wolf's eyes glowed with two blood-red points. The entire totem emitted a powerful, ancient aura that made the soul tremble, as if it was awakening from a long sleep. Feng Yuchen and Du Lia's eyes were both drawn to this sudden appearance of the totem. Feng Yuchen's face lost its color instantly. He stared intensely at the familiar totem, which was deeply engraved in his bloodline memory. His pupils shrank to pinpoints, and his voice trembled slightly. Night Clan.
King.
Awakening.
Countdown? Du Lia sank suddenly.
The gentle movement of her unborn child, which had just calmed, seemed to tremble again, faintly and anxiously. On the obsidian floor, the totem of the Night Clan king was blood red. Feng Yuchen's pupils trembled violently. This was a sign of bloodline awakening. Du Lia's pregnant belly shimmered with golden light, and the fetus emitted a deep, ancient language. Return.
Now.
The old ancestor of the Wei family took the opportunity to escape with a blood escape technique, sneering, "The day the king awakens is the day you and your child become sacrifices." The entire building shook violently. Outside, the blood moon was rising. All the world's supernatural beings sensed the presence of the Night Clan. Feng Yuchen hugged Du Lia tightly. "Honey, this time we're wanted by the whole world." Suddenly, the secret chamber of the Du family trembled. The ancient war god armor emitted a humming sound, resonating with the king's totem. Is the countdown to the Night Clan king's awakening starting? Feng Yuchen's voice was deep, like an echo from a tomb deep underground. Every word carried a cold, metallic friction-like weight. He stared fixedly at the ancient totem slowly appearing on the obsidian floor, which radiated an ominous aura. In the depths of his pupils, the dark glow of the Night Clan bloodline flickered wildly, uncontrollably surging like a stone thrown into a deep pond, stirring up enormous waves. The totem, a fierce crescent moon, a wolf's head snarling and crawling, blood-red eyes. Every line seems carved into his soul, a primal and terrifying taboo from his blood memory. It represents the highest power of the Night Clan, symbolizing the sleeping king about to open his eyes from ancient darkness. "No, impossible," Feng Yuchen muttered, trembling slightly from the deep pulse in his veins. The appearance of this totem was no accident. Was it the ancient energy released when the soul-devouring jar was destroyed?
Or...
He suddenly looked down at Delia's still-raised belly, glowing softly with golden light. A sudden, clear insight struck him like lightning, piercing through his chaotic thoughts. It's the child, the one who combines the power of the Delia family's war god and his Night Clan bloodline. That golden red glow not only destroyed the soul-devouring jar, but also unintentionally awakened the sleeping totem of the Night King. This totem is a sign of bloodline awakening, a sign that the king is about to return. "Lia." Feng Yuchen suddenly turned around, grabbing Delia's shoulders tightly. His voice was urgent and tinged with a faint, hard-to-detect fear. "How do you feel?" "The baby he..." Before he finished, a strange change occurred. Delia's belly, bathed in gentle golden light, suddenly burst out with a stronger, deeper glow than ever before. It was no longer just warm gold, but a swirling mix of molten gold and deep crimson, forming a sacred yet destructive halo. This glow instantly lit up the study with strange, flickering light, as if they were on an ancient battlefield of gods and demons.
"Ah!"
Delia groaned softly, her body bending slightly from the sudden surge of energy. Her hands instinctively protected her swollen belly. She could clearly feel that the tiny life inside her was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. The flowing gold and red currents, like rushing lava, fiercely washed over, fused, and reshaped within her. At the center of this energy storm, at the thickest part of the golden red halo, a deep, hoarse voice, as if crossing endless time and space, filled with an ancient, commanding tone, suddenly sounded. "Return." These two words, like a dull thunder, exploded deep within Feng Yuchen and Delia's souls. This voice does not belong to a human. It is filled with primal wildness, cold order, and a detached view of all living beings. This is the Night Clan language, an ancient language only the bloodline of the highest can command. Feng Yuchen was struck by lightning, frozen in place, as if his blood had turned to ice instantly. The Night Clan language. His child, still in the, spoke a language only the king of the Night Clan could use. How is this possible? Delia was also shaken by the voice, her heart trembling, but more so by a maternal shock and a strange feeling of pain. She could feel that when her child spoke those two words, it used a lot of strength, and the golden red glow dimmed for a moment.
"Child."
Delia's voice trembled, but was firm. She looked up at Feng Yuchen, who was equally shocked, tears shining in her eyes and determination in her voice. What is he calling for? At that moment, when mother and child's hearts connected and Feng Yuchen was deeply shaken, ha 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 ha. A harsh, owl-like laugh suddenly erupted from the shadows in the corner of the study. It was the old ancestor of the Wei family, who had been badly wounded by the golden red light, almost withered.
Good.
Good. Good. The old ancestor's voice twisted with joy and hatred. His wrinkled face looked even more fierce from excitement. The king's totem appears. The king's language is spoken.
Ha ha ha.
Feng Yuchen, Delia, you two fools. You have awakened the sleeping demon with your own hands. He struggled, using his last bit of strength, pulling out a pitch-black bone whistle carved with cursed runes from his chest. He forcefully put it in his mouth and let out a piercing scream only he could hear. As he roared hoarsely, his withered body suddenly turned into a thick, dark blood that couldn't be dissolved. As if torn by an invisible force, it shot through the heavy walls and disappeared into the night. Only the remaining curse echoed in the study, haunting and relentless. The day the king awakens will be the day you mother and son become sacrifices. The Wei family. Watch as you are consumed by your own bloodline. Ha ha ha. The Wei ancestors' blood escape, like the last stone thrown into a calm lake, finally unleashed the terrifying energy accumulated from the king's totem and the night clan language.
Boom.
The entire phone group headquarters building was shaken as if grasped and violently shaken by an invisible giant hand. Intense, terrifying tremors spread wildly from the top floor study downward. The sturdy tempered glass curtain wall groaned under heavy pressure, cracking and collapsing in large pieces. Spiderweb-like cracks quickly spread across the wall. The chandelier on the ceiling swung wildly, bulbs bursting one after another with sparks flying. Tables, chairs, and documents were swept up by the fierce wind, flying everywhere. Be careful. Feng Yuchen's pupils shrank suddenly. In that moment of tremor, he used all his strength to protect Du Lia tightly in his arms, turning his back to the falling shards of glass and debris, using his body to create the strongest barrier. His Night Clan bloodline surged again instinctively to protect his wife. A faint, nearly invisible shadow barrier instantly covered both of them, blocking most of the impact. Du Lia snuggled close to him, her hands still guarding her belly. She felt the uneasy movements of the baby inside caused by the shaking and listened to the steady, strong heartbeat in Feng Yuchen's chest. Amid the violent tremors, her gaze passed through Feng Yuchen's shoulder to look outside the window. Outside, the bustling night view of the imperial capital remained, but the sky had changed in a strange way. A huge, ominous crimson moon was slowly rising from the horizon. The blood-red moon looked like a giant, blood-stained eye, coldly watching over the chaotic city below. Its red light shone through the trembling glass shards, illuminating the study. The fierce Night Clan King's totem on the floor looked almost alive, with blood-red eyes, seeming to bleed. Meanwhile, around the world, in New York, USA, beneath the Statue of Liberty, an elderly man with white hair suddenly opened his eyes wide in shock. A hint of fear flashed in his pupils. Night Clan. King Zora, deep in the Alps of Europe, inside an ancient castle, the sleeping vampire prince suddenly sat up from his coffin, his handsome, pale face showing unprecedented seriousness. He's awakened. That forbidden existence, at the top of Kunlun Mountain in China, in a misty Taoist temple, an old Taoist with white hair and a youthful face suddenly broke his whisk. He looked toward the imperial capital with a furrowed brow. The blood moon is in the sky. Strange phenomena are happening. What has happened to the Feng family in the capital? In the remote Sahara Desert in Africa, all the members of a primitive tribe kneeled together, trembling with awe and fear toward the crimson moon, howling, "Great Lord of Darkness, are you finally returning?" Across the world, all those with special senses or connected to ancient powers, mystics, hidden families, and old organizations, suddenly felt it clearly. A terrifying aura, coming from the imperial capital's Feng family building, accompanied by the blood moon, signaled the arrival of the Night Clan king. This aura was like a nuclear bomb hitting a calm sea, causing huge waves in the secret world worldwide.
L'IA, Feng YYU Shenuk de du l'IA.
As he felt the building shake violently, looked at the strange blood moon outside the window, and heard faint disturbances caused by the aura's waves around the world, his voice was deep and hoarse, filled with unprecedented heaviness and resolve.
This time,
"We are probably wanted by the whole world." Dulia leaned into his arms, feeling his chest shake and the restless movement of the baby inside her. She looked up into Feng Yuchen's worried and protective eyes, gently holding his tight hand. Her voice was soft but very firm. "Then let them come. With you and the baby here, what am I afraid of?" Just as the two shared this understanding and prepared to face the global storm together, a very faint, yet incredibly clear metallic buzzing sound suddenly reached Dulia's mind as if crossing time and space. This sound came from the Du family. Dulia was suddenly shaken, a look of disbelief in her eyes. She clearly sensed that deep inside the forbidden area of the Du family, in an ancient secret chamber that had been sealed for countless years, something had awakened. In the center of the secret chamber, the legendary armor of the Du family's first war god, who single-handedly subdued evil spirits from all directions, stood quietly on a stone platform. Thick dust fell in the invisible tremor, revealing the armor's dark yet still fierce metallic shine. At the chest of the armor, a symbol of the Night Clan king, similar to the one on the Feng family study floor but with bolder, more primal lines, slowly appeared and lit up. Crimson light mingled with the dark silver of the armor, emitting a deep, majestic hum. This hum seemed to respond to the kingly symbol's call under the blood moon of the imperial capital, as if, after sleeping for thousands of years, it finally sensed the bloodline's resonance. The Du family war god armor resonated with the Night Clan king symbol.
du l'IA at 115 lits.
A bigger and more terrifying mystery than being wanted worldwide is quietly beginning to reveal itself through this cross-space resonance, revealing only a small part of the iceberg. The safety house's incandescent light cast a cold glow. Dulia was gently cleaning Feng Yuchen's chest with a cotton swab dipped in warm water. He had just woken up 2 days after being shot, his face still pale, but when his eyes fell on her, they always held a tender warmth. Since tearing up the contract, those once icy eyes now shone with love for his wife. "Drink slowly, the porridge is still hot." Dulia scooped a spoonful of millet porridge, blew on it to cool, then offered it to Feng Yuchen. After feeding him 2 bites, she suddenly hissed and touched her pregnant belly. This little one kicked again. "Did it find the porridge too bland just now?" Feng Yuchen chuckled softly and placed his hand over hers. He felt the clear fetal movement beneath his palm, stronger than before, like a small fist gently hitting him, warming his heart and making him tremble. "It's up to you. Even your temper is so fierce." As soon as he finished speaking, a dull thud came from outside the door, as if someone had kicked the door. Dulia immediately tensed up, shielding Feng Yuchen behind her. "Stay lying down, don't move." "I'll go see." As she stood up, her pregnant belly was kicked again, this time with a clear sense of alertness, causing a faint golden glow to appear at her fingertips, Du family's bloodline resonance. "Who is it?" Dulia approached the door and looked through the peephole. Outside stood 3 men in black robes, embroidered with dark bat symbols on their collars, the mark of the Night Clan, from the earlier foreshadowing. Before she could respond, the security door was suddenly slammed open with a loud bang. The leader in black robes stared into the room, his gaze like a poisoned blade, directly targeting Feng Yuchen. "Feng Yuchen, come back with us to the Night Clan. Don't force us to harm the offspring of the Du family." "Night Clan?" Feng Yuchen supported the bed frame, trying to get up, but Dulia held his shoulder down. She straightened her pregnant belly and took 2 steps forward, a faint golden glow seeping from the edge of her belly. "What I carry is the descendant of the Du family's war god." "Do you even have the right to call it a?" The leader in black robes sneered, flicking out a ball of black aura that shot straight at Dulia's pregnant belly. "Du family woman, is that all you've got?" Relying on your belly to bluff, seeing the black aura about to wrap around her belly, Dulia suddenly felt a fierce fetal movement, not frantic kicks, but a rhythmic vibration. Thump, thump, thump. 3 sounds like a small drum beating, causing the air to tremble. The black mist touched the faint glow in front of the pregnant belly and instantly dispersed into wisps of blue smoke. Even the nearby wooden table snapped in half with a loud. The leader in black robes widened his eyes in surprise. Is this the movement of the bloodline of the war god? Not just that. Dulia raised her hand, and a red glow appeared on her palm, showing the Du family crest. You just said you wanted to hurt my child. She took a step forward, and her pregnant belly shook again with a loud thud. The black-robed person was forced to step back half a step. How dare you? Another black-robed person rushed forward with a short blade, but was interrupted by a cold voice. Who dares to touch her? Feng Yuchen had gotten out of bed without anyone noticing, holding a fruit knife. Since the safe house didn't have proper weapons, this was the sharpest thing he could find. He quickly moved to Dulia's side, and without hesitation, cut his own palm. His blood dripped onto the ground, glowing faintly black, a sign of the Knight clan bloodline. Seeing the blood, the black-robed person shrank back as if seeing a ghost. Knight clan bloodline. How can they fear the Du family? Dulia seized Feng Yuchen's bleeding hand, and her palm's red glow covered his wound, stopping the bleeding instantly. She looked up at the black-robed person with a cold voice. Now it's time to answer your questions. Your master's bloodline is naturally afraid of the Du family's war god blood. When I transfused blood to Feng Yuchen earlier, it wasn't just to save him, but also to suppress the evil energy of the Knight clan inside him, foreshadowing the main female character's blood can extend life. Plot. Feng Yuchen shivered and turned to look at Dulia. You knew from the start that I was a descendant of the Knight clan? Yes, but I never said. Dulia wiped away the blood on his palm with her fingertip, her eyes softening. I was afraid you, like the old ancestor of the Wei family said, married me just for the bloodline. Silly woman. Feng Yuchen pulled her into his arms. Despite the pain from his chest wound, he protected her pregnant belly tightly. When I married you, I didn't know about the Knight clan bloodline, nor that I was a descendant of the war god. I only knew that without you, I felt cold even when sleeping. The leader in black robes saw the two showing affection and clenched his jaw in anger. Stop acting lovey-dovey. Feng Yuchen, your Knight clan bloodline will awaken sooner or later. There's a sacred relic of the Knight clan hidden in the ruins of the Wei family. As long as you get the relic, you will eventually have to come with us. Then both the Du mother and son will die. Introducing a new plot point. Knight clan relic. Dulia raised her eyebrows, and her pregnant belly trembled again. This time, it caused a tear in the black-robed man's cloak. I want to see what holy object can stop my son. The leader of the black robes knew he couldn't win. He left a warning. Wait and see, then hurriedly fled with his followers. The safe house finally became quiet. Feng Yuchen lowered his head and kissed Dulia's hair. No matter what holy object it is, I won't let them hurt you or the baby. Just as Dulia was about to reply, her phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated, an encrypted message from the elder of the Dulia family. She opened it and her pupils shrank instantly. The holy object hides the secret of the fetus's bloodline. The Knight clan will awaken the Knight clan genes inside the fetus if they get it. Also, be careful of the second elder of the Dulia family. He is the one who leaked your location to the Knight clan. Planting a new clue about the traitor inside the Dulia family, her pregnant belly suddenly kicked again, this time with a clear sense of unease. Dulia touched her belly, looked up at Feng Yuchen, and her voice grew serious. We can't wait for the Knight clan to come. We must go to the ruins of the Wei family first. Feng Yuchen clenched her hand tightly, his eyes full of determination. I'll go with you. Even if it's the Knight clan, if they dare to hurt my wife and child, I will destroy their hideout. Outside the window, a shadow flashed. It's the black-robed man who just escaped. He was reporting into his phone. Second elder, Dulia knows about the holy object. They're heading to the Wei family ruins. A sinister laugh came from the other end of the line, and the call was disconnected. An off-road vehicle jolted along a dirt road outside the city. Feng Yuchen held the steering wheel with one hand, his other hand always protecting Delia's pregnant belly. The sky outside the window darkened, the setting sun turning the ruins of the Wei family into a strange dark red. 3 days ago, it was a grand clan estate. Now, only broken walls and debris remained, dust swirling with a burnt smell in the wind. 5 more kilometers. Rest here. Feng Yuchen slowed the car and gently brushed her hand. She was staring at the encrypted message on her phone, her brow furrowing. The second elder manages sacrifices at the Delia family. He has the bloodline map left by our ancestors. He's probably trying to use the Night Clan to force me to give up control of the fetus's bloodline. As she spoke, the off-road vehicle suddenly jolted loudly, as if hitting something hard. Delia instinctively touched her pregnant belly and suddenly felt a rapid movement inside. Not the previous shock, but a warning kick with enough force to be felt through her stomach. She saw something beneath the car. It's a trap wire. Get out of the car. Just as Feng Yuchen opened the door, 5 people in black robes suddenly appeared from behind a broken wall by the roadside, shooting crossbow arrows directly at the driver's seat. Without thinking, Delia, pregnant, threw herself in front of Feng Yuchen. In the next moment, the fetal movement inside her suddenly surged, and with a muffled thud, a faint golden wave of energy burst out in front of her. The crossbow arrows hit the energy wave and instantly broke into 2 pieces, falling to the ground with a clear sound. "Why are you just standing there? Protect your son," Delia shouted back, grabbing the dagger at Feng Yuchen's waist, which she had prepared before leaving, and threw it with her backhand at the nearest black-robed person. The dagger brushed past the person's wrist and stuck into the broken wall, causing dust and debris to fall. Feng Yuchen quickly regained his senses, shielding Delia behind him. His long legs swept out, tripping 2 black-robed men. He stepped on one's back and asked coldly, "Where is the second elder?" The black-robed man stiffened his neck and didn't speak, but when Feng Yuchen increased his pressure, a jade pendant fell from his pocket, engraved with the pattern of a mysterious bird used in the Du family's rituals, with fresh blood on its edge. "This is the second elder's personal jade pendant," Delia said as she approached, gently bumping her pregnant belly against Feng Yuchen's arm. "He must have set a trap in the ruins, trying to wear us out with the black-robed men." Before she finished speaking, a sudden chime of bells sounded from afar, clear yet strange. Feng Yuchen's face changed instantly. "That's the Night Clan's soul-calling bell. It will stimulate the bloodline of the Night Clan inside me." As soon as he finished speaking, a hot sensation surged inside him, and the scene before his eyes began to distort. The broken wall turned into a burning palace. The black-robed men became Night Clan soldiers wielding swords, and even Delia's face blurred. Feng Yuchen clenched his fists tightly, nails digging into his palms, blood dripping onto the ground, causing black ripples to appear in the surrounding air, a sign of his bloodline losing control. "Feng Yuchen, look at me." Delia rushed over, holding his face with both hands, pressing her pregnant belly against his chest. The fetal movement inside her suddenly softened, like tiny fists gently rubbing his palm. A faint golden glow seeped from her belly, wrapping around his wrist. "Don't forget, my blood can suppress your rage, and so can our child." She raised her hand and bit her fingertip, letting a drop of blood infused with the blood of a war god fall on Feng Yuchen's forehead. The moment the blood seeped into his skin, the deep red in Feng Yuchen's eyes faded significantly. He quickly embraced Delia, his voice hoarse and trembling with fear. "I almost couldn't recognize you just now. Now is not the time for sentimentality." A cold laugh suddenly came from behind the broken wall. Du's second elder, dressed in black ceremonial robes, was holding a bronze cauldron, from which black smoke drifted. "Leah, hand over the bloodline chart of the fetus. I can still spare Feng Yuchen's life. After all, he carries the blood of the Night Clan's young master." Motivation for the second elder's collusion with the Night Clan. To seize the bloodline chart, Leah raised an eyebrow, straightened her pregnant belly, and took 2 steps forward. "I wonder who you are." "So, You're a traitor from the Du family. Do you really think the Knight clan will help you sincerely? They want the bloodline of my child. Once they get it, the first one they'll kill is you. Sharp-tongued, the second elder raised his hand and slammed the bronze cauldron onto the ground. As the cauldron cracked open, countless black vines burst out from the ground, rushing toward Du Lia's pregnant belly. Feng Yuchen was about to step forward, but was stopped by Du Lia. She touched her belly gently and whispered, "Baby, it's time to move." Suddenly, the fetal movement inside her became intense. The rhythm of the heartbeat, thump, 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 was 3 times faster than before. A faint golden light wave spread outward from her belly. When it touched the black vines, the vines seemed to be burned by fire and instantly turned to ash. Even more astonishing, the light wave also struck the bronze cauldron in the second elder's hand. The cauldron cracked with a snap, and the black smoke inside vanished instantly.
This
is impossible. The second elder's face turned pale. He took 2 steps back and bumped into the broken wall. How can the fetal movement of the war god's bloodline be so strong? What exactly did you do to the fetus? I didn't do anything. It's just that he's naturally stronger than you traitors, Du Lia said as she approached him. She gently nudged her belly against his chest. You think this sacred object hidden beneath the Wei family shrine is really from the Knight clan? That's the spirit-controlling jade box, left by our ancestors. It's used to suppress the bloodline of the Knight clan from going wild. You stole the family secret scroll and told the Knight clan the location of the sacred object, didn't you? Clarification on the connection between the sacred object and the Du family. The sacred object is actually the Du family's spirit-controlling jade box. The second elder's pupils shrank suddenly. He pulled out a short dagger from his and tried to stab it into Du Lia's pregnant belly. Feng Yuchen moved quickly and grabbed his wrist. With a slight force, he heard a cracking sound of bones breaking. If you dare to hurt my wife and child, I will make sure you can't even enter the Du family's ancestral tomb. Don't be so proud. The second elder was sweating from the pain but suddenly smiled. The Knight clan's elder is already preparing for the blood moon ceremony. On the 15th of next month, when the blood moon is high, just a drop of the baby's blood can awaken the ancestor of the Knight clan. When that time comes, not only you, but the entire Du family will be buried with us. This sets up a new plot point about the blood moon ceremony, Feng Yuchen was about to act when suddenly, distant sirens sounded. Police arrived, attracted by the black-robed people, trying to trap them here. The second elder took the chance to break free and ran into the ruins. I buried explosives under the ancestral hall. You either get caught by the police or up with us. Don't chase them. Du Lia held Feng Yuchen back. Her pregnant belly was moving again, and this time, the movement seemed to be guiding her, pointing toward the ancestral hall in the ruins. The baby is telling me that the jade box is below, and there's something else down there. Feng Yuchen looked at the approaching police lights and bent down to pick up Du Lia. First, find the jade box. I'll handle the police. He stepped over broken walls toward the ancestral hall. Du Lia leaned into his arms, touching her belly softly and whispering, "No matter what the blood moon ceremony is, Mom will protect you." In the dark room beneath the ancestral hall, a luminous pearl glowed coldly. The jade box was placed on a stone altar, engraved with the Du family crest. Next to it was a yellowed bamboo scroll. Du Lia opened it, her pupils shrinking instantly. It was written by an ancestor. Dual bloodlines, War God Knight clan, coexist. If they lose control during the blood moon night, the fetus will turn into a double-edged sword, capable of slaying enemies but also harming loved ones. This introduces a new plot point about the risk of dual bloodline outburst, Feng Yuchen embraced her from behind, resting his chin on her head. Don't worry, I'm here. Nothing will happen to the baby. Outside the dark room, police footsteps approached. Du Lia quickly hid the bamboo scroll in her and picked up the jade box. Let's get out first. Elder Second will definitely come back to steal the box. As they stepped out of the dark room, they saw a flash of black lightning in the distant sky, like the Knight clan responding to Elder Second's call, or perhaps a warning bell for the upcoming blood moon ceremony. As the stone door in the dark room was just pushed open, a Blinding police lights shone so brightly that they couldn't see clearly. A dozen police officers with guns surrounded the entrance of the ancestral hall. The lead middle-aged officer shouted loudly, "No one move inside. Someone has reported you for carrying dangerous items illegally and suspected of damaging property." Feng Yuchen protected Du Liu behind him. He quickly took out his phone with his left hand, his fingertips still stained with dust from the secret room, and dialed rapidly. Assistant Qin handled the police at Wei family's ruins within 10 minutes, using the highest authority. The assistant Qin on the other end of the line didn't hesitate and quickly agreed. Du Liu looked down at the jade box in her arms. The Du family crest on the box still faintly glowed. She remembered what was written on the bamboo slip earlier. Tentatively, she bit her finger to draw blood, letting a drop of blood infused with the blood of a warrior fall into the carved groove of the crest. Suddenly, the jade box vibrated with a humming sound. A soft golden light spilled from the groove, climbing up her finger and resonating with the tattoo of the Du family on her left shoulder. The mysterious bird pattern on her tattoo lit up instantly, intertwining with the glow from the jade box to form a luminous web that wrapped around her pregnant belly. The fetus inside seemed to sense something, gently kicking. The luminous web brightened further, and the shockwave it emitted caused the broken wall fragments at the entrance to shake back half a meter. What is this? The police officers with guns were stunned by the light wave and instinctively stepped back. The lead officer was about to scold them when he saw his phone suddenly ring. It was a call from the city bureau director. On answering, he heard a loud voice shouting, "Immediately withdraw your team." "That's Mr. Feng and his wife from the phone group. Who dares to stop them?" The officer's face changed drastically. He quickly waved his hand to signal his team to lower their guns. But before they could retreat, a sudden whoosh sound came from afar. A black drone trailing smoke was flying straight toward the ancestral hall entrance, with a small explosive device attached to it. "Be careful." Feng Yuchen quickly pulled Du Liu into his arms and turned to hide in the dark room. But Du Liu held his arm and pointed at the jade box in her hands. "No need to hide. The jade box can block it." She raised the box in front of her, and her belly suddenly moved as if sensing something. The glow from the jade box resonated again, transforming the luminous web into a semi-transparent shield that firmly protected both of them.
Boom!
The explosive detonated in front of a shield. Flames and smoke instantly engulfed the entrance of the ancestral hall. But the shield remained perfectly intact, with not a. As the smoke cleared, Du Liu gently touched her belly and smiled, saying, "Baby, thank you. You're more reliable than your dad's bodyguards." Feng Yuchen was both angry and amused. He pinched her cheek and said, "Am I just like a little kid who hasn't been born yet?" Although he said this, his hand stayed protectively on her waist, and his eyes carefully looked into the distance, toward where the drone was flying from. A black car was trying to escape, with a head sticking out of the window. It was the second elder. Trying to run, Feng Yuchen took out a dagger from his waist and flicked his wrist, throwing it at the car's tire. But just as the dagger was halfway there, the second elder suddenly pulled out a black jade pendant from his chest. When it lit up, it formed a black shield that blocked the dagger's path. "It's a black jade amulet from the Night Clan." Du Liu recognized the pendant immediately. She had seen it in ancient books from the Du family. It could block attacks from the bloodline of the war god, a treasure only senior members of the Night Clan possessed. Just as she wanted Feng Yuchen to stop chasing, the car sped away into the distance. Only a piece of paper, blown by the wind, was left on the ground. It was written in blood. "In 3 days, meet at the old altar of the Du family. Use the spirit-quelling jade box to exchange for your son's life." Old altar? Feng Yuchen picked up the paper, frowning tightly. But Du Liu suddenly remembered something. She turned over the jade box in her arms, found a hidden compartment at the bottom, and opened it. A half-white jade pendant fell out, carved with half a mysterious bird. It could perfectly combine with the mysterious bird tattoo on her arm to form a complete bird. The edge was engraved with the words, "Altar Key. This is the jade pendant of the Du family ancestor." Du Liu held the half-jade pendant. Her pregnant belly gently nudged her hand, pointing westward. The baby is indicating the location of the old altar. It seems this half-jade pendant is the key to the altar, setting up a new plotline with the half-ancestor jade pendant. At this moment, Assistant Qin arrived with Feng's security team. He directed people to clear the scene and handed Feng Yuchen a document. Boss Feng, we found out that the second elder escaped to an abandoned factory in the western suburbs. There's a temporary base of the Knight clan there. Also, the Knight clan has been buying large amounts of cinnabar and bronze recently, as if preparing for some ritual. Feng Yuchen took the document. After flipping through 2 pages, Dulia tugged his arm. She opened the bamboo slip she had brought out from the secret room. Next to the words, dual bloodline coexistence, there was a faint gold inscription that appeared when the fetus moved, illuminated by the light web on the bamboo slip. The old altar hides the method to balance bloodlines. It requires the fusion of the war god bloodline, the fetus, and the Knight clan bloodline, Feng Yuchen. If successful, the dual bloodlines will stabilize. If not, both mother and child will be at risk. This passage hints at the dual bloodline suppression strategy and also foreshadows the risk of merging. Bloodline merging. Feng Yuchen looked at Dulia with hesitation in his eyes. What if something goes wrong? Dulia smiled and gently touched her pregnant belly, as if the unborn child responded by giving a light kick. Don't forget, our child is a descendant of the war god. Also, the second elder holds a black jade talisman from the Knight clan. Only by using the balance method can we break their defenses completely. This explains the way to break the Knight clan's black jade talisman, comma. As she finished speaking, suddenly a black mist rose from the distant western suburbs, mixed with strange bell sounds, just like the soul-calling bells used by the Knight clan before, but this time the sound was louder, as if calling something. Feng Yuchen clenched Dulia's hand and touched her pregnant belly again, his voice firm. No matter what traps are on the altar, I will go with you. This time, I won't let you and the baby get hurt. Dulia leaned into his arms, looking at the half-jade pendant and the pulse-stabilizing jade box in her hand. She suddenly realized that the glow of the jade box was becoming more synchronized with her baby's movements, like they were one, quietly gathering strength for the upcoming old altar battle. The tattoo on her left shoulder was also faintly hot, as if reminding her. Besides the balance method, there are even older secrets waiting in the old altar. The cold white light in the laboratory was painfully bright, and the air was thick with the smell of disinfectant and rust. Feng Yuchen was tightly strapped to a special alloy chair. Thick metal bands pressed deep into his wrists, leaving red marks. Every attempt to break free caused the metal to groan under strain, but it remained unmoving. Sweat soaked his short hair, sliding down his tense jawline and dripping onto the cold floor, leaving dark spots. A suppressed scream of pain burst from his throat, hoarse like a beast's growl. He suddenly threw back his head, veins bulging on his neck like twisted vines. An indescribable burning heat, with destructive power, was surging from deep within his body, rushing and crashing wildly. It was as if countless red-hot needles were piercing his bones and meridians, trying to tear him apart from the inside and set him ablaze. This feeling is more dangerous than any life-or-death battle on the battlefield. It's not caused by external attacks but comes from deep within, a wild force that is forcibly awakened and fiercely fights against his will. It's the Knight clan, that cursed bloodline, an ancient enemy of the Du family flowing in his veins. President Feng.
Hold on.
The inhibitor is being loaded. Outside the lab, through thick bulletproof glass, Chen Rue, the most trusted special guard captain, looked pale and shouted into the communicator. His voice was tense with worry. Behind him, top genetic experts and medical staff frantically tapped on the control panel. The data on the screen was flashing red like a waterfall, showing that Feng Yuchen's internal levels were rising rapidly, surpassing safety limits one after another. Loading is too slow. Feng Yuchen clenched his teeth, each word sounding like it was ground out with blood. He could clearly hear the roaring of his blood flowing and feel the force trying to break through his mind's defenses, dragging him into an abyss of destruction. Everything in front of him started to distort and shake. Cold laboratory instruments, Chenrue's anxious face, flashing red warning lights, all shrouded in a strange, flickering dark red glow. At this moment, bang! A deafening crash drowned out the shrill alarm. The alloy door of the lab, strong enough to withstand small cannon attacks, was suddenly shattered by an unimaginable force from outside. The twisted metal panels clattered to the ground, kicking up dust. Amid the smoke and dust, a figure stepped in, carrying a prominent pregnant belly. Her face was equally pale, lips pressed into a sharp line. Her eyes, usually lazy or sharp, now looked like two deep, cold pools, fixed tightly on Feng Yuchen, who was struggling painfully in the restraints. Her steps were steady and heavy, as if she wanted to crush the cage imprisoning her husband. Her pregnant belly was still noticeable under loose clothing, rising and falling with her movements, radiating an undeniable maternal authority. "Who gave you permission to move him?" Her voice was soft, even a little low, but like a sharp blade frozen with ice. It instantly cut through all the noise and chaos in the laboratory with a piercing force that made the heart tremble. The air seemed to freeze, and even the alarm sounds appeared weaker. Chenrue and the experts froze instantly, as if under a spell, staring in disbelief at the pregnant woman who suddenly burst in. They knew Mrs. Feng was powerful, but never imagined she could break down the door so easily. Mr. Feng is in danger. The Night Clan's bloodline is losing control. "We are," Chenrue instinctively explained, his voice trembling. Dulia paid no attention to him. Her gaze, like a precise guided missile, locked firmly on Feng Yuchen. She saw the veins bulging on his forehead, saw his fingers twitching from intense pain, and saw the madness in his eyes, covered in blood, almost devouring everything. Her heart was tightly clenched by an invisible hand, hurting so much she could hardly breathe. But that pain was instantly replaced by a stronger, almost instinctive anger and determination.
"Leah, go."
Quickly, Feng Yuchen, in the chaos of pain, caught her scent, suddenly raised his head, his blood-red eyes fixed on her, voice hoarse and broken, full of fear and warning. He was afraid that this uncontrollable power would hurt her, hurt their child. The power roared inside him, almost breaking free from his throat, issuing a destructive roar. Dulia did not step back. Instead, she quickened her pace, walking straight to the restraining chair, ignoring the frightened looks and shrill alarms around her. She reached out, her cold fingertips gently brushed his hot, sweaty forehead, her movements carrying a nearly reverent tenderness, out of place in this violent laboratory. Feng Yuchen, her voice was very low, only the two of them could hear, but it carried a strange, soul-piercing calmness. "Look at me." Feng Yuchen trembled all over, his blood-covered eyes struggling to meet her gaze. Her eyes held no fear, no retreat, only a calm, deep ocean, and beneath that ocean, a blazing fire that belonged to her. "Your blood, is it from the Night Clan?" Dulia's voice was soft, but like a hammer hitting Feng Yuchen's heart. It was not a question, but a confirmation. The collision of that power, the destructive aura. She was too familiar with it. This is a depiction of a force from a sworn enemy, described with the most hated words in the Du family's ancient texts. Feng Yuchen let out a beast-like whimper in his throat, nodding painfully. Every tiny movement pulled at his nerves. He couldn't deny that this power was dragging him into, and she was standing on the edge of it.
"Huh."
Dulia's lips curled into a cold, sharp smile, with a hint of mockery and determination. "Night Clan? Is that all? And you think you can flow in my man's blood?" Before her words finished, her other hand, which had been hanging by her side, suddenly shot up, not to attack, but to press firmly on her swollen belly. Buzz! A completely different, vast, and lively energy burst out from her palm. This energy was not wild, but had a strong penetrating and purifying power. It was like the purest light, instantly piercing through her clothes and reaching the fetus inside her belly. It seemed to resonate with the fetus's natural response, suddenly growing stronger. Roar! The wild Night Clan power inside Feng Yuchen seemed to meet its natural enemy, letting out a piercing roar. This was no longer just destructive desire, but mixed with extreme fear and anger. Two forces collided fiercely in the small laboratory, one cold and savage like abyssal fire, the other warm and vast like dawn.
Bang. Boom.
The lights in the laboratory flickered wildly, and the instrument's screens suddenly sparked with blinding flashes before going dark. The entire space shook violently, like a small earthquake. Chen Rue and others were thrown back by an invisible gust of wind, crashing into the walls. Everything was dark, and only the deafening clash of the two powers could be heard. Feng Yuchen's body on the restraining chair arched and tensed as if pulled to its limit. He roared to the sky, his voice full of tearing pain. But this time, within that pain, there seemed to be a hint of relief, a hint of madness forcibly suppressed. Du Lia stood at the center of the storm, her pregnant belly wrapped in a warm glow like a shining deity. Her face was even paler, with a trace of fresh blood at the corner of her mouth, clearly burdened by the tremendous effort to control this power within herself. But her back was straight, her hand firmly pressed on her pregnant belly, and her eyes sharp as a blade, fixed on the rebellious Night Clan force inside Feng Yuchen's body. "Get out. Now," she commanded sharply, with undeniable authority. That warm, powerful energy, as if receiving the highest order, suddenly contracted and gathered, then transformed into an invisible beam of light capable of cleansing all filth. It precisely pierced into the violent core of the Night Clan force deep within Feng Yuchen's bloodline. "No!" A piercing scream, almost inhuman, echoed like a cry from the depths of, exploding in Feng Yuchen's soul. The Night Clan force, lurking in his bloodline like a maggot in a bone, wailed in despair as the pure light struck it, like snow melting under the sun, being forcibly torn apart, purified, and driven away. Feng Yuchen suddenly spat out a thick, nearly black, foul blood. The blood hit the ground with a sizzling sound, sizzling and releasing black smoke. He trembled violently, then collapsed heavily into the restraining chair, as if all his bones had been pulled out. He gasped rapidly, soaked in cold sweat, his bloodshot eyes quickly fading into exhaustion and a faint sense of relief after surviving the ordeal. In the laboratory, the violent energy fluctuations suddenly calmed. Only the pungent smell of burning and blood remained, along with chaos everywhere. The alarm had stopped at some point, leaving only the faint red glow of emergency lights illuminating the scene, as if after a nuclear explosion. Chen Rue and others struggled to stand up, looking at Feng Yuchen, exhausted and unconscious in the restraining chair, and at Du Lia standing in front of him, her blood-stained lips still straight, her pregnant belly wrapped in faint light. They were all stunned, as if they had seen a ghost. Du Lia took a deep breath, her chest aching so badly that she felt faint. She forced herself to reach out, trembling, and one by one, untied the heavy metal restraints on Feng Yuchen's wrists. When she felt the cold metal, she finally sensed a faint warmth in her icy fingers. Just as she untied the last restraint, Feng Yuchen's weak hand, covered in black blood and cold sweat, involuntarily twitched slightly, unconsciously brushing against her hand. The movement was so light, like a feather falling, yet it made Du Lia shiver all over. Feng Yuchen still kept his eyes closed, his brow tightly furrowed, as if lost in deep exhaustion and pain. But beneath his closed eyelids, it seemed there was a flicker of water. A flash of light? Was it sweat?
Or
tears? Du Lia's heart was painfully pierced by this subtle touch. She reached out, wanting to wipe away the dirt, blood, sweat, and tears on his face, but her fingertips froze just before touching his cheek. Her gaze crossed Feng Yuchen's pale face and landed on the monitoring terminal in the corner of the laboratory. The screen was tilted by energy shockwaves, but it strangely still glowed. There was no bloody scene from the laboratory on the screen. Only a large, blurry, yet chilling satellite image. The background of the image was the old, dark underground altar of the Wei family's ancestral home. In the center, Wei's ancestor, with a face as dry as bark, wearing a nearly wild, sinister smile, was raising both hands. In front of him, a huge black metal ring made of twisted runes was slowly activating, emitting a faint, eerie glow. Below the image, a line of bright red, blood-like words flickered. Night Clan Gate. Open. Du family bloodline. Sacrifice. The cold air in the laboratory seemed to freeze into solid ice. Every breath carried the smell of rust and burnt energy overload. Du Lia's eyes were fixed on the flickering screen, where Wei's ancestors' ravaged, wind-dried face twisted into a sinister symbol under the dim glow of the altar. His skeletal hand raised high, and the black metal ring spinning slowly, radiating ominous energy, looked like a deadly dagger stabbing into her eyes and piercing her heart. Night Clan Gate. Open. Du family bloodline. Sacrifice. The crimson words on the screen flickered like Wei's ancestors' frantic heartbeat, ringing like a death knell deep in her soul. A sacrifice? Her Du Lia? Her unborn child? A cold, marrow-deep rage suddenly burst forth, shattering all reason. It was more violent and intense than Feng Yuchen's earlier outburst. It was not fear, but a furious anger at being completely insulted and disregarded. Her child was her most precious treasure, something she would do anything to protect. How could it become a sacrifice on that old ghost's altar? A piercing scream, sounding less like a human voice and more like a desperate cry, burst from Du Lia's throat, filled with a resolve to perish together. She suddenly turned around, her eyes burning with a fierce fire that could destroy everything, directly glaring at the old ancestor of the Du family in the corner of the laboratory, who had been silent as a statue. "It's you." Du Lia's voice trembled with extreme anger, each word like shards of ice spilling from her teeth. "You told them, didn't you? You knew all along. You knew about the special nature of the child in my belly, knew the true purpose of the Du bloodline. You brought the wolf into the house. You want to use me and my child to fill your Du family's justice?" Like a mother panther fully enraged, she charged at the old ancestor, her delicate fingers tearing through the air with a piercing scream, fiercely grabbing his cold, weathered face. The heavy feeling of her pregnant belly was momentarily forgotten, replaced by madness. She wanted to tear apart this old traitor who betrayed his kin and saw bloodlines as tools. "How dare you?" The old ancestor's eyes finally lost their deep calm, flashing with a sudden surprise, quickly replaced by icy authority. His thin, bony hand shot out swiftly, not to attack, but to precisely grasp Du Lia's wrist. A steady yet irresistible force immediately restrained her, stopping her attack. "Stop!" The old ancestor's voice was deep and thick, carrying a seasoned, penetrating tone that instantly suppressed Du Lia's furious roar and the residual hum of energy in the laboratory. "Do you know what you're doing? That altar, that Night Clan's gate, is not something the Wei family's ancestor can control. It is the source of all evil. Once truly opened, it will devour not only you and your child, but this world. All living beings. The Du bloodline has never been a sacrifice, but
a key.
The only key to seal it completely." Du Lia froze stiffly at the old ancestor's words, her attack completely halted. She stared fixedly into his deep, secret-filled eyes, her fiery anger replaced by overwhelming confusion and an inexplicable chill. A key? A seal? This seemed connected to her understanding of the Du family as ancient guardians, yet it was entirely different. What hidden, revolutionary truth lay behind all this? In that moment of intense shock, roar, a deafening roar, like a cry from the depths of, suddenly erupted from Feng Yuchen's direction. The sound was beyond human range, filled with pure destruction, violence, and hunger. Du Lia and the elder of the Du family both turned around in shock. They saw Feng Yuchen's body suddenly arching on the restraining chair, like a bow stretched to the point of breaking. His clothes had already turned to ash from the energy blasts earlier, revealing a muscular upper body covered in fierce black patterns. These patterns seemed alive, writhing and spreading rapidly, starting from his heart, climbing along his neck, and covering his entire face. His skin turned a strange, ghostly white, as if soaked in moonlight, and deep within his eye sockets, two dark, cold red lights flickered like hellfire, suddenly shining brightly. This was no longer Feng Yuchen. Or, rather, it was more than just Feng Yuchen. The power of the Night Clan, triggered by the intense activation of the Wei family ancestors' altar and Du Lia's life and death crisis, completely shattered his last remaining willpower. An ancient consciousness from the depths of the bloodline, belonging to the Night Clan, was awakening madly, trying to take over his body. Target:
Du family's bloodline. Fresh.
Power: a hoarse, overlapping voice, like countless whispers, echoed directly in Du Lia and the elders' minds, filled with a freezing malice. The crimson eyes pierced through space, locking onto the life inside Du Lia's belly. No! Du Lia's heart shattered. Instinctively, she opened her arms, desperately protecting her pregnant belly. Fear, like icy waves, instantly overwhelmed her. It wasn't just fear of death, but a deep, bone-chilling terror that her unborn child would be devoured by those crimson eyes. At this critical moment, a hoarse, commanding voice, unmistakably authoritative, burst out from Feng Yuchen's, or rather, the body possessed by the Night Clan consciousness, throat. This voice was completely different from the previous whispers, filled with Feng Yuchen's own will, a nearly mad resolve to protect at all costs. He suddenly raised one hand, which was now wrapped in thick, tangible dark energy, radiating a disturbing aura. He wasn't attacking Du Lia, but was fiercely, without hesitation, punching his own chest. A thick, black, blood-like substance, as if containing broken bones, burst out of his mouth like a fountain. The intense dark energy, triggered by this punch, ignited like a barrel of gasoline, causing a terrible chain explosion inside his body. Ah! A scream of inhuman pain echoed again, filled with tearing struggle. Feng Yuchen's body twitched violently. In his crimson eyes, his own will flickered like a dying candle in the wind, fighting fiercely and directly against the greedy, violent Night Clan consciousness. He sacrificed himself to break the Night Clan's hold on Du Lia and her child. Feng Yuchen, Du Lia shouted in shock, tears flooding her eyes. She saw that in those crimson eyes, her loved one's clear, painful, and resolute consciousness briefly appeared. He was using his body to build the last and most dangerous barrier for her and the child. Monster. Why don't you submit? The elder of the Du family watched this dramatic scene with sharp eyes. He no longer paid attention to Du Lia. His thin body suddenly moved with agility far beyond his age. He quickly formed hand seals and ancient, intricate symbols with faint golden light flickered at his fingertips, gathering into a dazzling golden beam like a divine spear, stabbing fiercely at the dark, writhing patterns on Feng Yuchen's body. Du family's seal of suppression, the golden light pierced the dark patterns, as if hot iron was plunged into cold water. A sharp, burning sound rang out, accompanied by Feng Yuchen's more desperate screams. The dark patterns, which had been spreading wildly, seemed to be corroded by strong acid or burned by fierce fire. Starting from where the golden light entered, they shrank rapidly, dried out, and cracked. In his crimson eyes, the greedy, violent Night Clan consciousness let out a reluctant scream, like a poisoned snake burned, and quickly retreated deep into Feng Yuchen's body. In the laboratory, the violent energy fluctuations suddenly paused as if pressed by a stop button. Only Feng Yuchen's heavy, broken breathing remained, along with the strong smell of blood and burnt energy in the air. Feng Yuchen's body collapsed heavily back into the restraining chair, covered in sweat, black blood, and burn marks, as if just pulled from a hellish furnace. He kept his eyes tightly closed, his face pale as paper, with only faint chest movements showing he was still alive. Although the dark scars were temporarily suppressed, they had not disappeared. Like lurking snakes, they moved faintly beneath his skin, giving off an ominous feeling. Du Lia no longer cared about anything else. She staggered toward the restraining chair, trembling as she carefully touched his cold, sweaty cheek. Large tears fell onto him.
Feng Yuchen.
Feng Yuchen, wake up. Look at me. Look at me. Her voice was broken, full of fear and deep pain. In that brief moment, she almost thought she would lose him forever. The elder of the Du family stood nearby, watching the two people who risked everything together. His eyes showed complicated emotions. He slowly withdrew his hand. The remaining golden light on his fingertips dimmed significantly, clearly exhausted from the previous attack. After a moment of silence, his voice was low and tired. The bloodline of the Knight clan has been temporarily suppressed, but not eradicated. The altar ritual of the Wei family ancestor has already activated its core. The gap in the Knight clan gate is being forcibly torn open. Although it's not fully open yet, the power leaking out could cause disaster. And more frightening, the elder's gaze shifted to the monitor screen. The faint glow from the altar seemed to grow stronger. It appears that the Wei family ancestor is using the leaked power from that gap to perform some kind of fusion. His own strength is undergoing a terrifying transformation. Du Lia suddenly looked up, following the elder's gaze to the screen. In the center of the altar, the figure of the Wei family ancestor blurred and twisted in the dark glow, as if merging with the black metal ring, emanating a suffocating pressure that felt like it could crush the soul. Is he turning into something? Du Lia's voice trembled slightly, barely noticeable. A monster that shouldn't exist in this world, the elder of the Du family said heavily. A false god trying to steal the power of the Knight clan and replace the gate. At that moment, Feng Yuchen, who had been unconscious, let out a very faint groan. His tightly closed eyelashes trembled violently, as if struggling in a nightmare or fighting against a sleeping demon within him. Finally, his heavy eyelids slowly opened a slit. His cloudy vision struggled to focus in the blurry, pale light. He saw her face close to him, full of tears, beautiful and fragile. He saw the fear, worry, and deep pain in her eyes. Lydia, his voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing, faint almost to the point of being inaudible, but it clearly reached Du Lia's heart. Her heart suddenly clenched, all her strength collapsing in an instant. She tightly held his cold hand, pressing it against her hot cheek. I'm here. I'm right here. Feng Yuchen, how do you feel? Don't scare me. Feng Yuchen's gaze moved downward with difficulty, resting on her large, pregnant belly. That was their child, the treasure he had just fought to protect with his life. A tiny, faint but unwavering light flickered in his dim eyes. Child. He struggled to say 2 words, each syllable pulling at his whole body with pain. Are you okay? I'm fine. The baby is fine. He's always been strong. Du Lia nodded forcefully, tears pouring out again. You're the fool. The big fool. Who told you to do this? Feng Yuchen's lips barely lifted in a very weak, very difficult smile, as if he wanted to laugh but it hurt his wound, spilling a trace of black blood. He looked at Du Lia's tear-streaked face, at the deep love and pain in her eyes. The coldness and violence born from his Knight clan bloodline surprisingly eased, softened by a warm current. He took a deep breath, as if using all his strength. The hand that Du Lia held tightly was now grasped back, weak but firm. Go home. He looked into her eyes, speaking slowly and clearly, each word carrying an unshakable promise and a tiredness from surviving a disaster. We go home. This simple phrase weighed 1,000 pounds. It was not just a physical place, but his only belief at this moment, the source of his strength to fight the abyss within and all darkness outside. He wanted to take her back, to that place filled with their shared breath, to protect her, to protect their child, even if it meant facing mountains of swords, seas of fire, or a bottomless abyss. Du Lia's tears, at this moment, were no longer pure fear and sadness, but mixed with deep emotion and a resolve to fight to the end. She tightly grasped his hand, as if to connect their lives forever. Okay, she said through tears, but with a radiant smile, like sunlight breaking through dark clouds. We're going home. Together. In the corner of the laboratory, Elder Du quietly watched the scene unfold. His wrinkled face showed a moment of softness in the tense lines. He slowly approached the monitor, his gaze fixed on the altar where the ancestor of the Wei family was merging with darkness, emanating a terrifying aura. Then, his eyes shifted to the night sky outside the window, illuminated by city lights, casting a dull yellow glow, yet faintly revealing an ominous feeling. "Go home," the elder softly repeated these words, his voice carrying a complex and deep worry that was hard to describe. "Soon, there may be no place left that can be called home." His thin, withered fingers unconsciously brushed over his inner wrist. Under the dim light, there seemed to be a faint, almost skin-colored mark, like an ancient tattoo. It pulsed faintly with the energy from the altar, giving off a tiny, eerie glow that made the heart race. Strangely, the shape of this glow resembled a tattoo on Du Liao's wrist, which she believed was the key to unlocking the Du family's secret vault. The words, "Go home," were like two hot sparks, suddenly igniting the frozen wilderness in Du Liao's heart. The warmth from Feng Yuchen's palm, carrying the heat of survival and unwavering determination, spread from his hand to her chest, dispelling the chilling cold in the lab and the suffocating red text on the screen. She clenched her fists tightly, her fingertips digging into his warm skin, as if trying to grasp the only lifeline in this chaotic world, hope for her and her child's survival. Tears blurred her vision, but the fire in her eyes burned brighter than ever. It was a resolute decision to fight to the end, a mother's instinct to protect her child, and a long-sleeping, deeply rooted power that had been awakened by the bloodline's fury. "Run," Feng Yuchen roared, his voice hoarse but full of undeniable strength. With a sudden surge of energy, he tore apart the unbreakable metal restraints on the chair, which groaned painfully under his fierce Night Clan power, shattering instantly. Fragments flew like hail. He quickly shielded Du Lia behind him, then fiercely struck the heavy alloy explosion-proof door of the lab.
Boom!
A loud crash shook the frame, and the door dented inward with a huge fist-shaped imprint, but it did not break open. Outside the laboratory, hurried footsteps and the clanging of metal could be faintly heard. It was clear that the Wei family had noticed the disturbance here and was gathering their forces. "There's no time left." Du Lia's heart sank suddenly. Although Feng Yuchen's power was strong, his recent outburst had drained him greatly. Forcing the door now would take time and attract more enemies. She quickly looked up, her gaze sweeping across the large observation window on the laboratory ceiling, which was covered with special explosion-proof material. Outside, the city skyline was fading into dusk, and further away, towards the Wei family's old house, a thick, ink-like dark energy was rising into the sky, as if about to swallow the entire night sky. Within that dark energy, faintly, countless harsh, inhuman screams could be heard, like the gates of opening. The altar's activation was unstoppable. "Feng Yuchen." Du Lia's voice suddenly rose sharply, piercing to the soul. She broke free from Feng Yuchen's protection and took a step forward, standing directly in front of the large observation window, with her back to him and the fragile explosion-proof door. Her eyes were fixed on the dark, swirling night sky outside, polluted by the dark energy. "Do they want my bloodline?" Her voice was no longer trembling but carried a strange calm, a quiet before the storm that made one's heart race.
"Then
"Let them see what the Du family's bloodline really is." As her words fell, a sudden change occurred. Du Lia suddenly raised her right hand. On her wrist, the dark gold tattoo, which she had always regarded as the key to unlocking the Du family's secret vault, shaped like ancient vines, burst into unprecedented light. The glow was no longer gentle and warm gold but fiery like molten lava, brilliant like stars. It seemed to come alive, peeling away from her skin, rapidly spreading, twisting, and transforming in the air. A deep, resonant hum, as if it was exploding from the depths of everyone's soul, swept through the entire laboratory. Du Lia's body was completely enveloped by this dazzling light. Her hair floated without wind, each strand seeming infused with liquid gold, dancing wildly in the glow. Her clothes shattered and disintegrated inch by inch under the impact of this pure energy, revealing her smooth, white skin like jade. But at this moment, countless complex and mysterious golden patterns appeared on her skin. These patterns are like living creatures, spreading quickly along her limbs and body, intertwining until they converge at her heart to form a large, majestic symbol resembling an ancient totem. An indescribable, vast aura like the starry sea and ancient wilderness suddenly erupts from her, centered on her body. This aura is pure, powerful, and carries a sense of dominance and awe, instantly dissolving the cold, disinfectant smell and the burnt energy overload in the laboratory. Instead, it brings a feeling as if from the very beginning of time, sacred and grand, like the birth of stars. In the laboratory, all the delicate instruments, monitor screens, energy analyzers, and alloy fragments sealing the cosmic dust, sparked brightly and then shattered completely under this aura's impact. The screen showing the scene of the Wei family altar was covered in pure golden light and instantly turned into a blinding white noise. Feng Yuchen gasped sharply, his pupils shrinking to the limit. His Knight clan bloodline inside him suddenly surged as if facing a deadly enemy, not with rage, but with a deep sense of awe and trembling from the soul. He could clearly feel that the power erupting from Delia was beyond his understanding, far beyond what the Dujia secret vault key represented. This was divine power sleeping deep within her. Teach this is. In the corner, the Dujia elder, who had been silent like a statue, could no longer stay calm. His thin body trembled violently, and his cloudy old eyes fixed on the huge golden totem at Delia's heart. His face lost all color, leaving only shock and a near-despairing fear.
No way. Absolutely impossible.
The elder's voice was hoarse and broken, trembling with disbelief. That mark, that totem, is said to be the true source of the Dujia? How could it awaken in her? He instinctively raised his wrist, clutching the faint, skin-colored tattoo mark on the inside. At this moment, the mark was flashing wildly, resonating strongly with the golden totem erupting from Delia. A burning, almost soul-consuming pain shot from his wrist straight to his forehead. The elder's eyes flashed with a fierce and crazy look, as if he had touched a forbidden thing and was risking everything out of extreme fear. He suddenly pulled out a small, black wooden box covered with strange, evil symbols. As soon as the box appeared, the air around seemed to freeze slightly, giving off a sickeningly cold feeling. With my blood, seal my soul. The elder bit his tongue and spat a stream of blood onto the box. The symbols on the box lit up with a faint green glow. He pressed his hands tightly on the box, trembling violently as if suffering great pain, while reciting an ancient, difficult spell that sounded like a curse. Seal. With a loud, piercing cry, the black wooden box suddenly burst out a thick, ink-like black energy, full of strong sealing and suppressing power. This energy was like a venomous snake that ignored distance, instantly crossing half the laboratory and fiercely attacking Delia. Its target was the golden totem on her chest, which radiated endless pressure and was growing stronger. Senior, what are you doing? Feng Yuchen's face twisted with anger. He quickly understood the elder's purpose. He wasn't trying to save Delia, but to suppress her. To kill the newly awakened power of the Delia family, which even he might fear. Get out of the way, Feng Yuchen shouted angrily. The remaining power of the Knight clan inside him surged again, forming a black energy shield to block in front of Delia.
Boom.
The black shield collided with the sticky sealing energy, creating dazzling sparks. Feng Yuchen groaned and was knocked back by the huge force, crashing into the alloy wall of the laboratory, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Although the sealing energy was blocked, its momentum did not weaken. It only slightly changed direction, still carrying a destructive will, and fiercely struck toward Delia. At this critical moment, Delia suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her pupils were no longer just black or gold, but turned into a deep, swirling vortex, as if containing the entire universe and starry sky. Gold and darkness intertwined and spun wildly within, like chaos at the dawn of creation. She did not look at the incoming sealing energy, nor at Feng Yuchen crashing into the wall, nor at the fierce elder in the corner. Her gaze pierced through the thick explosion-proof door, the dome of the laboratory, the city's steel and concrete, directly toward the distant, old Wei family mansion, where a dark, dense energy shrouded the altar, roaring to swallow everything. Wei family, ancestor. Her voice sounded no longer clear and bright, but carried a strange, hollow, and majestic tone, as if made of many overlapping voices. It echoed in every corner of the laboratory and seemed to directly reach the depths of the Wei ancestor's soul. Is what you want. The bloodline of the Du family is what you covet. This sleeping power, then, Du Laya slowly raised her right hand, which was covered in golden totem light, and gently clenched it toward the rolling dark night outside the window. Let's see what it feels like to be bitten back by your own bloodline. A louder, more soul-shaking hum burst from her. The huge golden totem on her heart suddenly shone brightly, transforming into a concentrated, almost space-tearing golden beam. It instantly pierced through the laboratory's dome, the heavy explosion-proof materials and layers of spatial barriers, like a divine spear, directly stabbing into the core of the altar at the Wei family mansion. At the same time, the glow from the tattoo on Du Lia's wrist also turned into a golden chain, instantly wrapping around the black seal energy rushing toward her. Give me break. With her cold and commanding shout, the golden chain suddenly tightened. A clear, glass-breaking sound rang out. The black energy, driven by the elder's blood and the sinister wooden box, with its powerful sealing force, was shattered like fragile glass by the seemingly delicate golden chain, dissolving into tiny black sparks that vanished into the air. Ugh! The elder of the Wei family in the corner was struck hard, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. The black wooden box in his hand emitted a mournful cry, its runes instantly dimming and covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Then, with a loud pop, it shattered completely. A cold, retaliatory aura surged back, crashing into his body, making him instantly weak, unable to stand, collapsing to the ground, staring at Du Laya with terror. A golden beam of light that seemed to pierce the sky had already crossed space and struck the core of the Wei family's old underground altar with great force. Boom! An indescribable, earth-shaking roar echoed from the direction of the Wei family's old house. The entire city seemed to tremble slightly in response. Outside the laboratory window, the night sky, covered in thick, dark energy and resembling the end of the world, was torn open by this descending golden beam of light, creating a huge, burning golden. Within this, countless sacred runes appeared to flow and burn, emanating a terrifying aura that seemed to purify all evil.
Ah?
On the altar, the old ancestor of the Wei family's wild, fierce smile instantly froze, then turned into a look of disbelief and a heart-wrenching scream. His raised hands were suddenly struck back by an unstoppable, terrifying force deep from his bloodline. The large black metal ring device cracked instantly under the golden beam's attack and then shattered with a loud explosion. Violent energy currents, like out-of-control beasts, raged wildly inside the altar. No, this can't be the source of the Du family. How could it? Ah! The old ancestor's scream was swallowed completely by the chaotic energy. His carefully arranged altar and his proud Knight clan ritual collapsed like a house of cards in the face of Du Lia's attack, which came from her bloodline's origin. Inside the laboratory, the light gradually faded. Du Laya slowly lowered her right hand. The fierce golden glow and mysterious patterns on her body quickly receded like the tide, retreating back into her. Only the tattoo on her wrist remained, still emitting a faint, gentle golden light. Her clothes had already turned to ash, and now she only held a soft golden energy halo around her, barely covering her. She stood there, slightly swaying, her face pale as paper, clearly exhausted from the tremendous effort of that earth-shaking strike. Feng Yuchen struggled to stand up from the wall. Ignoring his injuries, he staggered over and tightly embraced her, his voice trembling with relief and joy. "Leah,
Leah,
are you okay?" Du Laya leaned into his embrace, feeling his familiar warmth and strong heartbeat. Her tense nerves finally relaxed, and overwhelming fatigue suddenly washed over her. She closed her eyes and softly responded with a faint hum, her voice so quiet it was almost inaudible. In the corner, the elder of the Du family sat slumped on the ground, staring at the faintly glowing tattoo on Du Lia's wrist. He then looked at the mark on the inside of his own wrist, which had faded completely and seemed like it could disappear at any moment. His cloudy old eyes were filled with complex emotions, shock, fear, despair, and a hint of indescribable, almost reverent awe. He muttered to himself, his voice hoarse and broken. Source has truly awakened. In her, the Du family is about to change. Outside the window, the large torn by golden light had not fully healed. The edges of the still flickered with burning gold flames, radiating a sense of purification and power. Deep inside the darkness that had been temporarily pushed back was like a wounded beast, slowly writhing and gathering again, as if preparing for a more violent counterattack. The city skyline, intertwined with golden flames and darkness, appeared strange and apocalyptic, yet magnificent. Feng Yuchen held the weak Du Lia tightly in his arms, feeling her faint but steady breathing. He looked up at the chaotic sky outside the window, especially at the huge still burning with golden flames. His eyes were sharp as a blade, filled with unprecedented seriousness and a hint of enlightenment. "Lia," he lowered his head, his voice deep and firm, carrying a penetrating force. "What you've awakened is not just the Du family's power. That source, that totem, it seems to have a deeper connection with the Night Clan. The ritual by the Wei family ancestor was probably just the beginning." Du Lia, in his arms, fluttered her eyelashes slightly and did not open her eyes. However, her fingers, clutching his clothes tightly, subconsciously tightened a little. It was as if she was responding or silently confirming something. And just as Feng Yuchen finished speaking, deep within the large outside the window, amidst the rolling darkness, something
moved.
It was not the scream of the Wei family ancestor, nor the roar of chaotic energy flows.
It was
an extremely subtle, yet chilling, sound, like a greedy, low breath coming from beneath the 9 hells. The morning sunlight filtered through the VIP ward's blinds, casting tiny patches of light on the light gray carpet. Du Lia was lying by the bedside, her messy hair brushing against Feng Yuchen's hand, her breathing so light it was like a feather. She had stayed with him all night. Her eyes showed faint dark circles, and even her fingers, which were holding his wrist, remained half-curled, as if afraid he might disappear again. Feng Yuchen had been awake for a while. He didn't dare to move, only looked down at her messy hair, gently brushing her hand's old scar with his fingertips. It's from the last time she donated blood for him. Now that the scab had fallen off, a light pink mark remained, like a tiny badge. Further down, her hand covered her pregnant belly. Through her thin hospital gown, he could clearly feel the gentle fetal movements, one after another, as if greeting him. "Why didn't you wake me when you woke up?" Du Lia suddenly looked up, her eyes still moist from sleep, but her hand reached out to his wound first. "Does it hurt?" "The doctor said the bullet was only 2 centimeters from your heart." Before she finished speaking, Feng Yuchen grabbed her wrist. His palm still felt cold from his illness, but he squeezed her so tightly she couldn't pull away. He looked into her eyes, his throat moving as he spoke. "Yesterday, you said you wanted to break the contract?" Du Lia's ears suddenly felt hot. The words she had angrily said last night, now gently brought up by him, made her seem like a child throwing a tantrum. She turned her face away, but quietly moved her hand to her pregnant belly, feeling the fetal movement again. That was just angry words. Even if it was just anger, it's okay. Feng Yuchen suddenly leaned in, enduring the pain from his wound, and pulled her into his arms, his movements gentle, as if afraid of hurting her. I've already burned the contract with my assistant. We're no longer contract spouses. From now on, we're truly married. His chin rested on her head, his voice husky from waking up, but more serious than ever. Du Lia's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Just as she was about to speak, the hospital door suddenly burst open with a loud bang, and a cold wind carrying a stern aura rushed in. Standing at the door was an old man dressed in dark blue brocade robes, with white hair and beard. His sleeves were embroidered with the dark gold emblem of the Du family. He was Du Song, the elder of the Du family who appeared at the end of yesterday's story. He held a small token in his hand, engraved with the words God of War, shining coldly as it swept over the two in the room, finally resting on Feng Yuchen's face, his eyes like ice. Du Lia, do you know what you're protecting? Du Lia suddenly straightened up and instinctively shielded Feng Yuchen behind her, her pregnant belly held straight. Elder, he is my husband. Please speak with more respect. Husband. Du Song sneered coldly, slamming his token onto the bedside table. The glass surface cracked with a sharp sound. He is from the Night Clan. The leader of the Night Clan, Yi Jin, personally killed your grandfather, former head of the Du family, stole the Battle God's secret manual, and nearly caused the extinction of the Du family. Now, you're carrying the bloodline of the Battle God from the Du family, yet you sleep with the descendant of an enemy. What? Du Lia's pupils suddenly contracted. She tightly clenched Feng Yuchen's sleeve with her fingertips, her knuckles turning white. She remembered as a child, her grandmother holding her while looking at her grandfather's portrait, saying he was killed by a treacherous wolf, but never revealing who that wolf was. Now she understood. It was the Night Clan? Feng Yuchen's face also darkened. He tried to sit up from the sickbed, but the wound suddenly tore with a sharp pain. Cold sweat dripped down his temples, yet he still pulled Du Lia behind him and looked up at Du Song. Elder, I've never heard of the Night Clan, nor do I know my father's background. My mother left after I was born, and I don't even know her name. Don't know? Du Song took a step forward, his gaze like a blade cutting across Feng Yuchen's neck. You have a cinnabar mole below your left neck. That's a mark of the royal family of the Night Clan. Yi Jin recognized his lost brother. Your father, because of that mole? Do you know why the Du family rose so quickly in just 20 years? It's because of resources provided by the Night Clan behind the scenes. Du Lia's heart felt like it was struck by a heavy hammer. She instinctively reached for Feng Yuchen's left neck. There was indeed a faint red mole. She used to joke that it looked like a small strawberry, but now it felt prickly. The baby inside suddenly moved violently, stronger than before, pushing her hand up, causing the bed to shake slightly. Calm down, sweetheart. Du Lia quickly touched her belly, her voice trembling.
Still, she looked at Du Song.
Even if he is a descendant of the Night Clan, it's not his fault. My grandfather's revenge should be directed at Yi Jin, not him. Foolish. Du Song's beard trembled with anger. He suddenly reached out to grab Du Lia's arm. People of the Night Clan are all treacherous wolves. Yi Jin stole the secret manual to use the Battle God's bloodline as a sacrifice to activate eternal life techniques inside the manual. The child in your belly is a rare and pure-blooded warrior, a true Battle God. The Night Clan will come to take him sooner or later. Before his hand could touch Du Lia, Feng Yuchen suddenly raised his hand and grabbed his wrist. The man's knuckles turned white from the force, and the bandage on his wound seeped dark red blood, but he stared fiercely at Du Song, his eyes colder than when he refused marriage years ago. Anyone who dares to hurt her or the baby will have to go through my dead body first. You. Du Song tried to break free, but found Feng Yuchen's strength astonishing. Despite having just been shot, he looked like a wolf pushed to the edge, with a fierce protectiveness in his eyes. At that moment, the fetus moved again. This time, it wasn't a gentle kick but more like drumbeats, hitting Du Lia's belly one after another, with such force that she let out a muffled sound. Suddenly, a glass in the hospital room toppled over with a loud crash, spilling water everywhere, and even the picture on the wall shook, with a corner of the frame chipping off.
Du Kanges face instantly changed.
He stared at Du Lia's pregnant belly, shock evident in his eyes. Battle God bloodline. Has already sensed the Night Clan bloodline? This child is only 7 months old, and already so powerful. He quickly released her, took 2 steps back, and pulled out half of a jade pendant from his chest, black in color, engraved with a soaring eagle, with dark red marks on the edges, like dried blood. This is the family heirloom of the Du family. The other half is in the hands of the Night Clan leader, Yi Jin. He knows you're carrying a pure-blooded battle god, and in less than half a month, he will come to take the child. Du Lia took the jade pendant, feeling the engraved patterns with her fingertips. The cold touch seeped into her heart. She looked up at Du Song. What does Yi Jin want the child for? To use his blood to unlock the final page of the secret scripture. Du Song's voice grew serious. Within 3 days, you must either return to the Du family with me or wait for the Night Clan to cut your child out. After speaking, he turned and left. The hem of his brocade robe swept over the doorframe, stirring up a gust of wind. The door slammed shut with a loud bang, scattering the warmth in the room. Du Lia clutched the jade pendant, leaning on Feng Yuchen's shoulder. She could clearly hear his steady, powerful heartbeat. Feng Yuchen reached out and held her tightly, gently rubbing her pregnant belly, his voice full of determination. Don't worry. I will find out everything about the Night Clan and won't let anyone hurt you or the baby. Du Lia nodded and buried her face in his neck. The fetus moved gently again, as if responding to their words. She closed her eyes, but her mind was filled with Du Song's words, Night Ju, the secret book, the sacrificial offering, and the cinnabar mole on Feng Yuchen's neck. Outside the window, a dark figure leaned against the wall, wearing a black mask, revealing only a pair of cold eyes, staring at the hospital window. He held a jade pendant identical to the one Du Lia had, gently rubbing the eagle pattern on it with his fingertips, a cold smile curling at his lips. A gust of wind blew past, lifting the hem of his coat, revealing a dagger tucked at his waist. On the handle, a small character, Night, was carved. The air in the ward still carried the smell of disinfectant, but it was warmed by the 2 holding hands. Du Lia placed the half of the black jade pendant in her palm, repeatedly rubbing the eagle pattern with her fingertips. When the Night Clan person was outside earlier, the pendant suddenly became very hot. Now it had cooled down, looking like an ordinary piece of jade, with only a faint dark red mark at the edge, still emanating an indescribable coldness. My mother left in a hurry back then, only leaving a redwood box locked in the attic of the Feng family's old house, Feng Yuchen said softly, his voice deeper than before. When I was young, I secretly looked at it. The box was engraved with a pattern similar to your pendant, but I didn't understand at the time, thinking it was just decoration. Du Lia suddenly looked up sharply. The jade pendant in her hand seemed to sense her emotions and grew slightly warmer again. She remembered Du Song saying, the other half of the pendant is in Night Ju's hands, and her heart beat faster. Could there be clues about your mother in that box?
Like
her relationship with the Night Clan? I don't know, but I have to see, Feng Yuchen said, supporting himself on the hospital bed to get up. The pain from his wound made his brow furrow, but he still reached for his coat. I've asked my assistant to clear the way.
We're going to the old house now.
Since the Night Clan people are lurking outside the hospital, they probably won't give us much time. Du Lia quickly supported his arm, one hand protecting her pregnant belly, walking very slowly. Your wound isn't healed yet. Maybe I should go first. No. Feng Yuchen tightened her hand, his eyes no longer cold, but filled with firm resolve. You're pregnant, and the Night Clan is watching you and the baby. How can I let you go alone? Besides, that's my mother's belonging, and I should open it. It seems the fetus understood their words and gently kicked Du Lia's belly, with a soft force, as if comforting. She looked down and smiled, touching her pregnant belly. Baby agrees with Dad going too, so we'll go together. As they just stepped out of the hospital room, a muffled bang suddenly sounded at the end of the corridor. Emergency lights flickered on, casting a pale, icy glow over the hallway. Feng Yuchen immediately protected Delia behind him, his hand reaching for his waist. Usually holding a gun there, but now only a small, discreet knife was hidden because she was in the hospital. "Mr. Feng, Miss Du, long time no see," a hoarse voice came from the darkness. Then, 3 men in black coats appeared, all wearing silver masks engraved with a Knight clan emblem, similar in shape to the red birthmark on Feng Yuchen's neck, but more intricate. The leader held a black bottle, from which a faint blue mist drifted out. "This is soul-locking incense, specially made for the bloodline of the war god. Once you smell it, the little one inside will stay still." Delia's pupils shrank, and she quickly covered her mouth and nose, pulling her belly back behind Feng Yuchen. The fetus seemed to sense danger and suddenly moved violently. This time, it wasn't gentle thumps but like fists pounding inside her belly, with such force that she staggered, her hand trembling as she leaned against the wall. "Don't touch her." Feng Yuchen took a step forward, drawing his knife. Its cold gleam reflected the emergency lights. "Are you from the Night Ashes? What are they sending you to do?" "What to do?" The leader chuckled, his voice rough like sandpaper on wood. "Of course, to invite Miss Du and the little war god to meet the clan leader. Be smart and come with us quietly, or—" He waved the bottle in his hand. "This incense is stronger. Not only will the child stop moving, but Miss Du will also faint for 3 days and nights." As soon as he finished speaking, Delia suddenly lunged forward, not toward the men, but toward the nearby fire hydrant. She endured the pain from her pregnant belly, with one hand pulling open the hydrant valve, grabbing the fire extinguisher inside, and pressing the trigger forcefully. White foam sprayed out instantly, covering the 3 men and the soul-locking incense bottle. The foam wrapped around it all, and the bottle shattered on the ground with a loud bang. "How dare you!" the leader shouted angrily, reaching out to grab Delia's arm. Feng Yuchen immediately rushed forward, his dagger slicing toward the man's wrist. His movements were quick like the wind, but the pain from the wound made him hesitate. The dagger only cut through the man's sleeve, revealing a tattoo inside, the same Knight character as the one on the waist of the Knight clan member outside the window. At that moment, the fetus moved again. This time, with more force than before, Delia's pregnant belly suddenly pushed forward, hitting the second man who was rushing toward them. The man cried out and stepped back 2 steps, hitting the wall and sliding to the ground, clutching his belly and grimacing. "Why is this baby so strong?" Delia was also stunned for a moment. She looked down at her belly, her voice mixed with surprise and worry. "Baby, are you okay? Don't push so hard." Sei Yuchen took the chance to grab her hand and ran toward the stairs. "Don't get involved with them. Let's go to the old house first." As they ran down the stairs, they could still hear the angry shouts behind them. "Chase." The clan leader said we must bring them back. After getting into the car, Sei Yuchen finally relaxed and wiped the sweat from Delia's forehead. His fingertips touched her cheek, and he noticed her face was very hot. "What's wrong? Did you smell some soul-locking incense earlier?" "It's nothing." Delia shook her head and handed him a jade pendant. The pendant had suddenly grown warm again, with dark red marks along its edge that seemed to come alive and spread out slowly. "The jade is heating up. It seems to be guiding us." Sei Yuchen took the jade pendant. As soon as his fingertips touched it, a warm current flowed from his fingers into his heart, easing the pain from his wound a little. He looked at the driver. "Follow the direction the jade points to. Head to the old Feng family house." The car traveled for over half an hour before reaching the old Feng family residence. It was an old-style courtyard with red walls and gray tiles. The stone lions at the gate were covered in moss, looking a bit worn out. Sei Yuchen pushed open the door. In the yard, an old locust tree had a swing hanging from it, a swing his mother had made for him when he was a child. It still swayed gently, as if someone had just touched it. "The attic is over there," Sei Yuchen said, leading Delia eastward. His steps were light, as if afraid of disturbing something. The attic door was made of redwood, carved with a fierce eagle pattern similar to the one on the jade pendant. However, part of the pattern was missing, fitting perfectly with the broken piece of jade in Delia's hand. Sei Yuchen pressed the jade against the missing part of the pattern. With a click, the door opened. The attic was full of dust, except for the red wooden box in the middle, which was clean, as if someone regularly wiped it. Delia supported her pregnant belly and walked over to help Feng Yuchen open the box. Inside, there was red silk, with a few old items placed on top, a pearl necklace, a yellowed photo, and a neatly folded letter. The photo showed a woman in a white dress who looked very similar to Feng Yuchen. She had a red birthmark on her left neck, just like him, and was holding a complete black jade pendant, smiling gently. "This is my mom," Feng Yuchen said softly, his fingers lightly touching the photo. His voice trembled a little. "This is the first time I've seen her clearly." Delia picked up the letter. The envelope was labeled, "To my dusty one," written in elegant handwriting. She opened it, and the paper inside was fragile, but the words were full of longing. "Dusty one, I'm sorry I can't be with you. Your red birthmark on your neck is a mark of the Knight clan royal family, but remember, the Knight clan is not united. Your uncle Yi Jin wants to steal the God of War secret book, but your grandfather, and I don't want you to get involved. I hid the remaining pages of the secret book in the cellar of the old house. Those pages contain a way to stop Yi Jin." Remaining pages of the secret book. Feng Yuchen suddenly looked up, eyes wide with shock. "My mom knew about the secret book? And she hid the pages?" Delia continued reading. "The jade pendant is the key to open the cellar. When the two halves are joined, you can find the remaining pages. But be careful, the Dooley family might also be looking for the pages. They hate the Knight clan, but they don't know there are people inside the Knight clan who want to protect you." As she read, a sudden gust of wind blew the letter into the air, sticking it to the attic window. Delia looked up and saw a woman in a gray coat standing outside, holding the other half of the black jade pendant, her face covered with a veil, revealing only eyes that looked very much like Feng Yuchen's mother. "You've finally come." The woman's voice was soft but carried a strange familiarity. "I've been waiting for you a long time." Feng Yuchen clenched his dagger tightly and stepped in front of Delia.
Who are you?
"Why do you have the other half of the jade pendant?" The woman didn't answer. Instead, she raised her hand and pointed at Delia's pregnant belly, her voice filled with a sigh. "The baby is almost 8 months old, right? Yi Jin already knows the pages are in the old house. Tomorrow, he'll send people to take them. You only have tonight to find the remaining pages, or else." She didn't finish her sentence, suddenly stepping back into the shadows of the trees. The jade pendant in the attic suddenly warmed up, its carved patterns emitting a faint golden glow, revealing the entrance to the cellar on the floor, a square opening with a complete eagle totem carved above. Delia touched her pregnant belly. The baby moved gently, as if urging her. She looked up at Feng Yuchen with determination in her eyes. "We will go down tonight to find the remaining pages. No matter how many people Knight Ju brings tomorrow, we must protect the child." Feng Yuchen nodded, reaching out to hold her close, resting his chin on her head. "No matter what happens, I will be by your side." Just as they reached the cellar entrance, Delia's phone suddenly rang. The screen showed an unknown number. She answered, hearing a young girl's voice. "Sister, don't trust that woman in the gray coat. She's one of Knight Ju's people. She wants to trick you into the cellar." The call suddenly ended with busy signals. Delia's hand trembled as she held the phone, then looked at Feng Yuchen. "That woman just now. Could she really be trying to deceive us?" Feng Yuchen looked at the glowing entrance, the golden light still flickering, but the temperature of the jade pendant was slowly dropping. He reached out to touch it, frowning. "Whether she's lying or not, the remaining pages are definitely inside the old house. But who is that little the phone? How does she know Knight Ju's plan?" Moonlight shone through the window into the attic, illuminating an unfinished letter. The last line was hidden in shadow, only the words, "Grandma is waiting for you," visible. Delia's heart suddenly beat faster. She remembered her mother's letter mentioning, "There are people in the Knight clan who want to protect you." Could it be that little girl is from the Knight clan? The moonlight in the attic slanted in, casting long shadows of the redwood box. Delia clutched her phone, the screen still showing the unknown number's call log. Her fingertips turned white from pressing so hard. The voice of the little girl still echoed in her mind, innocent yet urgent, like a thorn piercing her heart. The number can't be traced. It seems to be from a temporary station. Feng Yuchen handed her the phone, his brows tightly furrowed. His wound ached faintly again from the tension earlier. He instinctively pressed his bandage, but made sure Du Lia didn't see. However, her statement that the woman in the gray coat is under Night Ju's control might not be false. Du Lia touched her pregnant belly. The baby seemed to sense her anxiety and gently kicked her palm with a soft but firm force. She looked up at the cellar entrance. The square opening still faintly glowed with a golden light. The warmth from the jade pendant had decreased, but was still hot against her palm, as if urging or warning her. Her mother's letter said the jade pendant was the key to open the cellar, and the torn page contained a way to control Night Ju. Feng Yuchen stepped beside her, shielding her with his hand, his eyes scanning the eagle emblem at the cellar entrance. If the woman in the gray coat is lying, why would she guide us to the torn page? Isn't Night Ju most eager for the secret manual? This question hit Du Lia's doubts. She looked down at the jade pendant in her hand and suddenly noticed a detail she had overlooked, the dark red mark on the edge of the pendant. It faintly matched the pattern on her mother's complete jade pendant in the photo, forming half of the word, protect. Look at this. She held the pendant up to the moonlight. This mark isn't blood. It looks like some kind of paint. When pieced together, it forms half of the character, protect. Feng Yuchen leaned in for a closer look. Sure enough, the dark red lines spread along the eagle's wing, forming the left half of the character, protect. The other half, seen in the photo of her mother holding the pendant, could complete the character. My mother hid the torn page back then, maybe not just to control Night Ju, but also to protect someone. His voice grew quieter. He gently brushed his fingers over his mother's face in the photo. Just like that little girl said, there are people in the Night Clan who don't want her to succeed. Suddenly, the attic door creaked open with the wind, bringing a damp chill. Du Lia instinctively shrank behind Feng Yuchen, her pregnant belly tightening, not out of fear, but because the baby suddenly moved strongly, more forcefully than before, lifting her hand. Even the redwood box slightly shook. Be careful. Feng Yuchen quickly held her hand and took a step back. At that moment, the woman in the gray coat's voice came from the doorway, colder than before. Why aren't you going down yet? Night Ju's people will arrive in half an hour. If you keep stalling, not only will you lose the torn page, but your lives might be at risk. She stood in the moonlight, her veil fluttering gently in the wind. The other half of her jade pendant shimmered with a golden glow, just like the entrance to the cellar. Du Lia looked at her hand. There was a faint scar near her palm, very similar to the scar on the wrist of the Night Tribe member who had attacked them earlier in the hospital corridor. How did you get that scar on your hand? Du Lia suddenly asked, her voice deliberately calm. The person who attacked us at the hospital also had the same scar on his wrist. The woman in the gray windbreaker stiffened slightly. She raised her hand to cover the scar but was interrupted by Feng Yuchen's words. You're not really here to help us. You're just waiting for us to open the cellar so you can steal the remaining pages and give them to Yi Jin, right? I didn't. The woman's voice rose a little as she took a step forward, but she stopped when she saw the dagger in Feng Yuchen's hand. I am a servant to your mother. She asked me to stay undercover in the Night Tribe to wait for you to find the remaining pages. Servant. Feng Yuchen sneered and pushed the dagger forward slightly. Then tell me, when is my mother's birthday? What is her favorite flower? The woman's lips moved, but she couldn't speak for a long time. Her face looked especially pale under the moonlight. Du Lia's heart sank. It was obviously a lie. At that moment, Du Lia's phone suddenly rang again, with the same unfamiliar number. She quickly answered. A little girl's crying voice came through. Sister? Don't believe her. She's Yi Jin's adopted daughter. I'm actually the servant who raised Auntie. Auntie's birthday is March 17th, and her favorite flower is the white begonia. Who are you? Du Lia asked nervously, her voice trembling. I'm your cousin. The girl's voice was urgent. My name is Yi Shi. My grandfather is your maternal uncle, and he's Yi Jin's brother. Our family has always opposed Eugene. Auntie helped us back then, so Eugene forced her to leave the Feng family. Cousin, Feng Yuchen suddenly looked up, his eyes full of shock. He had never heard of his mother having such relatives, nor did he know that there were factions opposing Eugene in the Night tribe. The woman in the gray windbreaker's face instantly turned fierce when she heard the name Yishi. She raised her hand to grab Du Lia's pregnant belly. Since you've uncovered me, don't blame me for being rude. Leave the child, and I might let you die more peacefully. Don't touch her. Feng Yuchen immediately stepped in front of Du Lia, blocking her from the dagger aimed at her wrist. The woman turned sideways to dodge, but unexpectedly, Du Lia took a step forward and threw the jade pendant she was holding at her face. The pendant was hot and hit her on the forehead. She screamed in pain and took 2 steps back. The fetus seemed to cooperate and moved again, this time with such force that the window in the attic shook loudly, cracking into fine lines. Yishi's voice was still shouting from the phone. Sister, use the jade pendant to cover her totem. The pendant can suppress the power of the Night clan. Du Lia quickly reacted, picked up the fallen jade pendant, and pressed it against the woman's totem on her neck. As soon as the pendant touched the totem, it emitted a bright golden light. The woman screamed as if she was on fire, her body slowly falling to the ground. After a few convulsions, she stopped moving. The veil on her face fell off, revealing a face that looked somewhat like Zhang and Eugene. She is really Eugene's adopted daughter, Feng Yuchen said as he knelt down to check. After confirming the woman was just unconscious, he let out a sigh of relief and turned to Du Lia. Are you okay? That was very dangerous just now. I'm fine. Du Lia shook her head, touched her pregnant belly. The baby had calmed down but was still gently kicking her palm, as if proud of itself. Thanks to Yishi and our little one. She pressed her phone to her ear and asked softly, Yishi, where are you now? Can we meet? I'm in the backyard shed of the old house. Yishi's voice was excited. I secretly followed that bad woman. The jade pendant my aunt gave me consents your location. The two hurried to the backyard. Sure enough, they found a little girl in a pink dress, about 7 or 8 years old, with a faint red birthmark on her left neck, slightly smaller than Feng Yuchen. Feng Yuchen broke the lock, and Yishi immediately threw herself into his arms, crying, Cousin, I finally found you. Grandpa and the others are locked up by Eugene. I managed to escape. Feng Yuchen held her, feeling a mix of emotions. This was the first time he saw his mother's relatives, but it was in such a way. Du Lia crouched down, gently touched Yishi's head, and asked softly, Yishi, do you know where the remaining pages in the cellar are hidden? Night Creek nodded and took out a small jade pendant from his pocket, made of the same material as the ones they held, just smaller. Andy said that combining 3 jade pendants can open the secret compartment in the cellar, and the remaining pages are inside. Also, the remaining pages have a way to awaken the Du family's bloodline of the war god, which only the baby in my sister's belly can trigger. Awaken the bloodline? Du Lia's pupils shrank as she touched her pregnant belly. Could this be why the fetus always seems to warn them early? The 3 of them returned to the attic and placed the 3 jade pendants on the totem at the cellar entrance. With a click, they heard the gears turning inside. Feng Yuchen held Du Lia and Night Creek walked ahead, slowly descending. The cellar was filled with a faint sandalwood scent. In the middle was a stone box engraved with an eagle totem similar to the jade pendants. Night Creek opened the stone box, revealing several yellowed pages. These were the remaining pages of the War God's secret manual. Du Lia picked up a page. As her fingertips touched the paper, a warm flow seemed to pass from her fingers to her belly. The baby moved gently, and the writing on the page began to glow faintly, revealing small characters that hadn't been visible before. To awaken the War God's bloodline, one must use the blood of the Night Clan royal family as a guide, to activate the ritual at the Falling Star platform. Falling Star platform? Feng Yuchen frowned. What is that place? Night Creek shook his head. I haven't heard of it, but Night Ju definitely knows. He's been looking for the Falling Star platform. Du Lia carefully stored the remaining pages. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly felt the temperature in the cellar drop sharply. A familiar oppressive feeling came from the entrance, similar to the aura on the woman in the gray wind coat earlier, but even stronger and colder. Feng Yuchen's face changed instantly. He grabbed Feng Yuchen's sleeve, trembling.
It's
Night Ju's aura. He's here. Feng Yuchen immediately protected Du Lia and Night Creek behind him, drawing his dagger and fixing a sharp gaze on the entrance. Don't panic. I'm here. Du Lia touched her pregnant belly, feeling heavy in her heart. The phrase on the remaining pages, using the blood of the Night clan royal family as a guide, did that refer to Feng Yuchen? If awakening the child's bloodline requires Feng Yuchen's blood, could he be in danger? Moonlight shone through the cellar entrance onto the glowing small characters on the pages, silently reminding them. This war about bloodlines, secrets, and protection has only just begun. The bloodline of the Night clan can no longer be hidden. Dusk spread like spilled ink, pressing down on the Du family villa's floor-to-ceiling windows with a cold glow. In the living room, Elder Du Hong's heavy cane struck the marble floor with a loud, cracks spreading along the grout lines toward the sofa, where Du Lia sat, her pregnant belly swollen high, fingers unconsciously stroking her abdomen, but her eyes were icy. Do you know you are guilty? Du Hong's voice was cold as frost, clutching a carved, twisted jade pendant. This was found in Feng Yuchen's study, the blood jade talisman of the Night clan. Back then, they used this to trick the Du family out of the divine bloodline chart. The jade pendant clattered onto the coffee table with a sharp sound. Feng Yuchen took a half-step forward, shielding Du Lia behind him. His wound under his shirt was not fully healed, and his movements made his brow furrow slightly. Elder Du, the matter from back then is still uncertain. Besides, Lia and I are now married and our child. Child? Du Hong suddenly looked up, his murky eyes fixed on Du Lia's pregnant belly, his tone fierce and cruel. This, half of its blood, is Night clan's. It's a disgrace to the Du family. Today, you either cut off this bloodline yourself, or I will take the Du family's children and tear down this villa. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Lia suddenly stood up, supporting herself on the sofa armrest. Her belly swayed gently with her movement. She walked to Du Hong, placing her palm on her stomach, her voice quiet but filled with powerful resolve. Elder, you say the Night clan tricked the Du family's chart, but Feng Yuchen has never lied to me. He didn't even know he carried the Night clan's blood. The events of that year have nothing to do with him. You still protect him? Du Hong's anger flared, his cane trembling. 3 years ago, when you used the alias Night Owl to fight drug traffickers, the Night clan secretly helped you. Do you think they did it out of kindness? They were checking your bloodline. Du Lia hesitated for a moment. She remembered a mysterious force helping her fend off police raids back then, but she had thought it was just a favor from the underworld. Now, she realized those people's cuffs had faintly shown similar patterns to Feng Yuchen's jade pendant. This was a hidden clue, like a thorn stabbing into her heart. She turned to look at Feng Yuchen's tense profile, then clenched her teeth. Even if there are old grudges, the child in my belly is innocent. If you want to hurt Feng Yuchen, you'll have to step over my pregnant belly first. Rebel. Rebellious. Du Hong raised his hand to strike, his cane sweeping toward Du Lia's shoulder. Feng Yuchen was quick, grabbing the top of the cane, his knuckles turning white from the force. Elder Du, Lia is pregnant. If you dare to lay a hand on her, try it. During the tense standoff between the two, suddenly a soft hiss came from outside the window, the sound of an electromagnetic device activating.
Du Lia's face change d'instant.
Last time, the Wei family had used this device to harm her unborn child. She instinctively covered her belly, and a sudden stomach ache swept over her. Cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Feng Yuchen. It's the Wei family. Feng Yuchen's eyes sharpened. He quickly protected Du Lia behind the sofa and grabbed a vase from the coffee table, smashing it toward the window. As the glass shattered, 3 figures in black rushed in, holding modified electromagnetic guns, aiming directly at her pregnant belly. Miss Du, mister. Wei sent us to take you and the baby inside you to see him. How dare you touch my son? Feng Yuchen's voice was icy cold. He was about to rush forward but was stopped by Du Lia, who grabbed his sleeve. She endured the stomach pain, slowly straightened up, pushed her belly forward, and suddenly, a strong fetal movement came from inside her, not the previous gentle thumping, but like tiny fists pounding hard. The glass on the coffee table clattered to the floor, water spilled over the table, and tiny cracks appeared on the tiles.
This
Is the movement of the bloodline of the war god. Du Hong's eyes widened as he instinctively took a step back. The black-clad person's electromagnetic gun was about to fire when Du Lia suddenly stepped forward. Her belly directly collided with the chest of the frontmost attacker. With a muffled bang, he was hit like by a heavy hammer, flying backward and crashing into the wall, blood spilling from his mouth. Seeing this, the other two raised their guns to shoot, but Feng Yuchen had already lunged forward, snatching one gun and smashing it against the person's forehead with a swift move, leaving only a blur. The last black-clad attacker tried to escape, but Du Lia reached out and grabbed his collar. Her belly pressed against his back, her voice cold and sharp. "Did Wei Ming send you? Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve?" The man trembled all over. Just as he was about to speak, a gunshot suddenly rang out outside the window. A shot. Feng Yuchen reacted quickly, pulling Du Lia into his arms. The bullet grazed his arm and hit the wall. The black-clad man seized the opportunity, breaking free, climbing out the window, and disappearing without a trace. Du Lia leaned into Feng Yuchen's embrace, still worried about the baby. She kept touching her belly. "Baby, are you okay? Don't scare Mom." A gentle fetal movement responded inside her, and she finally relaxed a little. She looked up at the wound on Feng Yuchen's arm and frowned. "You're hurt again." "I'm fine." Feng Yuchen held her hand, gently rubbing her palm with his fingertips. He turned to look at Du Hong, who was still shocked. "Elder Du, you saw what just happened. The Wei family hasn't been fully dealt with yet. Now is not the time to settle old scores." Du Hong looked at Du Lia's pregnant belly with a complicated expression. After a moment, he sighed. "Years ago, the Knight clan leader killed 27 members of the Du family, including your grandfather, to steal the divine bloodline map of the war god. The bloodline in Feng Yuchen's body is directly from the clan leader, which is why I oppose you." His words hit Du Lia like a stone in her heart. She finally understood why the elders of the Du family hated the Knight clan so much. But seeing Feng Yuchen's worried eyes, she shook her head. Old grudges shouldn't be blamed on Feng Yuchen. "He protects me and the baby with all his heart." Du Hong wanted to say more, but suddenly his phone in his pocket rang. He looked at the screen, his face changing quickly. He hurriedly said, "There's an emergency in the Du family. I need to go back," and then left with the younger members of the family. The living room finally became quiet. Feng Yuchen sat on the sofa, holding Du Lia, gently massaging her waist. "Does it still hurt? I'll have the family doctor come to check." "No need. The baby just helped me." Du Lia smiled and touched her belly. Suddenly, she remembered something and looked up at Feng Yuchen. "Where did the blood jade talisman in your study come from?" Feng Yuchen paused, his expression complicated. "It was left to me by my mother. She said it was passed down in the family and told me to keep it safe. I only found out today that it's from the Knight clan." At that moment, Du Lia's phone vibrated suddenly. It was an anonymous message with a photo attached. In the picture, the man in black who had just escaped was kneeling before a masked man. The man's sleeve revealed a pattern identical to the blood jade talisman. The message read, "Feng Yuchen's bloodline must be reclaimed." Du Lia's heart skipped a beat. She handed her phone to Feng Yuchen, her fingertips feeling cold. "The Knight clan seems to be watching you." Feng Yuchen looked at the photo, his expression darkening. He reached out and held Du Lia tighter. "Don't worry. With me here, no one can hurt you or the baby," but Du Lia wasn't so sure. She touched her belly, feeling the baby inside move gently again, as if sensing something. She suddenly remembered what the elder of the Du family had said. The blood of the war god can sense the aura of the Knight clan. A hint of doubt arose in her mind. Has the child known about Feng Yuchen's bloodline for a long time? As soon as this thought appeared, the night outside grew darker. It seemed like a shadow flashed in the distance, like a lurking beast, staring at the two people and the unborn child inside the villa. The smell of blood in the living room hadn't fully faded. Feng Yuchen's arm was bleeding, but he first crouched down and gently placed his palm on Du Lia's pregnant belly. The baby's movements inside were very light, as if afraid of disturbing them, only brushing against his palm. Du Lia looked at his tense jawline and touched the scar on his arm with her fingertips. First, take care of your wound. Don't let the baby worry. Feng Yuchen didn't move. Instead, he looked up into her eyes. Lia, my mother always said, protect the bloodline. I thought she meant the Feng family, but now I realize. He paused, his throat moving. Before she died, she gave me a blood jade talisman and said, don't let the Night Clan find you. But she never said she was part of the Night Clan. Her fingertips carried warmth. Feng Yuchen's tense shoulders relaxed a little. Just as he was about to speak, his phone suddenly rang. It was the housekeeper of the Du family, voice trembling. Mr. Feng, Elder Du has been taken by someone. The other side said, Miss Du must bring the blood jade talisman to exchange, or they will burn down the Du ancestral hall. Ancestral hall. Du Lia stood up suddenly, her pregnant belly wobbling. The Du family ancestral hall holds the family tree of the war god bloodline. They came for the family tree. Feng Yuchen immediately grabbed his coat, shielding Du Lia as they headed for the door. Don't panic. I'll take the security team there. You're pregnant, stay in the car and don't get out. I won't stay in the car. Du Lia touched her belly, her eyes firm. There is my grandfather's tablet in the ancestral hall, and I feel the baby wants to come with me. As soon as she finished speaking, the baby's movements inside her suddenly became rapid, almost like a response to her words, with a faint sense of a blurry image. Flashes of fire flickered before Du Lia's eyes, along with a bronze cauldron engraved with the Night Clan symbols, boiling something inside. She clenched Feng Yuchen's hand tightly. The baby just sent me a vision. There's fire at the Du family ancestral hall, and a bronze cauldron of the Night Clan. They're not after Elder Du. They want the family tree and the blood jade talisman for a ritual. Feng Yuchen's expression darkened as he quickened his pace toward the garage. Just as the car left the villa, a red glow appeared in the distant sky, fire from the Du family's direction. Du Lia's heartbeat sped up, her hand never leaving her belly. The baby's movements became clearer, and this time, she also felt a faint buzzing, as if warning her to stay away from something. There's an ambush at the next intersection.
Du Lia suddenly shouted.
Feng Yuchen immediately slammed on the brakes. Just as the car stopped, 4 men in black jumped out from the roadside, holding electromagnetic guns like the last time, aiming at the tires. Miss Du, Mr. Wei said to go peacefully to the ancestral hall. No tricks, Mr. Wei? Is Wei Ming not dead yet? Feng Yuchen sneered, about to get out of the car, but Du Lia held him back. She unfastened her seatbelt, straightened her pregnant belly, and said, I'll go meet them. You watch the baby. Before Feng Yuchen could object, Du Lia had already stepped out of the car. The men in black saw her alone, pregnant, and they chuckled. Miss Du, don't think your unborn child can protect you. Today, this electromagnetic gun is specially aimed at the bloodline of the war god. They pulled the trigger. The buzzing of the electromagnetic waves was painfully loud. Du Lia instinctively covered her belly, but didn't feel the pain from before. Instead, she felt a strong vibration inside her, like a warm current flowing through her palms, spreading through her entire body. The baby's movements became rhythmic, like drumbeats. With a loud bang, the electromagnetic gun in the black-clad man's hand suddenly exploded, shrapnel flying everywhere and hitting them. This can't be. The lead black-clad man stared in shock. Du Lia took 2 steps forward, her belly gently bumping into his chest. He was electrocuted and staggered back, falling to the ground. Where is Mr. Wei? What happened to Elder Du? He's in the ancestral hall. Mr. Wei is with a masked man, waiting for the blood jade talisman. Before the black-clad man finished, Feng Yuchen knocked him out. Feng Yuchen walked over and brushed the dust off Du Lia's shoulder with a worried tone. Don't take such risks in the future. I'm afraid. I know you're afraid. Du Lia interrupted him, touching his face. but we're husband and wife. We must protect our child and each other." Seeing her determined eyes, Feng Yuchen's throat moved. He gently wrapped her in his arms, careful not to touch her pregnant belly. When they arrived at the Du family ancestral hall, the flames had already reached the doorframe. 2 Night tribe members guarded the entrance, their sleeves carved with patterns like blood jade symbols. Feng Yuchen was about to act, but Du Lia suddenly held him back. "Wait," the child said, "there's a trap inside. Don't rush in blindly." She closed her eyes, focusing on feeling the fetal movement. This time, her vision was clearer. Inside the hall, Du Hong was tied to a pillar. Wei Ming stood nearby holding the family tree, and opposite him was a person wearing a silver mask, holding a counterfeit blood jade symbol. A bronze cauldron boiled with red liquid, with green flames flickering beneath. "They're using fake blood jade symbols to deceive the family tree." Du Lia opened her eyes. "And the liquid in the bronze cauldron is meant to destroy the blood of the war god. They can't let it spill onto the family tree." Feng Yuchen nodded, took a smoke bomb from the car, and threw it at the door. When the smoke dispersed, they rushed into the hall. Wei Ming heard the noise, turned, and saw them. He smiled and waved the family tree. "Miss Du, you're finally here. Hand over the blood jade symbol, and I'll let old Du go, or else." "Or else what?" Du Lia stepped forward, her pregnant belly prominent. "You think a fake blood jade symbol can fool the Du family's family tree? And your Night tribe companion, he's not after the family tree. He wants the baby in my belly, doesn't he?" The person with a silver mask stiffened, his voice hoarse. "How do you know?" "Because my child can sense the Night tribe's aura and see your little tricks," Du Lia said, touching her belly. Suddenly, the fetal movement inside became intense. The bronze cauldron in the hall shook with a loud clang, and green flames shot up 1/2 meter high. "He doesn't like what you're boiling. He says it's dirty stuff." Wei Ming panicked, reaching out to throw the family tree to the masked man. "Hurry, do it. Don't think about anything else." But just as he raised his hand, Feng Yuchen kicked him down. Feng Yuchen took the family tree, handed it to Du Lia, and untied Du Hong. "Old Du, are you all right?" Du Hong shook his head and looked at the masked person with hatred in his eyes. "You are the current priest of the Night clan. You are the one who killed my people." The masked person sneered and took out a black box from his coat. "Since you've figured out, I'll be honest. Feng Yuchen, hand over the blood jade talisman your mother left, and let Du Lia give up the child in her belly. I might spare your lives. Dream on." Feng Yuchen protected Du Lia behind him. "My mother was forced to die by you all. Now you want to target my wife and child? You're asking for death." He suddenly remembered his mother's last words. "Yuchen, the blood jade talisman hides the secrets of the Night clan. Don't let them get it, or the bloodline of the war god will be destroyed." Back then, he didn't understand, but now he finally did. His mother was a rebel of the Night clan. She knew they wanted to use the child with the war god's bloodline to control the world, so she escaped with the blood jade talisman and married into the Feng family to avoid the Night clan. "Your mother?" The masked person paused, then laughed loudly. "You think your mother was a good person? She was a saint of the Night clan. She personally handed the war god's bloodline diagram to the clan leader. If she hadn't changed her mind and escaped with the blood jade talisman, the Du family wouldn't have lost so many people." This statement was like a bomb, shocking Du Lia and Feng Yuchen. Feng Yuchen's face turned pale. He couldn't believe his mother could do such a thing, but the masked person's words, combined with what Du Hong said about the Night clan stealing the diagram, seemed to match, only with his mother's involvement. At that moment, Du Lia's phone suddenly rang. It was the family doctor calling, his voice urgent. "Mrs. Feng, something's wrong. I found a diary in the old room of Mr. Feng's mother. It mentions a curse from the Night clan. Any child born from the Night clan and the war god's bloodline will be controlled by the Night clan after birth, unless what?" Du Lia asked quickly. "Unless they find the purification stone." But the diary didn't say where the purification stone is, only that it's related to Mr. Feng's mother's necklace. As the call ended, the masked person suddenly lunged at Du Lia, reaching out to grab her pregnant belly. "Stop talking to them. Just take the baby first." Feng Yuchen immediately stepped in front of her and fought the masked man. Leah watched their fight, then touched her belly. The baby's movements grew faint, as if comforting her. She suddenly remembered her mother-in-law's necklace. Feng Yuchen had always worn it. It was a small crescent-shaped pendant. At first, she thought it was just an ordinary piece of jewelry, but now she realized it might be a clue to the purification stone. Wei Ming tried to escape in the chaos, but was stopped by Du Hong. "You've harmed so many people in the Du family, and now you want to run." Du Hong waved his cane and struck Wei Ming's leg. Wei Ming screamed and fell to the ground. Seeing he couldn't defeat Feng Yuchen, the masked man took out a signal flare and shot it into the sky.
Wait.
"The Night Clan will be here soon. None of you will escape." After saying that, he broke the window and ran away. Feng Yuchen ran to the window but only saw a dark figure disappear into the night. He turned back to Leah, touched her pregnant belly, and felt the baby move gently, as if telling them everything was fine. Leah took out her phone and showed a previous anonymous photo. "Is the person in this mask the same as in the photo?" Feng Yuchen looked at it and nodded. "Yes, it's the same person. He's a priest of the Night Clan with a lot of power." Du Hong came over and sighed. "It seems what happened back then was more complicated than we thought. Where is your mother's diary? We need to find the purification stone quickly, or after the baby is born." "It's in the Feng family villa. I asked the housekeeper to hide it," Feng Yuchen said. "First, we need to put out the fire in the Du family, then hand Wei Ming over to the police, and finally check the diary at the villa." After dealing with the Du family's matters, they returned to the villa late at night. The housekeeper handed Feng Yuchen the diary. It was old, with a black cover embroidered with a crescent moon pattern. Feng Yuchen opened the first page, which was written in his mother's handwriting. "I am the saintess of the Night Clan and the granddaughter of the Du family. To protect the Du family, I had to give the false map to the clan leader, but they still killed the Du family." Leah leaned in to look, and a weight in her heart eased. So her mother had deliberately given a fake map to protect the Du family. The misunderstanding was cleared. But as the diary reached the last few pages, the handwriting became messy. "The curse of the Night Clan is real. If Yuchen has a child with someone of the blood of the war god, the child must be purified with the purification stone, or the child will be controlled by the Night Clan's priest." The rest of the words were torn off, leaving only the character Moon. Feng Yuchen clenched his hand around the diary, his knuckles turning white. Mother mentioned Moon, which must be related to the necklace. "My necklace is crescent-shaped, so maybe the purification stone is inside it." He took off the necklace and handed it to Leah. She took the necklace, and as soon as her fingers touched the pendant, her unborn baby's movements suddenly became very excited, as if confirming something. At that moment, the villa's doorbell suddenly rang. The butler went to open the door and returned with a pale face. "Mr. Feng, Mrs. Feng, there's a child at the door. He says he's looking for his blood relative, and he's holding a crescent moon pendant like yours." Leah and Feng Yuchen exchanged a surprised look, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. "Who is this child? Why does he have the same pendant?" When they reached the door, they saw a small boy, about 5 or 6 years old, dressed in black, clutching a crescent moon pendant, looking up at them with a calm, steady gaze, unlike a child's. "I am a stone guardian of the Night Clan. I came to give you a clue about the purification stone." But he looked at Leah's pregnant belly. "Your baby will wake up very soon." "Wake up? What does that mean?" Leah knelt down, trying to speak gently. The boy didn't answer. Instead, he handed her the pendant. "If you combine this pendant with your necklace, you can find the purification stone. But you need to hurry. The Night Clan's priest is already looking for it. He wants to get the stone before the baby wakes, so he can control the child." After saying that, the boy turned and quickly disappeared into the night. Leah held the 2 crescent moon pendants, feeling them heat up. The baby inside her moved gently, as if saying, "Thank you." Feng Yuchen came over, squatting beside her and holding her hand. "Don't worry. We will find the purification stone and protect the baby." Leah nodded, looking up at the night sky. She felt that the boy's appearance was not a coincidence. And what did he mean by, "the baby will wake up"? Does it mean the baby's abilities are about to fully awaken? Or is there another danger waiting for them? He could feel the gentle movement under the fabric, firm yet soft, as if responding to his worries. Don't touch it for too long. The pendant is a bit hot. He moved the pendant into his palm, and the warmth from his fingertips made him frown. Mother's diary only mentioned the moon. Now it seems two pendants need to be joined together to work. Not just for that. Du Hong walked over with a cup of warm water, his eyes fixed on the pattern at the junction of the pendant. Look, the grooves here reflect light and shadow. As he spoke, he pulled down the curtains, and the living room suddenly darkened. Sure enough, faint light shone through the grooves of the pendant, casting a blurry map on the wall. The mountain outlines looked familiar, the terrain of the old Du family estate's back hill. It's the forbidden area of the back hill. Du Hong's voice grew excited. When I was young, elders said there was a basement there. Only the Du family bloodline could open it. Inside, it hides something related to the guardian warrior's bloodline. Du Lia touched her pregnant belly. The baby gently kicked her, as if confirming the words, forbidden area. But a feeling of unease grew in her heart. But that little boy said, the child is waking. If the purification stone is in the forbidden area, we need to go there quickly. What if? No what ifs. Feng Yuchen interrupted her, wrapping the pendant in a velvet cloth and slipping it into her coat pocket, then carefully fastening her scarf. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to the old Du estate. The security team will clear the area beforehand, so the Night Tribe and the Wei family won't get close. His thumb brushed her earlobe, his tone steady, but the red veins in his eyes betrayed his worry. He stayed up late last night studying the diary, afraid of missing any clues about the purification stone. At that moment, Du Lia's phone suddenly vibrated intensely. It was a video call from her best friend, Su Qing. When she answered, Su Qing appeared on the screen, tied to a pillar, tears streaked across her face. Behind her stood two people in black, holding knives. Lia, help me. It's remnants of Wei Ming, they said. They said you should bring the moon-shaped pendant to exchange for me, or... The call suddenly ended. In the last second, Du Lia saw many black boxes stacked in the warehouse behind Su Qing, marked with symbols of the Night Tribe. Her heart clenched. She was about to stand up, but Feng Yuchen immediately held her waist. Don't panic. I'll have the security team locate the warehouse. Stay in the car. I'll go rescue her. I want to go with you. Delia tightly held his wrist, her pregnant belly sticking out more straightly. Su Qing was kidnapped because she was helping me find Wei Ming's whereabouts. I can't let her face this alone. Also, the baby just moved, and he wants to go with me. He can sense danger ahead of time. Feng Yuchen looked at her determined eyes and knew he couldn't persuade her. He bent down to fasten her seatbelt and then put a spare phone into her pocket. Call me immediately if anything happens. No matter what, don't take your eyes off me. As the car headed toward the suburbs, it was getting dark. Delia leaned against the window, her hand always resting in her pocket, feeling the warmth of the pendant. Suddenly, her fingertips paused, and she pressed on her belly. There are two groups ahead, one in the trees on the left, and another at the road ahead. Feng Yuchen immediately slowed down and checked the navigation. They're Night Clan pursuers. They've been following us. He was about to contact the security team for help when Delia suddenly said, no need. The guns they have are tranquilizer guns, and the people in the trees on the left are holding electromagnetic devices, specifically targeting the pendant. Just then, 5 people in black jumped out from the woods by the roadside, holding electromagnetic guns like last time, aiming at the car window. Miss Delia, hand over the pendant and we won't kill you. Feng Yuchen was about to open the car door when Delia suddenly grabbed him and rolled down her window herself. She tilted her chin at the black-clad men and gently pressed her hand on her belly. Want the pendant? First, ask my baby if he agrees. Suddenly, the baby inside her moved violently, as if a surge of energy was flowing out through the window. The electromagnetic guns in the black-clad men's hands clanged and exploded, shrapnel flying onto their hands, causing them to scream in pain. This is impossible. How can the electromagnetic guns fail? Because you've messed with the wrong people. Feng Yuchen took the opportunity to get out of the car and quickly subdued 2 of the men with a few punches. The remaining ones tried to run, but were stopped by the arriving security team. Delia sat inside the car, watching Feng Yuchen's back, and touched her belly. "Baby, thank you for helping Mom." The baby gently kicked her, as if saying, "Mom, don't be afraid." When they reached the warehouse, the entrance was eerily silent. Feng Yuchen ordered the security team to stay alert around the area. Then he and Delia quietly slipped inside. The warehouse had only one flickering light bulb. Su Qing was tied to a central pillar, with two Wei family members standing nearby, holding knives at her neck. "Miss Delia, you've finally arrived. Hand over the pendant and we will let her go. First, let Su Qing go. I will give you the pendant afterward." Delia took a few steps forward, her pregnant belly clearly visible under the light. The man hesitated for a moment, about to loosen the restraints, when suddenly the back door of the warehouse swung open. A priest from the Night Clan, wearing a silver mask, entered holding a black box. "Stop talking to her. Take the pendant and the person away. The full moon night is coming soon. Only by sacrificing the child in her belly can we control the bloodline of the war god." Full moon night. Delia's heart sank. She finally understood what the little boy meant when he said, "The child will wake up." It meant the fetus would awaken its powers on the full moon night. Without the purification stone, the priest would use it. She clenched the pendant inside her bag. Suddenly, her baby moved more urgently, and the light bulb in the warehouse exploded with a loud bang. In the darkness, the priest shouted in surprise, "What's going on?" Feng Yuchen seized the chance to rush forward, untie Su Qing's ropes, and push her toward Delia. "You all go out first."
"I'll handle this," he said.
Delia didn't move. She touched her belly, feeling the warmth of the pendant passing through her palm into her. The baby's movements became rhythmic, as if giving her strength. "I can help you." Suddenly, a knife was toward her in the darkness. Delia dodged to the side, and her pregnant belly lightly bumped the priest's arm. He seemed to be electrocuted, dropping the knife and clutching his burning arm. "The movements of the war god's bloodline can actually hurt me." Feng Yuchen took the opportunity to punch the priest in the face. The mask fell off, revealing a scarred face. "You think you can succeed?" His voice was cold as ice. "My mother didn't let you succeed back then, and I won't let you hurt Leah and the baby now." Seeing he was no match, the priest pulled out a smoke bomb and threw it on the ground. "There are 3 days until the full moon. When that time comes, I will bring the Night Clan members. No one can stop me." After the smoke dispersed, he was gone. Su Qing was so frightened her legs buckled, leaning on Delia. "Leah," about what he said, "the full moon night. Is the baby in danger?" Delia helped her outside the warehouse, her hand always on her belly. "We will find the purification stone before the full moon. Nothing will happen to the baby." When they returned to the villa, it was already midnight. Du Hong was still waiting in the living room, with a map of the Du family's old house on the table, marked with a red circle around the forbidden area. The basement behind the mountain has 2 doors. The first door requires the bloodline of the Du family to open, and the second door. He paused, his eyes complicated. It needs the bloodline of the Night Clan to open. Feng Yuchen hesitated. "You mean I need to go with Laya?" "Yes," Du Hong nodded. In the past, the Du family and the Night Clan were allies. But later, because of a conflict over the map, the gate to the forbidden area needs both bloodlines to open. Laya touched the pendant inside her bag. It felt hot again, and her baby's movements inside her became gentle, as if sleeping peacefully. She looked up at Feng Yuchen with more confidence. "We'll go to the old Du house early tomorrow and try to find the purification stone before nightfall." The next morning, just as they were about to leave, the butler ran in holding an anonymous letter, looking pale. "Mr. Feng, Mrs. Feng, we found this at the door. It has a crescent moon mark." Laya opened the letter. Inside was only a note with messy handwriting. "Behind the second door in the forbidden area, there are traps set by the Night Clan, aimed at babies with the god of war's blood. Don't take the children. The purification stone isn't in the forbidden area. The stone guardian left it. It was that little boy." The note slipped from Laya's hand and fell to the ground. She wondered, if the purification stone isn't in the forbidden area, where could it be? Why did the boy only now warn them about the trap? Feng Yuchen bent down to pick up the note, his expression darkening. Whether it's a trap or not, we have to see for ourselves. But this time, I'll go ahead and scout. You and the kids stay in the car. Du Laya shook her head and touched her pregnant belly. The baby just moved. He said he wants to come with me. We're a family. We face the trap together and find the purification stone together. Feng Yuchen looked at her with firm eyes. His throat moved, and he gently wrapped her in his arms, careful not to touch her belly. All right, we'll face it together. As the car headed to the old Du house, Du Laya leaned on Feng Yuchen's shoulder, her hand inside her bag feeling the warmth of the pendant. She looked out the window. The moon was already round her, and in 3 days, it would be the night of the full moon. She didn't know what trap was waiting for them in the forbidden area, or where the purification stone was. But she knew, as long as she was with Feng Yuchen and the baby, there was no obstacle they couldn't overcome. She didn't notice that her backup phone in her pocket quietly lit up, displaying an anonymous message that said, "The trap of the forbidden area is to test your bloodline, the Stone Guardian." The stone wall in the Du family's secret place glowed with a cold light. The totem depicted a war god holding a sword, pointed directly at Feng Yuchen's heart. Elder Du Songhai, leaning on a snake-headed cane, tapped the stone floor with a sharp sound. Each tap sounded like it was hitting Du Laya's tense nerves. Feng Yuchen, dare you say there is no bone erosion blood of the Night Clan in your body? 100 years ago, the Night Clan slaughtered my entire Du family. Your bloodline is the best proof of your guilt. Du Laya suddenly supported the stone wall and stood up. Her pregnant belly was tight, and cold sweat broke out on her palms. She looked down at her abdomen. There was a gentle thumping, like the baby responding to her unease. Since escaping from the Wei family ruins 3 days ago, Feng Yuchen had been invited by the Du elders to this secret place. They called it bloodline verification, but in reality, they were imprisoning him. When she had just broken through 3 traps to get in, she heard this heart-wrenching statement. Proof of guilt. Feng Yuchen stood below the totem, his black suit still stained with dust from last night's effort to protect her. He raised his hand to pull Du Laya behind him, placing his palm on her pregnant belly. He could clearly feel the fetal movement, tracing its path with his fingertips. My father is from a branch of the Feng family. My mother died young, and I've never had any connection with the Night Clan. Elder Du, if you have no proof, you accuse me falsely. Is that the rule of the Du family? Proof? Elder Du Songhai sneered and threw out a yellowed family tree scroll. Is your mother's maiden name Suwan? According to this family tree, Suwan was the illegitimate daughter of the Night Clan's leader. Do you know why the Feng family suddenly accepted your mother? It was just to use the Night Clan's power to seize control. Impossible. Du Laya clenched Feng Yuchen's wrist, her knuckles turning white. She remembered Feng Yuchen once said that her mother left only a jade pendant engraved with the character Su before she died, and never mentioned the Night Clan. But on Elder Du's family tree, Suwan's name was marked with a wolf head symbol of the Night Clan. The ink faded but not fake. Feng Yuchen's body stiffened for a moment, his throat moving as he looked at Du Laya. His greatest fear wasn't the hostility from the Du family, but the cold distance in her eyes, just like when he first learned about the marriage contract, with a guarded coldness. But suddenly, the baby in her belly moved again, with more force than usual, as if the fetus was defending him. Leah. Feng Yuchen's voice softened as he gently stroked her hand with his thumb. The first time I saw you, I knew you were from the Du family. Your tattoo on your left shoulder matches the pattern on my mother's jade pendant. I married you not for bloodline, but because of the light in your eyes that day at the hospital when you blocked the paparazzi with a brick. As he finished speaking, the secret stone door suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Sparks and debris flew as Wei Kuan, the remaining leader of the Wei family's forces, charged in holding an energy gun, aiming it directly at Du Lia's pregnant belly.
Du Lia.
Feng Yuchen, you've destroyed my Wei family. Today, I will use this bone erosion bullet to make sure your cursed child and the remnants of the Night Clan die together. The bone erosion bullet, the ultimate weapon of the Wei family, said to corrode bone marrow upon contact with blood, made from the blood of the Night Clan. Du Lia's pupils shrank suddenly. She tried to push Feng Yuchen away, but was fiercely protected in his arms. Just as Wei Kuan pulled the trigger, Du Lia's pregnant belly suddenly heaved violently. An invisible shockwave radiated from her abdomen. Bang! The energy bullet exploded midair, sparks splashing onto Wei Kuan's face. He screamed and staggered back, knocked to the ground by the shockwave, his gun flying far away. Du Lia clutched her belly and gasped for breath, clearly feeling the fetus inside, punching and kicking, as if proud of its achievement. This is the fetal movement guard of the war god's bloodline. Du Songhai's cane fell to the ground, eyes wide with shock. Only when the Du family's direct bloodline awakens does the fetus gain such power. Feng Yuchen, if you truly are from the Night Clan, how could her child?
Feng Yuchen ignorait du Kangye's surprise.
He crouched down carefully, gently lifting Du Lia's shirt to place his palm on her warm belly. The fetal movement gradually slowed, as if the baby was tired, and gently rubbed against his hand inside. He looked up at Du Lia, the bloodshot in his eyes still present, but his voice was filled with fear. Luckily, you and the baby are fine.
Du Lia's heartbeat gradually steadied.
She looked at the worry in Feng Yuchen's eyes and suddenly remembered the words of the Wei family's ancestor before he died. Marry you only for bloodline. But just then, in that moment, he could have dodged but chose to protect her and the child with his body. She reached out and touched Feng Yuchen's face, her fingertips brushing his stubble on his chin, softly asking, "Is your mother's jade pendant still with you?" Feng Yuchen nodded and took out a smooth jade pendant from his inner pocket. The jade pendant is engraved with the character, Su, and the pattern next to it is half of the Du family totem. The other half is exactly tattooed on Du Lia's left shoulder. When both of them hold the pendant at the same time, the totem on the stone wall suddenly glows with gold light, and a small inscription appears on the sword of the war god statue. Twin pulse resonance. Secret chamber unlocked. Secret chamber? Du Songhai suddenly raises his head. Legend says the Du family's secret chamber hides a manual to fight the Night Clan. It can only be opened if someone has Du family blood and merges with Night Clan blood. Just then, hurried footsteps are heard outside. Du family's guards rush in, looking pale. Elder. Something's wrong. The International Criminal Police suddenly surrounded the secret place, saying, "They want to arrest Mr. Feng," accusing him of being a contact of the remnants of the Night Clan. Feng Yuchen's eyes darken. He quickly puts the jade pendant back into Du Lia's hand, stands up, and shields her behind him. He looks at Du Songhai. "I don't care about Night Clan blood or secret chambers. Whoever tries to arrest me today must first ask my wife and child." Du Lia tightens her grip on the pendant and suddenly speaks. "The actions of the International Criminal Police are probably a leak from the remnants of the Wei family, right?" She lowers her head, touches her pregnant belly, and a cold smile appears on her lips. "They think catching you can control me? Too bad they forgot. Inside my belly is a little one who can shatter energy bullets." The baby moves gently again, as if agreeing with her. Du Songhai looks at the scene before him, suddenly sighs, and picks up his cane.
Enough.
The Du family cannot let the heir of the war god's bloodline be without a father. "Feng Yuchen, come with me." The secret chamber door is about to open. Perhaps inside lies the truth about your mother. Feng Yuchen glances back at Du Lia. Seeing her nod, he follows Du Songhai toward the stone wall. The golden light grows brighter, and a stone door gradually appears beneath the totem. But just as the door is about to open, Du Lia's phone suddenly vibrates. A message pops up on the screen, sent by Night Owl. "Beware of the secret chamber." What's inside isn't a manual, but the seal of the Night Clan leader. Feng Yuchen's blood will awaken him.
Du Lia's heart suddenly tightens.
She looks up at Feng Yuchen's back, the stone door already cracked open with a faint low moan, as if something inside is trying to break free. Feng Yuchen's hand has already touched the cold stone door. Du Lia's shout was like ice, piercing through the secret ground's golden light directly into Feng Yuchen's back. She staggered forward, and, at the moment she grabbed his wrist, her fingertips touched something hot. That was the warmth pulled by the power inside the stone door. She still held her phone in her other hand, and the message from Night Owl lit up the screen. Every word was like a red-hot needle stabbing into her heart. Once the seal is broken, the leader of the Night Clan will be reborn using Feng Yuchen's blood. Your child will become his vessel. Feng Yuchen suddenly turned around and saw her face as pale as paper. Her pregnant belly moved slightly with her quick breathing. The little one who had been gently moving inside her was now strangely quiet, as if also afraid of what was behind the stone door. He immediately released his hand from the door and, turning around, pulled her into his arms, placing his palm gently on her lower back to comfort her. Don't be afraid. I won't touch it. You can't touch it. Dulia clutched his collar, her voice trembling. Night Owl said the inside is the seal of the Night Clan leader. Your blood will awaken him. He wants to take our child. These words made Du Songhai tremble all over. His cane, which had fallen to the ground, made a clattering sound. He staggered forward 2 steps, staring at the red light seeping from the stone door, his voice trembling with disbelief. Impossible. The ancestors of the Du family clearly said that the secret room contained the demon-suppressing record that could suppress the bloodline of the Night Clan. How could it be a seal? Ancestors didn't lie to you. Someone replaced the item. Dulia suddenly remembered that 3 years ago, when she destroyed the drug lord group, she had seen a piece in their secret chamber that looked exactly like Feng Yuchen's jade pendant. At that time, the piece had a faint inscription, Twin veins merge, seal broken. She was about to speak when suddenly, a loud bang came from the secret ground. More than 10 international police officers in black uniforms burst in, guns raised. The leader showed a warrant and coldly said, Feng Yuchen, suspected of colluding with remnants of the Night Clan, endangering international security. Come with us now. The police guns were aimed directly at Feng Yuchen, 2 even trying to go past him to control Dulia. Feng Yuchen immediately protected her behind him, his muscles tense under his black suit, his eyes cold enough to freeze. My wife is pregnant. Whoever dares to move her. The leading detective stepped forward, just about to reach out and grab Feng Yuchen's arm when suddenly, Dulia's pregnant belly moved gently, not the previous rhythmic tremor, but a faint flow of air escaping from her abdomen, precisely hitting the detective's wrist. The detective felt a numbness in his wrist, and his gun clattered to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Even Du Songhai's eyes widened as he stared at Dulia's belly, whispering, the guardian energy of the war god's bloodline can be used so skillfully even during pregnancy. At that moment, a sinister laugh came from the corner. The crowd looked over and saw Wei Kuan crawling up from the ground, blood dripping down his forehead, clutching a sharp piece of stone from the wall, his eyes crazed as he stared at Dulia's belly. Since I can't catch Feng Yuchen, I'll catch his offspring. As long as this child is here, the Du family and the Night Clan must listen to me. He lunged toward Dulia, the sharp fragment gleaming coldly, aiming straight at her belly. Feng Yuchen reacted quickly, kicking him in the chest. Wei Kun flew backward like a broken rag doll, crashing into the stone wall and passing out. But this collision caused the red light inside the stone door to surge violently. A sharp, low moan echoed from within, making everyone's scalp tingle. Suddenly, Dulia felt her abdomen sink. The previously quiet fetus was now moving violently, as if fighting against whatever was behind the stone door. She clutched her belly, squatting down, cold sweat forming on her forehead. Feng Yuchen immediately knelt beside her, supporting her, his fingertips touching her belly. He could clearly feel the fetus curled up inside, as if gathering strength. Leah, how are you? Does it hurt a lot? Feng Yuchen's voice was full of worry. He looked up at Du Songhai, pleading, Elder Du, you must know something.
Who is Suwan?
Does this seal have anything to do with her? Du Songhai looked at the scene before him and finally sighed, as if he had let go of a heavy burden. He picked up his cane, walked to the stone wall, and gently tapped the red light with the tip of his staff. The red light seemed to recoil as if afraid of him. Enough. At this point, there's no need to hide anymore. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying the weight of years. Suwon is indeed the illegitimate daughter of the Night Clan leader, but she is also an undercover agent planted by the Du family within the Night Clan. Years ago, she stole a blood sample of the clan leader, which her ancestors used to create a seal. She also split her jade pendant into two halves, one for you, and the other hidden in the Du family to prevent anyone from breaking the seal. Then why does the family tree only list her as the illegitimate daughter of the Night Clan? Du Leah asked, holding back her stomach pain. Because she didn't want you to know the truth. Du Songhai's eyes darkened. When the Night Clan leader discovered she was an undercover agent, he threatened her with your life, forcing her to replace the seal with her own soul device. She had no choice but to comply, but secretly, she infused the jade pendant with a power to suppress the soul device. She also left a wolf head mark on the family tree, not as proof of guilt, but as a warning to future generations of the Du family to protect the person holding the other half of the jade pendant. The truth shone like a light, clearing up all previous doubts. Feng Yuchen clenched Du Lia's hand, the warmth in his palm giving her some comfort. She looked up at the stone door. The red light in the grew brighter, and the low hum became clearer, as if something was about to break free. We need to leave quickly. Feng Yuchen helped Du Lia up and turned to Du Songhai. We can investigate the secret chamber later. First, we must get out of here. Interpol and the remnants of the Wei family are outside. We can't let them hurt Leah and the baby. Du Songhai nodded. Just as he was about to open the side door of the secret chamber, a strange sound suddenly came from outside. Not the footsteps of police officers or the shouts of the Wei remnants, but the sound of hooves. And not just one horse, but hundreds or thousands of hooves pounding the ground, causing the entire secret chamber to tremble slightly. Du Lia's phone suddenly vibrated again, this time with a message from Night Owl. The message was brief, but sent a chill down her spine. Night Clan cavalry is coming. They sense the awakening of the leader's soul device and are here to seize the child's battle god bloodline. At that moment, the stone door suddenly cracked wider with a loud, and a blinding red light shot out from inside, like a red vine wrapping around Feng Yuchen's wrist. Feng Yuchen felt a burning sensation on his wrist, and an unfamiliar power surged through his veins toward his heart. He immediately tried to shake off the red light, but it seemed to grow on his skin, impossible to remove. What surprised him even more was that Du Lia's pregnant belly suddenly moved strongly. Inside, the baby seemed to sense the red light and started to move quickly. Each movement matched the flickering of the red light, as if they were
responding.
Du Lia held her belly, clearly feeling the baby's unease, along with a cold, powerful force coming from Feng Yuchen's wrist. She looked up at him and saw his face growing paler, his lips pressed into a straight line, clearly trying to suppress the power inside him. Feng Yuchen, she called his name, reaching out to touch his wrist wrapped in red light. As soon as her fingertips touched the red light, a force pushed her away. A sharp pain shot through her abdomen. It was as if the baby was warning her not to touch that thing. Outside, the sound of hooves grew louder, along with shouts from international police and gunfire. The stone wall in the secret chamber started to fall apart. Du Songhai was anxious and stomped his foot. The side door is blocked by the hooves. We're trapped now. Feng Yuchen took a deep breath, resisting the surging power inside him. He held Du Lia tightly in his arms and looked at her with a firm gaze. Don't be afraid, I am here. Even if the Night Tribe cavalry comes, even if what's behind the stone door tries to come out, I won't let them hurt you or the baby. Du Lia leaned into his embrace, listening to his steady heartbeat, feeling a little calmer. But her eyes fell on his wrist wrapped in red light, and a strong sense of unease rose in her heart. She could feel that the power in the red light was slowly merging with Feng Yuchen's bloodline, and the baby inside her seemed to be attracted by this power. Suddenly, the low moaning from inside the stone door turned into a clear roar. The red light suddenly surged wildly, wrapping around Feng Yuchen's entire arm. Du Lia's pregnant belly also shook violently. She even heard a faint, "Yaya" sound from inside, as if the baby was crying. Baby. Du Lia's face changed suddenly. She reached out to touch her belly. Feng Yuchen immediately lowered his head, placing his palm on her stomach. But he felt a strange force coming from the baby, connecting through his palm and the red light on his wrist. At the moment the two forces met in his palm, Feng Yuchen felt as if his heart was being squeezed by an invisible hand. A warm feeling from Du Lia's pregnant belly and a burning sensation from the red light on her wrist tugged at each other, spreading along the blood vessels to her limbs. He could clearly feel that the fetus's power was not fighting the red light but was instead testing it, like a curious child touching a hot flame with their fingertips. "Don't touch." Du Lia's voice was trembling with tears. She tightly held Feng Yuchen's other hand, her palms sweaty. The trembling in her belly grew more frequent, each time like a small fist pounding on her nerves. "Baby, don't be stubborn. Mom is here to protect you." As soon as she finished speaking, the screams inside the stone door suddenly intensified. The red light tightened sharply, like the fangs of a venomous snake, stabbing fiercely into Feng Yuchen's forearm. He groaned softly, his veins bulging, sweat soaking his black suit sleeve, sticking to his skin. "Lia, don't worry about me," he gritted his teeth, forcing the power inside him to gather in his palm. "The baby is helping me." "Look." Du Lia looked in the direction of his gaze. She saw that the power line, connecting Feng Yuchen's palm and her pregnant belly, shimmered with a faint golden glow. The red light, as if afraid of this golden glow, trembled slightly. The fangs that had pierced his forearm also slowly retracted. "It's the jade pendant," Du Songhai suddenly shouted, pointing his cane at the jade pendant in Feng Yuchen's hand. The suppressive force injected into the pendant by Su Wan can only be activated by the Du family bloodline. "Lia, you need to press the tattoo on your left shoulder onto his jade pendant. Only then can the twin jade pieces fully suppress the soul device." Du Lia immediately understood. She endured the stabbing pain in her belly, raised her hand, and tore off her shoulder clothing. The tattoo on her skin glowed faintly in the dim secret chamber, revealing the other half of the Du family crest. The moment the tattoo was pressed onto the jade pendant, the pendant suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, like a small sun illuminating the entire secret chamber in a fiery red. The golden light clashed with the red light, producing a harsh buzzing sound. The red light on Feng Yuchen's wrist struggled violently, as if trying to break free, but the golden light formed a net, trapping it tightly. Even more astonishing, the trembling in Du Lia's pregnant belly suddenly stopped. Instead, a gentle warmth spread from her abdomen, flowing along Feng Yuchen's palm and slowly entering his body. "Is this the purification power of the war god's bloodline?" Du Songhai widened his eyes, his voice full of shock. "It said only the ancestors of the Du family can do this. I never thought a fetus could use such power while still in the..." Feng Yuchen felt the burning pain inside him gradually fade away, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease. He looked down at Du Lia's pregnant belly, clearly sensing the baby inside, stretching and relaxing, as if shedding a heavy burden. Gently, he touched her stomach and said softly, "Thank you, little one." But this feeling of relief didn't last long. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the secret entrance. The stone door was smashed open, and a dozen Night Tribe cavalry in black armor rushed in, their long swords gleaming. The leading soldier lifted his helmet, revealing a familiar face. It was Wei Ming, the second son of the Wei family, who had gone missing. "Du Lia, Feng Yuchen." Wei Ming's face twisted into a fierce smile. He held up a broken jade pendant, the other piece of Su Wan's jade. "Surprised? I've long since joined the Night Tribe. Hand over your child, and the leader might let you die with dignity." Du Lia's heart sank suddenly. The jade fragment in Wei Ming's hand still had fresh blood on its edge, clearly torn from somewhere. She looked at Feng Yuchen, who had a cold look in his eyes. Just as he was about to step forward, Du Songhai held him back. "Don't act rashly. The armor of the Night Tribe cavalry is made from their bloodline. Ordinary weapons can't hurt them." At that moment, the red light from the stone door suddenly surged again, breaking free from the golden glow and flying straight toward the jade fragment in Wei Ming's hand. Wei Ming, apparently prepared, immediately raised the fragment above his head. The red light wrapped around it instantly, forming a huge red beam that shot straight up to the ceiling. Ha ha ha. The leader is waking up. Wei Ming laughed wildly. With this fragment and your child's divine bloodline, the leader can be reborn completely. Feng Yuchen quickly shielded Du Lia behind him, his muscles tense beneath his black suit. He watched the red beam, suddenly recalling his mother's last words. If one day you see red light entwining jade, take the jade to find the Du family. They will protect you. It turned out his mother had foreseen this day. Lia, take Elder Du through the side door. Feng Yuchen pulled out a pistol from his waist, which he had hidden long ago. I'll hold them off. I won't go. Delia tightly held his hand, and suddenly her lower abdomen started to shake again, this time not from fear, but from a strong sense of power, as if the fetus was telling her not to leave. We need to go together. You promised to watch the baby be born. Feng Yuchen's heart clenched suddenly. Looking into Delia's determined eyes, he remembered the scene when they first signed the contract. She was pregnant and sneered. Are you worthy? At that time, she was like a hedgehog with sharp spines, but now she was willing to trust him with her back. He tightened his grip on her hand and said firmly, Okay, we go together. At that moment, the red light beam suddenly started to shrink, and the growling inside the stone door grew weaker, as if something was being devoured. Wei Ming's face suddenly changed. What's happening? Why is the leader's power weakening? Delia suddenly felt a strong pull in her lower abdomen, like the fetus was absorbing the power from the red light beam. She looked down and saw her belly glowing faintly with gold. The power from the red light was slowly flowing into her belly along the golden light. It's the baby! Du Songhai's voice was full of excitement. The bloodline of the war god can absorb the power of the Night Clan soul device. Even the ancestors of the Du family couldn't do this. Wei Ming was completely panicked. He raised his long sword and lunged at Delia.
Impossible.
I won't let you destroy the leader's rebirth. Feng Yuchen reacted quickly. He raised his hand and fired a shot, hitting Wei Ming in the shoulder. Wei Ming screamed and stepped back, but the power from the red light beam retaliated, causing him to spit out blood. Just then, the side door suddenly opened, and a shadow threw in a smoke bomb. The smoke quickly filled the entire secret chamber. Run! The shadow's voice was hoarse and disguised, but Delia felt it was somewhat familiar. She didn't have time to think much. With Feng Yuchen's help, she followed Du Songhai into the side door. Behind the side door was a narrow secret passage, with faintly glowing torches on the walls. Delia held her pregnant belly, feeling the baby inside calm down, as if it had absorbed enough power and was now sleeping. She looked back at the entrance of the passage. The smoke was gradually dispersing, and she could hear the shouts of the Night Clan cavalry and Wei Ming's angry roars. Who was that shadow just now? Delia asked. Du Songhai shook his head, looking serious. I don't know, but the smoke bomb he has was made with a secret family medicine. Ordinary people can't get it. Feng Yuchen suddenly stopped walking. He touched the jade pendant in his hand and saw its golden glow was brighter than before. A tiny pattern appeared on its edge. It was the symbol of the Night Clan. He frowned, feeling uneasy. The power the child just absorbed. Is there a problem? Delia also touched her pregnant belly. She could feel the baby's gentle movements, as if responding to her worries. She looked up at Feng Yuchen with a firm look. It will be fine. Our child can control this power. But she didn't know that after they left, the secret stone door suddenly shattered completely. The red light inside disappeared, leaving only a broken soul device with small words carved on it. Twin veins devour the soul, war god descends, Night Clan dies. Meanwhile, a fragment of the jade pendant in Wei Ming's hand emitted a faint blue light, echoing a distant blue glow. In a dark secret room, a person in a black cloak looked at the jade fragment in his hand, a cold smile on his lips. Du Lia, Feng Yuchen, your child will soon belong to me. Under the cloak, he wore a ring engraved with the words, Night Owl. Du Lia sat cross-legged in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window. Morning light shone softly through the glass, gently illuminating her pregnant belly, outlining a full, lively curve. She wore soft cotton maternity yoga pants and slowly did some gentle stretches, her movements rhythmic and strange, as if a hidden power was quietly flowing inside her. Outside, the well-manicured lawn of the Fong estate was peaceful and calm. Huh. She exhaled slowly, her fingertips lightly touching her belly, feeling the tiny movements inside. This touch made her smile softly, warmth filling her eyes. But that warmth was quickly replaced by sharp alertness. Her keen hearing caught the faint, deliberate footsteps in the corridor outside. Not just one person, and with a tense, guard-like aura typical of bodyguards. She kept her movement steady, not turning around, and spoke coldly through the morning light. "Come in." The heavy oak door was pushed open, and Fong Yuchen's tall figure appeared first. He wore a neat, dark gray handmade suit, walking steadily. But his deep, cold eyes were fixed on her, showing a sharp, almost tangible scrutiny and a faint tension. Behind him, two serious-looking core bodyguards of the Fong family followed. One of them was holding a man who was completely covered with a black hood, his hands tied behind his back, and his body trembling slightly. "Leah." Fong Yuchen's voice was low, breaking the quiet room. He stepped a few paces toward her and paused, his gaze sweeping over her calm side face. It finally settled on her hand, gently stroking her pregnant belly, and his Adam's apple moved slightly, barely noticeable. "We caught him. The old housekeeper from the Du family who betrayed us, Du Bo." Leah slowly stopped her yoga pose and stood up. The weight of her pregnancy made her movements more steady than usual, but her natural, top-level fighter's presence remained unchanged. She turned around, her icy gaze instantly locking onto the man being held. The hood was roughly pulled off, revealing an old, terrified, and hopeless face. Du Bo, the elderly man who once cared for her deeply in the Du family mansion and always happily handed her her favorite osmanthus cake, now looked ashen, with eyes full of fear. When he saw Leah, he trembled violently, his lips trembling but unable to speak a word. "Du Bo." Leah's voice was soft, even with a strange calmness, but beneath that calm was a bone-chilling cold. 10 years ago, when the Du family was destroyed in one night, with flames rising high, I hid in a secret room, listening to the screams outside, hearing my grandfather's last angry shout. "Where were you then?" She stepped forward, her pregnant belly almost pressing against Du Bo's face. The full curve, under Du Bo's terrified gaze, seemed to carry an invisible, suffocating pressure. Du Bo stammered, cold sweat soaking his thin prison clothes. "Mississippi, please spare me."
It was them forcing me."
"The Dark Knight. The people from Dark Knight captured my son. They said, if I didn't obey, my son would." Tears streamed down his face, and his body shook like a leaf, trying to exchange his humility for a trace of mercy. "Dark Knight?" Fong Yuchen's eyebrows suddenly knit together. This unfamiliar name carried cold malice, instantly grabbing his nerves. He instinctively took a step forward. His tall figure separated Leah and the traitor like an unbreakable wall, his voice cold and hard as iron. "Explain. What is Dark Knight? Who is behind it?" Uncle Du seemed to grasp a life-saving straw, crawling forward desperately to get closer to Fong Yuchen. "Mr. Fong, please save my son." "Dark Knight. They are very scary. Like ghost shadows. They don't want the Du family's money or territory. What they want is the baby in Mrs. Belly. And something underground in the old Du house." "What thing?" Fong Yuchen asked sharply, his eyes like blades. I don't know. I really don't know," Uncle Du cried desperately. "I only heard them mention once something about a key. The key that can open the door. Passed down from the ancestors of the Du family, before the old master died. It seems he hid something. Only Mississippi, only Miss might know where it is. Key? Door?" Leah repeated these words softly, her delicate brows furrowing tightly. Her grandfather's last confusing words about family inheritance, the vague warning. At this moment, like shattered fragments in sleep, the words key and door suddenly stirred her mind, tumbling and colliding. She remembered how her grandfather, in his final moments, clung tightly to her hand and, with his last strength, uttered a few vague syllables. At the time, she thought it was nonsense. Now she wondered, could it be? Just as her thoughts swirled and the crucial clue seemed about to surface. Bang! A deafening explosion suddenly shattered the morning quiet without warning. It wasn't from outside the door, but from outside the window. That huge, seemingly indestructible bulletproof floor-to-ceiling window burst apart in a blaze of blinding light and violent shockwaves. Countless sharp glass shards shot in like a rainstorm. Leah, Feng Yuchen's pupils shrank sharply. He roared like a beast, instinctively moving at an unprecedented speed. He lunged toward Leah, using his broad back and strong arms to protect her and her growing belly in an instant, forming a stance of absolute protection. Shattered glass like sharp blades pierced his expensive suit, cutting into his skin and leaving streaks of blood. He was completely unaware, his senses focused entirely on the soft body in his arms. Get away! Leah reacted faster. In the moment Feng Yuchen lunged forward, the last trace of confusion and memory in her eyes was replaced by a fierce, fiery anger. She was not fully protected when the explosion's shockwave hit. At that instant, her body twisted at an incredible speed, defying pregnancy's normal limits. Simultaneously, a long, strong leg shot out like a powerful whip, striking fiercely. Her target was the source of the explosion, the rapidly spreading white fog outside the window, filled with a sharp, smoky smell. Bang! A dull sound of bones breaking, followed by the screech of twisting metal, cut through the lingering noise of the blast. A figure dressed in black combat gear, holding a modified grenade launcher, was forcefully kicked like a torn sack. It crashed into a pillar dozens of meters away with a heavy thud, then slid to the ground. The weapon in his hand twisted and deformed, and his chest caved in at an odd angle. He was clearly no longer alive. Her movements were smooth and fast, almost dizzying. From the explosion to Feng Yuchen shielding her, then her quick counterattack. Only 2 or 3 seconds had passed. The smoke was thick, glass shards scattered everywhere. Feng Yuchen kept his protective stance, panting heavily, his heart pounding as if it might burst. He looked down and saw Leah looking up at him. Her pregnant belly pressed against him. Her small face showed no panic, only a cold, furious glare after being thoroughly enraged. Her beautiful eyes burned with an almost tangible fire. Are you hurt? Did you get injured? Feng Yuchen's voice was hoarse from the aftermath of the explosion. He hurriedly examined her, his hands quickly checking her for any injuries, worried he might miss something. I'm fine. Leah's voice was as cold as ice, but her sharp gaze swept over the corpse outside the window and the mess inside the room. But you're back. She reached out, her fingertips touching the tear in his suit caused by the glass. Beneath it, there was warm, sticky fluid. A small wound. Feng Yuchen interrupted her casually. He suddenly looked up and shouted sternly at the frightened bodyguard at the door. Seal off the estate. Level 1 alert. Search everything. Find out what's going on. Who is it? How did they get in?
And Dubois.
He suddenly turned around and looked at Dubois, who had been knocked to the ground by the explosion wave and was also cut by glass shards. However, Dubois' state was very strange. He was not frightened or overwhelmed by the loud explosion and shockwave like most people. Instead, he curled up in the corner, trembling violently. Foam with a strange dark red color was pouring out of his mouth and nose. His eyes were wide open, pupils dilated, filled with unbelievable fear and a strange, inhuman madness. He made a huffing sound like a broken windbag, fingers clutching the floor tightly, trying to say something but only able to open his mouth helplessly. Poison. Feng Yuchen reacted instantly, his face turning pale.
He's poisoned.
Quickly. Call a doctor. No, call a poison expert. Immediately. The bodyguards snapped out of their daze and hurried forward. But it was too late. Dubois' body suddenly stiffened, and the convulsions stopped. The last remnants of madness and fear in his wide eyes froze instantly, then completely lost their light.
He was dead.
His death was extremely strange and terrifying. Dark Night. Du Lia softly whispered this name, looking at Dubois' body. Her eyes shone with coldness. They want to silence him. They are everywhere, like shadows. She slowly stood upright. Her pregnant belly, in the morning light mixed with smoke, looked especially striking and full of strength. She gently brushed away a piece of glass from Feng Yuchen's shoulder, her movement strangely tender, very different from the fierce strike just now. Feng Yuchen caught a glimpse of exhaustion and deeper worry flashing in her eyes. His heart clenched tightly. He reached out and held her hand firmly, almost crushing her bones. His voice was low and steady, full of unwavering resolve. Leah, look at me. No matter what this dark night is, no matter what they want or who they want to hurt you or our child, Feng Yuchen, swear I will root them out and crush them to dust. No one, no organization in this world can touch you. His words hit Du Lia like a heavy hammer. She held his hand again, feeling the warmth and strength in his palm. The coldness and murderous intent in her eyes seemed to melt a little, replaced by a complex warmth after being firmly protected. She nodded slightly, a faint but sharp curve appearing at the corner of her lips. Okay. Together. The smoke had not yet cleared, and the alarm siren pierced sharply through the estate. Sunlight shone through broken window panes, casting mottled shadows on the messy ground, illuminating the two people holding hands tightly, and Delia's belly gently rising and falling in the morning light, as if hiding an endless storm. Suddenly, Delia's body trembled very slightly. Feng Yuchen immediately noticed and looked at her nervously. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? The baby. Delia raised her hand and gently placed it on her prominent belly. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly, and a strange expression crossed her face. It wasn't pain or fear, but a feeling, hard to describe, as if coming from deep within her soul. She could clearly feel that the tiny life inside her, just moments ago when she unleashed that thunderous force, seemed to respond. A very faint but clear heartbeat, full of excitement and strength, passed through the placenta and reached her deepest senses. She looked up at Feng Yuchen with a hint of confusion, curiosity, and a faint, almost imperceptible expectation that even she hadn't realized. No, she shook her head, unconsciously tracing the outline of her belly with her fingertips, her voice as soft as a dream. The baby. He seems very excited. The baby. He seems very excited. Delia's voice was as light as a feather falling into the still smoky air, yet it carried a heavy weight, hitting Feng Yuchen's heart hard. He suddenly tightened his grip on her hand, his knuckles turning white from the force. His deep, usually commanding eyes, now bloodshot, froze in place. It was as if time had paused. Outside, the shrill alarm, the hurried reports from bodyguards, the distant roar of engines. All the noise was cut off in this moment, leaving only the strange light in his wife's eyes and the alarming rise of her belly beneath her palm. Excited. Feng Yuchen's voice was rough, like sandpaper rubbing, each word trembling with disbelief. Instinctively, he leaned forward, his tall frame filled with a nearly reverent tension, carefully pressing his ear against Alia's soft, cloth-wrapped belly. In the process, his expensive suit sleeve brushed against shards of glass on the ground, completely unaware. Lia could clearly feel his rapid, hot breath spraying on her abdomen, causing a slight shiver. She held her breath, all her senses turned inward, focusing deeply on her body. The sensation was not pain, nor just fetal movement, but something resonant. It was as if the destructive force she had just unleashed was penetrating not only her enemy, but also breaking through the barrier of the placenta like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples of joy in the tiny universe inside her belly. Yes, she whispered, unconsciously and almost greedily tracing the slight bulge on her belly caused by the baby's movements. There, a faint but very clear flow of warmth was surging and rushing, carrying a primitive and vigorous life force, even with a sharpness that made her heartbeat quicken, similar to the intensity of her earlier outburst.
He
is responding to me. That power. He likes it. Her voice carried a hint of confusion and shock she hadn't even noticed, as if she glimpsed something beyond understanding, a forbidden knowledge. Feng Yuchen suddenly looked up, his face pale in the morning light, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His eyes showed shock, joy, and a deep, unfathomable fear all at once, creating a very complex expression. He had faced storms and controlled enough capital to overthrow nations, but at this moment, the unborn child in his wife's belly had completely shaken his understanding to the core. Like power, he muttered, his voice deep as if coming from the abyss. He suddenly stood up, his tall figure casting a heavy shadow in the messy room, bringing an invisible pressure. He quickly walked to the desk, roughly pushed aside scattered documents and broken decorations, and pressed the rare red emergency communication button embedded with the family crest on the table. Old butler. Immediately. Send the Du family's secret tome, the one locked in the deepest part of the family's secret chamber, stored in a black iron box, the Chronicles of the Fetal Origin. To me here. Now. His voice was as cold as ice, each word an unquestionable command mixed with an almost uncontrollable urgency. That book, the Chronicles of the Fetal Origin, was an ancient forbidden text passed down through generations of the Du family, containing the core secrets of their bloodline. It was strictly forbidden to open unless in life-and-death situations, or when the bloodline was disturbed. At this moment, Feng Yuchen used the highest level of authority without hesitation. The communicator on the other end transmitted the old butler's uncertain and surprised voice. "Young master? About the birth origin records. Carry out the order." Feng Yuchen interrupted sharply, a hint of sternness flashing in his eyes. "Hurry." The connection was cut off, and the room fell into complete silence. Feng Yuchen turned around and looked back at Du Lia. She was still sitting there, bathed in the morning light, gently touching her pregnant belly. The look of confusion and shock on her face hadn't faded, but deep in her eyes, it seemed as if something was quietly awakening, like magma beneath a sleeping volcano. "Lia." Feng Yuchen walked back to her side, his voice softening but carrying a rare seriousness. "Tell me, have you heard anything like this before in the Du family? About the babies? Unusual reactions? About the connection between bloodline and power?" He needed to confirm whether this was a shocking secret hidden in the Du bloodline, or just a special case happening to their child. Du Lia looked up, meeting his anxious and curious gaze. She was silent for a moment, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, as if trying to recall lost fragments of memory. The family teachings, the words of elders, those taboo topics that were deliberately vague or avoided. Countless pieces flashed through her mind rapidly. "Yes," she finally spoke, her voice slightly hoarse and barely noticeable. "It's fuzzy. Grandmother seemed to mention once that our Du bloodline originates from chaos, with power hidden in the fetus." He reached out and tightly grasped Du Lia's cold fingers, trying to pass her strength and resolve. "Don't be afraid. I am here. Whatever it is, we face it together." His voice was deep and firm, like a solid rock. At that moment, the heavy door of the study was pushed open again. The old butler hurried in, almost running, carefully holding a simple, heavy black iron box in his arms. The surface of the box was carved with intricate, ancient patterns, faintly revealing a sense of desolation and authority. The old butler respectfully placed the box on the desk in front of Feng Yuchen, his forehead beaded with a little sweat. "Young master, the birth origin records are here." Feng Yuchen took a deep breath, calming his restless mind. He reached out and gently pressed a very hidden groove on the box's surface. With a soft click, the lid opened smoothly. Inside, there was a scroll made from an unknown beast hide, dark in color, emitting a faint glow of age. He held his breath and carefully took out the scroll, slowly unrolling it beside Delia. The writing on the scroll was not modern Chinese characters, but an ancient, pictogram-filled secret script of the Du family, with strokes that seemed to contain a strange, flowing power. Feng Yuchen's eyes quickly scanned the obscure symbols, his brow tightening more and more. Delia also leaned over, her gaze fixed on the ancient writing. A strange sense of familiarity arose within her, as if these symbols had long been engraved in her bloodline. Now awakened, they silently conveyed messages to her. She couldn't help but extend her finger and gently tap the symbol in the center of the scroll, which looked like a curled fetus surrounded by a fiery halo. The moment her finger touched the scroll, a faint, almost soul-deep hum suddenly erupted. All the ancient symbols on the scroll seemed to come alive, glowing brightly. A dark, star-like light burst from the symbols, illuminating the entire study instantly. The light was not static but flowed and intertwined like a living thing, eventually forming a clear, three-dimensional image floating before the two of them. At the center of the image was the outline of a fetus curled inside a mother's. Around this fetal shape, countless tiny, shimmering golden points of light surged, spun, and gathered wildly. They seemed to have their own will, carrying a primitive, overwhelming pressure, like countless miniature tornadoes racing around that small life core. This is... Feng Yuchen gasped, his pupils shrinking to the limit, as if struck by lightning. He was frozen in place, never having seen such a strange, shocking scene. This was beyond what modern science could explain. Delia trembled all over, her heart pounding as if it might burst from her chest. She stared intensely at the floating image in the air, at the brilliant starry river swirling around the fetus. An indescribable feeling, a deep and primal resonance from her bloodline, swept over her like a huge wave. She suddenly clutched her belly, clearly feeling a faint but sharp warmth inside. At this moment, that warmth was responding to the scene on the scroll with an unprecedented, joyful energy. It was as if saying, "Look, this is me. This is my power. Fetal origin." Starry River. Feng Yuchen's voice trembled like a dream. His eyes fixed tightly on the part of the scroll below, where faint light revealed ancient, larger symbols. He struggled to read each word, feeling as if each one hammered his heart. The bloodline returning to ancestors, Starry River manifesting. Power within the fetus, capable of shaking mountains, connecting all things. But the fire of birth is easiest to attract envy. Fetal movement and thunder, also signs of fortune or disaster. These 4 words pierced Feng Yuchen's mind like icy spears. He suddenly looked up, his eyes still bright with joy, but a deeper, colder fear and alertness flooded him like a tide. He looked at Delia, at her sacred yet fragile belly illuminated by strange light, and a chill ran from his feet straight to his head. The child possesses a terrifying power enough to shake mountains and connect all things. But this power, appearing when the fetus is still fragile and not fully formed, is like lighting a bright, dangerous fire in a dark forest. Lia, Feng Yuchen's voice suddenly rose sharply, filled with unprecedented seriousness and urgency. He grabbed her shoulders so tightly that he almost crushed her. "Listen. From now on, you are not allowed to leave my sight even for a moment. All defenses of the estate are raised to the highest level. Anyone approaching you must undergo strict inspection, especially those from the Du family." His gaze was sharp as a blade, sweeping over the still glowing scroll. A warning bell rang in his mind. What happened to that distant cousin sent away? What is the Du family secretly aware of? Are they coveting this power? Delia was stunned by the fear and determination in his eyes. She could feel the cold sweat and trembling from his palm, something he had never shown her before, almost out of control. She turned her hand to hold his arm, trying to soothe him. "Chun, don't panic. Don't panic, Feng Yuchen interrupted her with a low growl. His eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly pointed to the flashing red warning light outside the window. The attack just now is only the beginning.
They don't know yet.
But once the news leaks, all the wolves hiding in the dark around the world will come running with blood on their paws. They're not after you. They want Lia, his finger pressed heavily on her rounded belly. It's our child. That power is like a death omen hanging over his head. His voice was like thunder, exploding in Du Lia's ears. She finally understood Feng Yuchen's fear completely. It wasn't exaggerated talk, but a cold, clear judgment based on the unbelievable scene before her. The baby in her belly had now become the most precious and the most dangerous prey in the world. In the study, the glow on the scroll gradually dimmed, returning to its old, dark appearance. Only the haunting images and words remained, deeply etched in their minds. Outside, the sirens blared sharply. The guards' hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. The entire estate was like a fortress on high alert. Feng Yuchen held Du Lia tightly in his arms. His chin rested on her fragrant hair, his arms clenched as if to squeeze her into his bones and blood, blocking all possible dangers from outside. His chest rose and fell violently, hot breath brushing her hair, trembling with relief and a desperate resolve, as if he had survived a catastrophe and was risking everything. "Don't be afraid," his deep voice whispered in her ear, almost obsessively firm. "I am here. Anyone who dares to covet my child will have to step over my dead body." Du Lia leaned against his strong, trembling chest, feeling his hot warmth and the suffocating embrace. She raised her hand gently to rest on her pregnant belly. The deep, primal heat of her blood pulsed faintly, full of excitement and strength, intertwining with Feng Yuchen's frantic heartbeat. She closed her eyes, burying her face deep in his expensive suit fabric, smelling his familiar scent, cold cedar mixed with a faint trace of blood. Fear, like icy vines, wrapped around her heart. But beneath this extreme fear, a more primal, fierce maternal instinct and pride from her bloodline slowly awakened, like a sleeping beast opening its cold eyes. Outside the window, the morning light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the destroyed walls and flashing police lights beyond the estate. In a far darker corner, countless cold, greedy eyes watched through secret channels, catching the aftermath of this brief, intense conflict. A blurry photo, taken at the moment of the explosion, was rapidly spreading through encrypted networks. In the picture, Delia's figure was clearly visible in the firelight, and her prominent pregnant belly seemed surrounded by a faint, almost imperceptible glow that was weak but real. Below the photo, cold data flickered. Target status: abnormal fluctuation energy level. Recommendation: raise priority to SSS. Initiate cradle plan. Feng Yuchen's embrace was like a strong fortress, protecting Delia and the restless little life inside her tightly in the center. But inside the fortress, a silent storm was brewing. Delia leaned against his rising and falling chest, her fingertips still touching her belly. The strange, excited heartbeat from the fetus hadn't calmed down. Instead, like ripples on a lake after stones are thrown, it spread out, becoming clearer and carrying a certain indescribable weight. It was no longer just movement. It felt like a faint but persistent resonance, matching the power she had just unleashed, even greedily absorbing the lingering energy in the air from her thunderous strike. "Chun." Delia's voice trembled slightly, not out of fear, but from an instinctive shiver when facing the unknown. She slightly lifted her head and looked into Feng Yuchen's turbulent eyes. Inside, there was fear, rage, and unprecedented tension, but most of all, a nearly obsessive curiosity. His vow from earlier still echoed in her mind, but now, all his attention was fixed on her belly.
"Can you feel it?"
Feng Yuchen's voice was terrifyingly deep, each word like it was ground from his chest. He released one arm but did not let go of her. Instead, with that slender, slightly trembling hand, he gently and solemnly covered her hand and her belly together. His palm was hot, like a branding iron, yet carried a strange, calming power. He closed his eyes, pouring all his senses into the moment, trying to see through the warm skin and soft amniotic fluid to catch the strange movement that made his soul tremble. Delia could clearly feel the strength and focus coming from his palm. She closed her eyes again and sank into that tiny universe inside her body. That heartbeat. It was really responding to the leftover energy she had just released. Like a young vine greedily soaking up sunlight and rain, the little life inside her seemed to be digesting and absorbing the fragments of energy she had just burst out in her excitement. The feeling was no longer just excitement. It was more like an instinctive closeness and longing for the same source of power. Is he absorbing? Delia struggled to say these words. A huge sense of absurdity and a complex mix of pride and fear suddenly took hold of her. Her child, absorbing the power she had fought to create? How could that be possible? Feng Yuchen suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp, knife-like light flashed in his pupils, instantly piercing through the fog of shock. He was not an ordinary businessman. He had top-level global technology and intelligence networks. A thought struck him like lightning. That photo, the one taken at the moment of the explosion, quickly transmitted through an encrypted network. Ah Chun, Zhao Qian, the security chief of the estate, called out urgently and seriously from outside the door. He didn't rush in, clearly knowing that the atmosphere inside the room was not to be disturbed. Feng Yuchen's expression hardened. He responded in a deep voice, "Come in." Zhao Qian pushed the door open, walking steadily, but the tight line of his jaw showed his inner shock. He quickly approached Feng Yuchen and handed over a specially encrypted tablet. His voice was very low, each word heavy with importance. Boss Feng, the Sky Eye system just intercepted and initially analyzed that photo circulating at the scene of the attack. The source is very tricky, coming from a deep node on the dark web called Black Box. The other side's technical skills are extremely high, almost erasing all trace of tracking. The tablet screen lit up, showing the photo taken in the bright explosion. The image was a bit blurry, with the typical noise and halo of an explosion. But the core part was unusually clear, Delia's figure leaping in the flames, her pregnant belly prominently visible. However, what made Feng Yuchen's pupils suddenly contract was the faint golden halo around Delia's pregnant belly in the photo, so weak that it was almost hidden by the explosion's light, yet real. This halo was not a reflection of the blast. It showed a gentle, restrained, almost living glow, like a strange energy field that softly wrapped around the belly. Initial spectral analysis and energy fluctuation modeling from the Heaven's Eye show. Zhao Qian's voice carried a hint of disbelief and difficulty. This halo is not a natural phenomenon or a flaw in the photo. Its energy spectrum is 87.3% similar to the energy wave just released by Mrs. Du. But its strength is countless times weaker, and its nature is more pure, more stable. He chose his words carefully, clearly finding the conclusion hard to believe himself. Feng Yuchen's gaze was fixed on the faint golden halo, his fingers unconsciously tightening, causing slight cracking sounds at the joints. 87.3% similarity. That number hit him like a heavy, instantly confirming his gut feeling that Delia was absorbing something. Could it be responding, absorbing, even mimicking? Was that halo the faint manifestation outside the mother's body after the fetus absorbed and transformed some energy? Black Box. Feng Yuchen mulled over this code name, his eyes icy and filled with a deadly coldness. Being able to take this photo and quickly perform such a professional initial analysis was not something ordinary attackers or paparazzi could do. It was a top-tier organization with advanced technology and a very clear goal. They not only saw Delia's fight, but also keenly detected abnormalities in the fetus. That photo was like a silent death sentence hanging over the mother and child. The information attached below the photo. Zhao Qian's voice grew quieter, with a touch of coldness. Besides the target status marked as abnormal fluctuation energy level, there is a line of instructions. Recommendation: elevate priority to SSS, activate the cradle, plan. The cradle plan. Feng Yuchen slowly uttered these 4 words, each syllable like ice. The name sounded gentle but carried a chilling, terrifying coldness. Cradle? Whose child? What are they planning? Research?
Control? Or
Plunder? SSS priority. This is the code name for their highest-level crisis response within the phone group. The other side has put his child, Lia, in such danger. Search. Feng Yuchen's voice was sharp and cold, full of determination and fierce anger. Use all resources. Sky Eye, Deep Web, Shadow. All channels. No matter the cost, find the black box. Find the Cradle Project. I want to know who they are, where they are, what they plan to do. He suddenly looked up, his usually calm eyes now bloodshot and fierce, almost breaking through the roof. Also, immediately activate the highest level of the Fortress Protocol. Inside and outside the estate, guard posts every few steps, patrols every few meters. Recheck all personnel. Any suspicious person, eliminate without mercy. Yes, Zhao Qian felt the overwhelming anger and killing intent coming at him. His heart tightened, and he quickly obeyed, turning and walking away briskly. Only Feng Yuchen and Du Lia remained in the room. Du Lia listened carefully, watching the strange glow on the tablet. Hearing cold words like SSS priority and Cradle Project, a chill ran from her feet to her head, freezing her blood instantly. She instinctively used both hands to tightly protect her belly, as if that could block out the malicious gazes outside. Fear, like a cold tide, instantly overwhelmed her. She wasn't afraid of fighting or death, but the thought of those unknown, powerful, malicious eyes greedily staring at her innocent baby and the terrifying cradle plan made her heart feel as if an invisible hand was squeezing it tightly, causing her pain and making it hard to breathe. Yuchen. Her voice was trembling with tears. Feng Yuchen immediately pulled her into his arms again, holding her so tightly that he almost wanted to merge her into his bones. He lowered his head, pressing his hot lips to her forehead, both comforting and almost obsessively vowing, "Don't be afraid, Lia. I am here." The cradle? They won't succeed. Anyone who dares to hurt my child, I will make the whole world pay for it. His voice was deep and fierce, each word filled with bloody resolve. At this moment, Du Lia suddenly felt a continuous, excited heartbeat inside her belly, which suddenly intensified. Then, a faint but extremely clear warm flow, like warm spring water, slowly flowed from deep within her, along her palm pressed against her belly. Instantly, it melted away the coldness that had frozen her limbs and body. A warm current carried a strange soothing power, as if telling her, "Don't be afraid, Mom. I'm fine. I'm strong." Delia suddenly shivered, looking down in disbelief at her belly. That warm flow earlier. Was it the baby? Was he comforting her? Feng Yuchen also quickly noticed her body relaxing suddenly and the surprise in her eyes. He followed her gaze and looked again at her swollen belly. This time, he seemed to catch a faint, real, and different kind of warmth from the baby's movements. "Leah," he softly called, curious. Delia looked up, still trembling with shock, but now with a strange strength and resolve, as if she had survived a disaster. She looked at Feng Yuchen and said clearly, "Yuchen, it was the baby earlier.
he
Was comforting me." Feng Yuchen's heart beat hard. Comforting? An unborn baby using such an incredible way to soothe his mother? This went beyond everything he knew. That glow, that energy absorption, that comfort. What exactly was their child? The thought hit him like a thunderclap, shocking him deeply and filling him with a mix of pride and fear. Outside, the morning light had completely dispersed the fog, illuminating the entire estate brightly. But beneath this light, many eyes, through hidden cameras and powerful equipment, greedily watched the tightly guarded master bedroom. The photo, with a faint golden glow, like a stone thrown into a deep pond, stirred huge waves in the darkest corners of the world. In a secret laboratory hundreds of meters underground, filled with cold instruments. A large screen showed real-time 3D surveillance images of the estate's surroundings and the analyzed, data-laden photo. A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a stern face tapped lightly on the smooth table, his eyes fixed on the enlarged faint golden glow around Aaliyah's belly. A cold, greedy smile slowly appeared on his lips. Energy source. Maternal resonance. Fetal manifestation, he muttered, his voice like a snake spitting venom. Interesting. Very interesting. The cradle plan. Target confirmation upgraded. Initiate the predator sequence. Target, living sample, foam family fetus, code name. New god. The cold touch of metal pressed against Feng Yuchen's temple. The withered hand of the Night Clan leader firmly held the trigger, while his dull eyes showed a disgusting sense of pride. Behind him, a large magic circle made of dark red energy wriggled like a living creature, greedily absorbing the power of the Night Clan bloodline forcibly awakened within Feng Yuchen. Thin strands of black gas seeped from Feng Yuchen's 7 orifices, making his handsome face look fierce and terrifying. The bloodline of the Du family will eventually submit to the Night Clan. The leader's hoarse, crazy laughter echoed through the abandoned factory, carrying a twisted joy. Feng Yuchen, your strength will be the perfect sacrifice to open the gate of eternal night. As for the child in your belly, perfect, let's sacrifice him together, so the Night Clan can completely swallow the last hope of the Du family. Duo Leah's heart clenched like a cold hand, hurting so much she could hardly breathe. She stood firmly in front of Feng Yuchen, her pregnant belly high and proud, like an unshakable warrior god. The strike that contained Du family's secret technique earlier seemed mighty, but was easily dissolved by the cursed magic circle, even backfiring and causing her to bleed. She could clearly feel that the little one inside her was also disturbed by the evil formation, with fetal movements showing a faint, restless agitation. "Wanna hurt my son?" Duo Leah's voice was as cold as Siberian winter, each word sharp as ice shards. "Did you ask his father first?" Before she finished speaking, she moved. Her speed was so fast that only a shadow remained, completely ignoring the black gun barrel pointed at her head. Her target was a glowing blue node at the edge of the magic circle, the only place where she detected abnormal energy fluctuations during her previous full-force attack. The Du family's secret technique, flowing light shadow, was pushed to its limit. Her pregnant belly moved swiftly, drawing a powerful arc through the air. "You're asking for death." The Night Clan leader's eyes flashed with fierce light. He quickly lowered his gun, aiming it at Duo Leah's heart, ready to pull the trigger. At this critical moment, a dull, heart-stopping explosion sounded, not from the gun but from within Duo Leah's belly. It was no ordinary fetal movement. It was as if an ancient beast, long asleep, had been completely angered and let out a soul-shaking roar. A majestic, pure, life-force-filled golden glow erupted suddenly, centered on Duo Leah's pregnant belly, exploding with a thunderous force. The air seemed to be instantly emptied, forming a visible shockwave that spread outward with unstoppable force. The leader's first chance was lost, and his finger froze on the trigger as this sudden, terrifying power struck him. Immediately, his proud expression turned into shock and disbelief. The gun in his hand, a special weapon infused with the curse of the Night Clan, seemed to melt and distort silently, as if thrown into a furnace, under the golden glow. It finally turned into a pool of black smoke-emitting metal liquid, dripping onto the ground.
No. This
can't be, the leader howled painfully, his voice cracking. He stared desperately at Delia's belly, his cloudy eyes full of fear. "Monster. What kind of creature are you?" Delia was also shaken by this sudden, overwhelming power, causing her to sway slightly. A warm flow instantly spread through her limbs, sweeping away the weakness caused by the backlash. She looked down at her still round belly, which seemed to contain endless energy. A cold smile appeared on her lips, filled with maternal pride and a hint of contempt for her enemy. "Monster," she raised her eyes, her gaze sharp as a blade, piercing the Night Clan leader. "My son says you are unworthy." The golden glow did not fade. Instead, it grew more solid, forming a huge golden shield that protected Delia and the still-wrapped, suffering Feng Yuchen behind her. The massive dark red magic circle, illuminated by pure life gold light, shimmered like snow melting in the sun, emitting a sizzling sound. The dark red energy lines forming the circle twisted, broke apart, and dissipated violently. My formation. My gate of eternal night, the Night Clan leader roared like a madman. He suddenly tore open his chest, revealing a constantly writhing Night Clan totem that looked alive. He muttered incantations, and the totem burst with blinding blood-red light. A colder, more violent aura erupted from his body, forcing a blood-red spear to form, its tip aimed directly at Delia's pregnant belly.
Filthy Delia, D.
Let's perish together. This was pure madness. He was willing to burn his own life force to launch this suicidal attack. Delia's pupils shrank sharply. The golden shield's light intensified, fully resisting the attack. However, the blood-red spear contained the life-burning power of the Night Clan leader and carried a natural restraint against the Du family bloodline. It forcefully pierced in the golden shield. The spear tip carried a destructive aura, less than 3 feet from Delia's pregnant belly. A hoarse but powerful roar came from behind Delia. He somehow broke free from part of the dark energy's control. His face was pale, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, but his deep eyes burned with a fierce fire that could burn everything. Like a moth flying into a flame, he used his last strength, opened his arms, and used his body to block Delia and the deadly blood spear. The blood spear pierced through Feng Yuchen's shoulder blade without resistance, instantly staining his clothes with blood. The strong impact made him stagger backward and crash heavily into Delia. Feng Yuchen. Delia cried out in shock, feeling a tearing pain in her chest. She could sense his cold, trembling body, and the curse power from the Night Clan attached to the spear was crazily eroding his vitality.
I'm
fine. Feng Yuchen gasped hard, blood choking in his throat. He raised his blood-stained hand, trying to touch Delia's face, but his eyes carried a hint of relief and a smile.
Protect
the baby. At that moment, a fierce, angry fetal movement came again from Delia's belly. This time, it was no longer just a pure golden glow. A more pure and domineering dark gold light burst out from deep within her, like the core of a melting sun. This light carried an innate, absolute suppression of the Night Clan bloodline. A roar, like that of a primitive beast from ancient times, exploded deep in everyone's soul. The blood spear piercing Feng Yuchen's shoulder, under the glow of this dark gold light, seemed to be thrown into a blazing fire, instantly hissing as it melted and disintegrated. The dark energy surrounding Feng Yuchen was like a frightened bird, completely dispersing and purifying. The final attack from the Night Clan leader, who burned his life force, was effortlessly dissolved by the fetus inside Delia. The leader was struck like lightning, frozen in place. The power from burning his life vanished instantly. He seemed drained of all strength, collapsing to the ground, filled with endless fear and despair. He stared fixedly at Delia's belly, making strange sounds in his throat, as if witnessing the most terrifying existence in the world. Delia didn't have time to care about him. She tightly held Feng Yuchen, who was almost exhausted, feeling his faint, but still warm breath. Tears finally burst free, mixing with his blood, dripping onto his clothes.
Fool.
Such a big fool. She choked, trembling as she touched the fierce wound on his shoulder blade. A gentle golden glow covered it, trying to suppress the crazy curse that was eating away at him. Who told you to block? Who told you to block? Feng Yuchen struggled to lift his eyes, looking at her tear-stained face. Seeing the deep pain and fear in her eyes, his pale face slowly broke into a weak but real smile. He reached out with his last strength, gently placing his hand on her belly, which still emitted a faint golden light. Because
you
are my life, he whispered weakly, each word heavy with life.
Leah.
The baby. Don't be afraid. I'm here. As he finished speaking, he completely lost strength and fainted. But his hand, resting on her belly, stubbornly refused to let go. Du Lia held his hand tightly, tears flowing uncontrollably. She looked down at her belly, where a child had just shown incredible strength, then at the man injured to protect them. A wave of pain, fear, anger, and determination surged in her chest. Suddenly, she raised her head sharply. Her eyes, sharp as poisoned arrows, shot at the fallen leader of the Night Clan, who was barely breathing. Her gaze was colder than icy.
You.
Du family. Night Clan. Fate. The leader's eyes were filled with endless hatred and a strange, crazed insight. He struggled to speak a few words, a chilling smile on his face. Bloodline. Connected.
You. Can't escape. Ha ha ha.
Can't escape. His laughter suddenly stopped, his head tilted, and he was gone. But his vengeful eyes and eerie smile lingered like maggots in his bones, haunting Du Lia's mind. Du Lia held Feng Yuchen and slowly stood up. She didn't look at the leader's body again. Instead, her gaze swept over the messy battlefield, over the cursed words of the dying leader. Her eyes were cold and firm. Can't escape, she whispered to herself. Her voice was soft but carried a resolute tone, as if cutting through everything.
Then,
I will cut off this fate myself. She carefully adjusted her posture, making Feng Yuchen lean more comfortably against her, one hand always protecting her belly. The dark gold light flowed in her palm, gently healing the terrifying wound on Feng Yuchen's shoulder blades and dispelling the remaining curse's power. However, when she infused this energy into Feng Yuchen's body, her brow furrowed slightly. She could feel that the bloodline of the Night Clan within Feng Yuchen, although temporarily suppressed and purified by the fetus's power, had not been erased at its root. It was like a hidden venomous snake lurking in the depths of a dark pond, waiting for the next outbreak. What surprised her even more was that this bloodline seemed to produce a faint but real resonance with the newborn, dominant power in her belly? Not opposition, but a strange connection, originating from the same source, yet mutually repelling. This feeling flashed by so quickly that she almost thought it was an illusion. But the curse of the dying Night Clan leader and the words, bloodline connection, pierced her heart like a cold needle. Du Lia held Feng Yuchen and stepped out of the silent ruins. The night wind blew her blood-stained hair and her prominent pregnant belly. Her silhouette under the moonlight looked fragile but radiated an unmatched resilience. She looked down at the sleeping man in her arms, feeling his faint breath and the steady, strong heartbeat of the child inside her. Feng Yuchen, hold on, she whispered softly, her voice carrying an unshakable command and an unnoticed tenderness. Our child needs a father. She raised her head and gazed at the distant city's dazzling lights, her eyes deep as the night sky. As for this fate, a cold smile curled on her lips, filled with unwavering resolve. My child, from the moment of birth, should stand at the top, overlooking all beings. Any fate trying to bind him, any being coveting his power. Gods stand in the way, kill the gods. The night wind howled, stirring dust and the scent of blood, as if echoing her vow. In her belly, the fetus that had just displayed world-destroying power seemed to sense her mother's firm will, gently moving. A warm, powerful force silently enveloped her and Feng Yuchen. Yet, deep within that warmth, a faint, almost imperceptible undercurrent stirred, like a whirlpool beneath the water, quietly surging then vanishing without a trace. Was it the remnants of the Night Clan bloodline, or the whisper of fate? No one knew. Only Du Lia's furrowed brow revealed the heavy gloom that had just risen in her heart. The cold night wind cut across Du Lia's face like a knife, carrying the lingering smell of blood and strange energy from the ruins. She held Feng Yuchen tightly, each step feeling very heavy. The man in her arms was still unconscious, breathing weak as a dying candle in the wind. His face was a frightening gray, with only a dry bloodstain on his lips showing what cruel bloodline backlash he had just endured. The chilling aura of the Night Clan, like a stubborn maggot, clung to him. Even through his clothes, Du Lia could clearly feel the coldness that was slowly eroding his life force. She looked down at her swollen belly. Just now, at the center of the magic circle, a destructive force had erupted, but now it was completely gone, as if it had never appeared. But Du Lia knew this was not an illusion. The little one inside her, her son, carried a terrifying power that even she found strange, power enough to tear apart the evil formation. After the explosion, this power did not fully disappear. Instead, it flowed gently like a calm stream within her, nourishing her damaged meridians caused by backlash, silently protecting Feng Yuchen and driving away the dark remnants of the Night Clan that tried to approach. "Baby, you are truly Mom's treasure." Du Lia's voice was hoarse in the silent night, carrying exhaustion and a complex emotion she couldn't quite describe. Was this power a blessing or a curse? Where did it come from? Was it the ultimate awakening of the Du family bloodline? Or some terrifying connection related to the Night Clan bloodline inside Feng Yuchen that she had always tried to avoid? She dared not think too deeply. The most important thing now was to leave with Feng Yuchen and find a completely safe place to stabilize his fragile bloodline. The Du family. Her mind flashed to that ancient, vast family. Only the Du family could suppress the backlash of the Night Clan bloodline, and only they could explain everything happening to her and her child. She held Feng Yuchen tightly, her figure like a ghost, quickly disappearing into the shadows of the city. The Du family estate was located deep in a secluded mountain valley outside the city. It was simple and solemn, with tall walls blocking out all noise from the outside world. But at this moment, inside the main hall of the estate, a tense atmosphere was brewing, like a storm about to break. In the center of the hall, Du Lia carefully placed Feng Yuchen on a soft beast-hide bed. He was still unconscious, with a furrowed brow, as if suffering great pain. Du Lia stood in front of the bed, her pregnant belly prominent, like a guardian. Her sharp eyes, as keen as an eagle, scanned the few core elders of the Du family standing in the hall. The leader was the elder Du Songshan, with white hair and a stern, harsh face. His cold gaze fixed on Feng Yuchen, then shifted to Du Lia's tall pregnant belly, finally settling on her face with an unhidden scrutiny and a hint of greed. "Lia," Du Songshan's voice was hoarse and dry, like dry leaves rubbing together. "You secretly brought a man with the bloodline of the Night Clan into the Du family's forbidden area. Do you know how serious this mistake is? The Du family's ancestral rules forbid us from having any dealings with the Night Clan. His aura alone could taint our sacred ground." "Taint?" Du Lia sneered coldly, her smile lacking warmth and filled with icy coldness. "Elder Songshan, I think you're missing the point. First, it was the Night Clan people who attacked first, trying to take my child's life and drain Feng Yuchen's blood. Second, if not for the power erupting from the child in my belly, I wouldn't be here now. And third, and most importantly, she suddenly straightened her back, her pregnant belly more defined under her loose robes. An invisible, terrifying pressure spread instantly, making the elders in the hall gasp for breath. My child, Lia's child, carries the purest blood of the Du family. The strength he just showed can tear apart the Night Clan's formation. This power is the hope of the Du family, the protector of our future. Who dares say he is tainted?" Her voice was quiet but firm, each word like a hammer pounding into the hearts of every elder. Especially the aura she emitted, though faint, carried an ancient and noble dignity from her bloodline, causing Du Songshan and others' faces to change slightly. "Hope." Du Songshan's face turned pale, forcing down his trembling heart, and he shouted sternly, with impure blood. He carries the blood of the Night Clan. That's a stain. A shame. The Du family cannot tolerate such a being. Moreover, you used the Du family's forbidden soul-resisting stone without permission, which is a grave sin. Forbidden area? Soul-resisting stone? Du Lia's eyes flashed with cold light, instantly catching the key point. "Elder Songshan, how do you know I used the soul-resisting stone? Unless..." Her sharp gaze was like a blade, fixed on Du Songshan's face. You were nearby at the time? Even you already knew that the Night Clan would appear there? Dude Songshan, tell me, what is really going on? The questioning sounded like thunder, echoing loudly in the hall. Several other elders also looked surprised and suspicious, all turning their eyes toward Dude Songshan. Dude Songshan's heart skipped a beat when asked, and a flicker of panic flashed across his face, but it was quickly hidden by a deeper, more sinister expression. He suddenly slammed his hand on the armrest of his seat and shouted sternly, "Dulia, don't spread false accusations. I am the eldest elder of the Du family, guarding our family's legacy for thousands of years. As for you, colluding with remnants of the Night Clan, inviting danger into our home, and stealing sacred treasures from the forbidden area. Today, I must clean house to uphold family law." Clean house. Dulia laughed, her laughter cold and wild. "You think you can? Dude Songshan, have you forgotten? Dulia, am the only true heir of the Du family in this generation. The tattoo on my wrist is the real key to opening the family's secret vault. What are you, anyway?" Before she finished speaking, the mysterious tattoo on her wrist seemed to respond to her emotions, glowing faintly with a blue light, spreading rumors and misleading the people. Dude Songshan's eyes flashed with fierce anger, unable to hold back any longer. He suddenly stood up, his thin hand raised high, a cold, sharp wind whistling out, carrying a sense of suppression and sealing power, aimed straight at Dulia's face. He wanted to strike and completely subdue this traitor and scion of evil. The cold wind hit her face, making her robes flutter loudly. She didn't move at all, only looked at Dude Songshan coldly, her eyes full of contempt. Just as the chilling gust was about to touch her forehead, a deep, strange hum sounded, not from outside but from within Dulia's belly. Her prominent pregnant belly suddenly trembled. Then, a golden light, more majestic, more concentrated, and purer than before in the ruins, burst forth unexpectedly, like the rising sun. This light was not dazzling but carried an indescribable aura of power and authority, originating from the very source of life. Dude Songshan, at the forefront, was struck like an invisible hammer hitting his chest. He was thrown backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a hard stone pillar in the hall behind him. The pillar instantly cracked like a spider's web. Blood spurted from his mouth, his face turning deathly pale, filled with shock and fear beyond belief. The attack he had gathered with all his strength moments ago was fragile and weak in front of this golden light. The other elders were so shocked by the sudden golden light that they kept stepping back, their energy surging and their faces filled with surprise. They clearly felt that this power was not an attack meant to kill but a pure, noble intimidation coming from the bloodline, like a declaration of undeniable authority. The light flashed and disappeared as if it had never appeared. The hall was silent, as if dead. Only Dude Songshan's heavy breathing and the faint cracking sounds from the stone pillars could be heard. Dulia still stood in place, her pregnant belly protruding. Her face was slightly paler than before, showing that the burst of power had taken a toll on her. But her eyes shone brightly, like burning stars. She looked down, gently touching her still-moving belly, filled with indescribable shock and a sense of clarity. So that's it. Her mind suddenly cleared. The power that tore apart the evil formation in the ruins was not accidental. It was not entirely from the Du family bloodline. Instead, inside her unborn child, the blood of the Du family and the Night Clan, driven by the mother's will at a moment of life and death, had formed a brief, delicate resonance and fusion. The Du bloodline's pure and strong energy continued endlessly. The Night Clan's dark and domineering bloodline devoured everything. These two forces, which should have been enemies, destroying each other, in her child's body, at that moment, were forcibly merged, unleashing a destructive power beyond their own limits. This was the true power of the child. Also his greatest hidden danger. The conflict and fusion of these two bloodlines were like walking on a thin wire over a deep abyss. Any mistake could lead to disaster. This power, Du Songshan struggled to get up, but felt as if his bones were shattered. Looking at Du Laya and her belly, for the first time, his eyes showed real fear and a twisted greed. If only he could control this power. Great Elder, Du Laya's voice broke the silence, cold and emotionless. She slowly walked in front of Du Songshan, looking down at him from above. Now, do you still think my child is a stain, a shame? Du Songshan's face changed unpredictably, finally turning into a look of hatred. He stared at Du Laya with fierce eyes and hissed, Du Laya, how dare you attack a senior?
You.
Delia's lips curled into a cold smile. I just want to show you what true inheritance of the Du family bloodline looks like. As for you, she turned her gaze to the other shocked elders, her voice suddenly sharp. The Du family now is under my control, Delia. I order you to immediately seal all exits from the ancestral home and activate the highest level of defense. At the same time, summon all elders skilled in medicine and bloodline secrets. I need to save Feng Yuchen. Anyone who dares to oppose or try to contact the outside world, especially the Wei family. Her eyes were like sharp swords sweeping over everyone. Don't blame me for enforcing family rules as the heir of the Du family. The power from the explosion of the fetus and Delia's undeniable authority made all the elders silent with fear. Seeing Du Songshan's miserable state and feeling the remaining terrifying pressure in the hall, no one dared to say a word of protest.
Yes.
Yes, young master, a relatively young elder quickly responded, bowing and rushing off to make arrangements. Delia ignored everyone and hurried back to Feng Yuchen's bedside. She reached out and gently touched his cold face, feeling his faint, almost dying breath. The child's burst of power had shocked the elders, but it also seemed to worsen the internal chaos of Feng Yuchen's bloodline. His face looked even more pale, and the cold aura around him was like solid ice. Yuchen. Delia's voice carried a faint tremor, full of pain, anxiety, and deep helplessness. She could feel the shock brought by the child's power but couldn't stop the chain reaction of the bloodline conflict within Feng Yuchen. The two bloodlines clashed like two flames devouring each other, burning his life force wildly. At that moment, the tattoo on her wrist, the dark blue key, glowed faintly again. This time, the light was softer but carried a strange pull. Delia's heart moved, and instinctively, she raised her wrist, pressing the tattoo close to Feng Yuchen's forehead. The faint blue glow from the tattoo rippled like water waves, gently entering Feng Yuchen's mind. A miracle happened. Feng Yuchen's furrowed brow slowly relaxed. The terrifying pallor on his face, like a tide, quickly faded away. The chilling, oppressive aura of the Night Clan around him was suddenly dispersed and purified by this ghostly blue light, like snow under the sun. His weak, chaotic breathing gradually became steady and slow. Dulia looked at this scene in shock, unable to believe it. The tattoo on the Du family, surprisingly, could suppress the backlash of the Night Clan's bloodline? And even purify it? What incredible secret does this tattoo, this key, hide about the Du family? What deep connections does it have with the Night Clan? Although Feng Yuchen's face was still pale, he no longer looked near death. His breathing was much steadier. Dulia's tense heart finally relaxed a little, but her doubts grew even stronger. She looked down again at her pregnant belly. The child's recent burst of power had shocked the Du family, but seemed to increase Feng Yuchen's pain. And the Du family tattoo could suppress the Night Clan's bloodline. Everything was interconnected, yet full of unknown dangers. Just as her thoughts swirled, a faint moan came from the bed. Dulia suddenly looked up, her heart almost stopping. She saw Feng Yuchen's long eyelashes, like butterfly wings, trembling intensely a few times. Then, in Dulia's hopeful, tense, and worried gaze, those deep, cold lake-like eyes that had been closed for a long time slowly opened. At first, his eyes looked confused and unfocused, as if he had just struggled out of an endless dark abyss. But when he saw her face, tired yet still stunningly beautiful, filled with concern, his scattered gaze instantly focused. Like stars ignited in the night, They shone with incredible brightness and a nearly obsessive possessiveness. Lidhya, Feng Yuchen's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing, each word carrying the weakness of someone who had survived a disaster, yet with undeniable determination. He tried to lift his hand but was too weak, trembling slightly. Tears welled up into Leah's eyes instantly. She quickly reached out, tightly holding Feng Yuchen's cold hand, pressing it against her warm cheek, feeling the faint strength from his fingertips. "I'm here. Yuchen, I'm here." Her voice was choked with emotion but full of strength. "You're awake. That's wonderful." Feng Yuchen's gaze crossed her face and fell on her prominent pregnant belly. His expression suddenly became very complicated, full of fear, relief, shock, and a deep sense of guilt and self-blame.
Child.
"Our child," he struggled to say, his eyes locking tightly onto Leah's.
He
Just now. He's fine." Leah immediately interrupted him, shaking her head forcefully, her eyes shining with pride. "He's very strong. He protected us. Yuchen, did you see? Our child. He's amazing." Feng Yuchen remained silent, but he held Leah's hand even tighter, as if wanting to merge her into his bones and blood. He had seen that destructive golden light, the power that tore apart evil formations and intimidated the elders of the Du family. That was his son, the continuation of his bloodline. But it was also this power that worsened the backlash of the Night clan blood within him, nearly causing him to fall completely. This power was both hope and a sword hanging over their heads. "Leah," Feng Yuchen's voice was low and hoarse, filled with unprecedented seriousness and determination. He stared deeply into Leah's eyes and said every word carefully, "No matter what my bloodline is, no matter what fate awaits us. From now on, my life, Feng Yuchen, yours and the child's, are all up to you. Anyone who dares to hurt you or our child, I will curse them with gods and Buddhas." His vow carried a fiery rebirth strength, like a mark engraved deep into Leah's heart. But just as they were sharing this moment of relief and genuine emotion, the tattoo on Leah's wrist, the mysterious blue key that had just calmed Feng Yuchen's bloodline storm, suddenly flickered violently again without warning. This time, the light was no longer gentle and soothing but blinding, like a star about to explode. The tattoo's pattern seemed to come alive, twisting and transforming wildly onto Leah's fair wrist. An indescribable, ancient, heavy pressure descended like an invisible mountain, crashing down on the entire Du family estate. This pressure was even more ancient, more domineering, and more suffocating than the shock caused by the fetal explosion earlier. It was not targeting anyone specifically, but enveloping the whole space, as if announcing the opening of some forbidden secret. Buzz. The tattoo emitted a piercing hum at its final burst, and the blue light shot straight into the sky, piercing through the roof of the hall and reaching into the heavens. A huge, visible beam of light connects the sky and the earth. Within the beam, countless ancient and obscure runes flicker faintly, giving off a chilling aura. Not good. Leah's face suddenly changed, and a strong sense of unease seized her heart. She quickly looked up at the beam stretching across the sky, then lowered her gaze to the tattoo on her wrist, where the glow was gradually fading but still causing a dull pain. Feng Yuchen also felt the terrifying pressure. He struggled to sit up, his eyes full of shock and caution.
What
is this?" Feng Yuchen asked hoarsely. Leah's expression became more serious than ever. She stared intently at the fading beam and then at the remaining glow of the tattoo on her wrist. A cold, frightening thought, like a poisonous snake, slithered into her mind. The secret vault of the Du family.
The key
Has been forcibly activated? Is the Night clan leader not fully dead?
Or
is there a deeper, more dangerous inside the Du family? Is this change in the tattoo, this beam connecting the sky and earth, opening a door to the highest power of the Du family? Or has it awakened a long-sleeping, terrifying presence capable of overturning everything? In the cold Du family secret chamber, the air was heavy as lead. Leah lay on a 1,000-year-old cold jade bed, her face pale as paper, with only faint breaths showing she was still alive. Feng Yuchen lay beside her, his chest wound temporarily suppressed by a secret spell, but the lingering deathly aura on his face, like poisonous vines, strangled his vitality. 3 elders of the Du family circled the jade bed, forming hand seals, with faint golden light flowing from their fingertips, struggling to maintain the fragile life connection between the two.
Bloodline.
Conflict is too intense. The eldest elder's hair and beard stood on end, his voice hoarse. The deathly aura of the Night Clan is eroding Feng Yuchen's vitality and suppressing Miss Du's divine blood. If this continues, both of them will be countered by this force. The second elder's golden light flickered and dimmed suddenly, and a trace of black blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. No. Miss Du forcibly activated the Nirvana summon. Her origin is being drained, and the fetus is also affected by the Night Clan's aura. At this critical moment, a deep, powerful roar echoed from inside Du Lia's swollen pregnant belly. The sound was not like normal fetal movement, but resembled the heartbeat of an ancient beast, full of raw, wildlife force, instantly shattering several fragile glass lamps in the corner of the secret chamber. On the jade bed, Du Lia's tightly closed eyelashes trembled violently, and a strange flush appeared on her pale face. The life inside her seemed to be utterly enraged by her parents' desperate situation. Roar. A silent roar exploded on a spiritual level. The air in the chamber visibly twisted and compressed, then suddenly collapsed inward. A mighty, pure life energy burst forth like a dormant volcano erupting, centered on Du Lia's pregnant belly, sweeping through the entire secret room. This energy was golden but carried a sharp, almost tangible edge that made the heart tremble. It was no longer passive but actively attacking. 3 elders simultaneously spat blood and flew backward, their arms forming seals and cracking with bone fractures. The golden light flow they maintained was instantly shattered and swallowed by this violent fetal movement energy.
This.
The eldest elder was horrified, staring fixedly at the wildly rising and falling belly. The battle god bloodline of the Du family ancestor has fully awakened? No, even more pure. More domineering, the golden flood of life force surged without hesitation into Du Lia's depleted meridians. Like the purest rain, it frantically repaired her exhausted origin, drained by the Nirvana lead. Her pale face rapidly regained color, her cracked lips moistened, and her breathing steadied. Then, this domineering golden energy, like an angry golden dragon, fiercely collided with the black vortex around Feng Yuchen's heart, which emitted ominous, deathly aura. The silent collision erupted inside Feng Yuchen. His body suddenly arched, and a large amount of foul blood poured from his nose and mouth. But within that blood, a faint trace of tiny black fragments, like broken ink jade, could be seen, residues from forcibly refining and expelling the deathly aura of the Night Clan. The golden life energy was overwhelmingly powerful, burning and purifying the alien bloodline within Feng Yuchen like a furnace. Each impact made him tremble violently, but after each tremor, the deathly aura on his brow faded a little, and his pale face gained a hint of vitality. In the center of the sealed room, at the heart of the energy storm, a clear and vivid pattern was slowly forming and condensing on Lia's pregnant belly, an ancient and fierce beast head totem. Its bold lines radiated raw fighting spirit, representing the long-lost war god totem of the Du family. It emitted a faint golden glow, echoing the energy from the unborn child. At that moment, Feng Yuchen suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. His pupils were no longer deep black, but turned into a strange, enchanting deep purple, as if capable of swallowing light. Within his eyes, a complex, dark rune was slowly spinning, an imprint of the Night Clan's bloodline. However, just as the Night Clan mark appeared, the golden war god totem on Lia's belly burst out with dazzling light. An invisible will, filled with pure infant anger, forcefully struck the Night Clan mark in Feng Yuchen's eyes across space. Feng Yuchen let out a painful groan, clutching his eyes tightly and curling up. His deep purple pupils flickered violently, the Night Clan runes inside twisting and flickering like being branded with hot iron, on the verge of collapsing. The Night Clan mark is being suppressed. The second elder struggled to stand up, looking at the frantic purple runes in Feng Yuchen's eyes and then at the gentle golden glow of the war god totem on Delia's belly. His voice trembled with shock. The fetus is actively fighting against the Night Clan bloodline? It's protecting the mother and also purifying the father. The golden energy flowed like a gentle stream, softly passing over Delia's body one last time, stabilizing her life force completely. The storm subsided, leaving the sealed room in chaos, but the two on the jade bed were breathing steadily and calmly. Delia's long eyelashes fluttered a few times before slowly opening her eyes. She saw Feng Yuchen close to her, his face still pale but now full of vitality, and his eyes still showing the deep purple of pain and struggle that had not yet fully faded. Yuchen? Her voice was hoarse, weak from survival, but she instinctively reached out her hand to smooth his furrowed brow. Feng Yuchen suddenly looked up. When he saw her awake, his deep purple pupils contracted sharply. Then, like a tide, the strange color quickly faded, returning to his familiar deep black. The pain and struggle in his eyes were instantly replaced by overwhelming joy and fear. Leah, he suddenly grabbed her hand with such force that it almost crushed her bones, his voice hoarse and trembling. You're awake. Are you?
How are you?
The baby. The baby. His eyes quickly focused on her still prominent pregnant belly, where the golden warrior totem had faded, leaving only faint, almost invisible marks. Leah felt his trembling palm and the fear in his voice, which touched her softest feelings deeply. She tightened her grip on him and gently placed her hand over her belly, feeling the steady, strong heartbeat of the little one inside. She offered a weak but genuine smile.
I've fine.
The baby. He's doing well. She paused, a hint of complexity flashing in her eyes. It was him who saved us. Feng Yuchen looked at her belly, his eyes filled with disbelief and awe. He clearly remembered the powerful golden force inside her, how it was driven by his own blood and will, fiercely tearing and cleansing the darkness within his veins. Feng Yuchen's voice was dry. He's very strong, very powerful. Carefully, he raised his hand and, with a reverent, almost sacred gesture, gently placed it on Leah's hand. Through her hand, he felt the presence of another small life. At that moment, a tiny but firm force, through 2 layers of hands, clearly struck Feng Yuchen's palm. He stiffened completely. Leah chuckled softly, tears in her eyes. Look, the little one is greeting his dad. He's got a bit of temper just like you. Sorry for scaring Mom earlier. Feng Yuchen looked down at his hand, feeling the unmistakable fetal movement. An overwhelming warmth suddenly melted all his ice and defenses. He suddenly leaned forward, carefully and tenderly, as if handling a rare treasure, pressing his forehead gently against Leah's pregnant belly. His voice was low, hoarse, with a heavy nasal tone. Son, Dad is here.
Dad. Sorry. From now on,
I will protect Mom, and I will protect you too, he silently added in his heart. No matter what power you have, no matter what challenges you face, I will use my life to support you and Mom. Leah felt the warmth from above and the man's suppressed choking sobs. Her eyes instantly reddened. She reached out her hand, gently touching his still somewhat messy hair. After many words, she finally whispered with trembling voice, Yuchen. At this moment of relief and warmth, the heavy stone door of the secret chamber was silently pierced from outside by a cold, chilling force. A withered figure, as dry as a corpse dried by the wind for thousands of years, quietly appeared at the door. He wore a long black robe that looked out of place in this ancient chamber, shining with a cold metallic luster. His deep hood covered his face, revealing only a sharp, pale chin. An aura of death surrounded him, so cold it seemed to freeze the soul. It was much more intense, pure, and evil than the purified night clan breath inside Yu Chen. In his hollow eye sockets, 2 points of crimson light like ghostly flames fixed tightly on Delia on the jade bed and her pregnant belly. He let out a hoarse, rasping laugh like sandpaper rubbing. Hee. The bloodline of the war god of the Dew family. The enemy of the Night clan. Such a delicious sacrifice. He slowly raised a thin, withered hand with black nails, fingertips gathering a terrifying, pure darkness that seemed to swallow all light. What's even more rare, the red gaze of the Wei family ancestor, filled with greed and cruelty, turned to Feng Yuchen, the descendant of the Night clan, though with a thin bloodline as the key to opening the gate of eternal night. Just perfect. Before he finished speaking, the gathered darkness suddenly surged violently, transforming into a black, destructive ray of death that tore through the air, shooting straight at Feng Yuchen on the jade bed. Its speed was faster than the eye could see. Yuchen, Delia's pupils shrank suddenly. Without hesitation, her body erupted with remaining strength, rushing forward to block. But even faster than her was the unborn child in her belly. Roar. Another silent, furious roar exploded in the mind. The golden war god totem on Delia's pregnant belly instantly reappeared, shining with 100 times stronger golden light than before. This light was no longer gentle but full of unstoppable, sharp fighting spirit. A concentrated, pure golden beam of light, like divine punishment born from pure combat will, shot out fiercely from her belly. Boom! Golden battle light beams and dark death rays clash loudly in midair. There is no huge explosion, only a sharp, painful screech as space is forcibly torn apart. The intense forces of gold and black fiercely fight and destroy each other in the center of the secret room. The shock wave spreads out like a solid wave, crashing loudly. Delia, already weak, is hit hard by the terrifying aftershock. She coughs up a big mouthful of blood and falls backward like a broken kite. Leah. Feng Yuchen's eyes nearly burst with anger. Ignoring his own recently healed body, he uses all his strength to rush forward, holding her tightly in his arms, trying to shield her from the spreading shockwave with his back. His back hits the cold wall hard. His throat tightens, blood rushes up, but he swallows it down. He keeps her close, her face pale as gold paper, feeling her faint breath. His eyes burn with fierce anger and fear, glaring at the shadow that seems to crawl out of at the door. The secret room shakes violently in the energy storm, dust falling down. The gold and black energy clash wildly in the center, making a sharp, nerve-wracking hissing sound. The old ancestor of the Wei family, with a crimson glow under his hood, flickers intensely. He seems surprised that the unborn child's power is so terrifying, able to fight his death ray head-on. His hoarse voice carries anger and greed. Good. A true war god of the Dew family. A real nightmare for the Night clan. Today, I will refine both mother and child to create my eternal night path. His thin, bony hands suddenly form a strange, evil hand sign. The thick death energy around him boils like a dark sea, surging wildly, ready to unleash a more terrifying attack. In this life and death moment, surrounded by enemies, Delia struggles to breathe in Feng Yuchen's arms. Her pale face shows no fear, only a nearly crazy determination. She stares fiercely at the Wei ancestor, then looks down at her rapidly rising and falling belly, where the war god totem flickers uncertainly. She uses all her strength and silently screams in her heart, "Baby, Mom knows you're strong.
But Mom
Can't let you face this alone anymore." She suddenly lifts her head and looks at Feng Yuchen. Her beautiful eyes burn with a nearly all-consuming fire, an unyielding battle spirit belonging to the Dew war god, never surrendering. Yuchen, hold me tight. Her hoarse voice carried an undeniable command. This time, Mom will take you out. Hold me tight. Delia's voice was unusually clear amid the roar of the energy storm, filled with a resolute determination to fight to the end. Feng Yuchen had no hesitation. His arms, like the strongest chains, tightly wrapped around her, feeling her trembling body from the pain and the terrifying pulsations coming from her pregnant belly, as if a volcano was about to erupt. The death ray from the Wei family ancestor shone brighter under the tearing of the black and gold energy storm. It looked like a dark, venomous dragon seeking to devour everything, carrying a destructive aura, and struck fiercely at the jade bed again. This time, it contained all the ancestors' hatred and greed, making it much more powerful than before. Roar! At this critical moment, Du Lia's belly suddenly emitted a deafening roar without a sound. Her swollen belly shone with a blinding golden light. The dormant war god totem seemed to be completely ignited, coming alive instantly. The lines on the totem no longer looked like simple patterns, but turned into flowing molten gold, forming a vague yet oppressive shadow of a war god. Using my Du family's war god bloodline as a guide, and my maternal essence as a sacrifice, Du Lia's voice became ethereal and commanding, as if piercing through time and space, carrying the solemnity of an ancient battlefield. Burn! The golden light erupting from her pregnant belly was no longer just energy. It transformed into a solid, burning pillar of golden flames. This fire was not ordinary. It had the power to purify all filth and burn away evil. It instantly pierced through the heavy rocky dome above the secret chamber and shot straight into the sky. Wherever the golden flames touched, even the air seemed to ignite, sizzling with a mournful cry. The hard rocks were melted and vaporized as if cut by a hot knife through butter. The dark, venomous death ray collided with the blazing golden flames, like snow falling into boiling lava. There was no huge explosion, only a sharp, soul-tearing hissing sound. The black energy struggled and twisted madly within the flames, emitting a piercing scream, but in just a moment, it was completely purified and swallowed, leaving no trace behind. No! The Wei family ancestor let out a desperate, horrified scream. The crimson glow beneath his hood flickered violently for the first time, filled with unbelievable fear. His proudest achievement, the power of death that devoured countless lives, is fragile before the pure golden flame of purification, which is born from the source of the Du family's war god and ignited by maternal love. The giant pillar of golden flame did not stop after destroying the death ray. It carried Du Lia's fierce anger and determination to protect, like a divine spear, directly piercing the old ancestor of the Wei family. Monster! How dare you hurt my husband? How dare you threaten my child? Today, I will make you vanish into nothingness, Du Lia shouted fiercely in Yu Chen's arms, each word like a thunderclap. She was surrounded by golden light, with the war god totem's glow almost swallowing her whole. The golden flames in her pregnant belly merged with her will, transforming into a raging fire that could burn everything in the world. The Wei family's old ancestor was terrified. He never imagined that a pregnant woman could unleash such destructive power. The golden flames contained the purest and most fundamental bloodline of the Du family's war god, a power that beings like him, full of blood and relying on devouring others to survive, were naturally afraid of and restrained by. Space shifting, the old ancestor roared, his thin hands wildly moving, trying to tear space apart and escape. But the space covered by the blazing golden flames seemed frozen into the hardest glass. The space force he summoned twisted and shattered under the burning flames, making terrible cracking sounds, unable to form a stable passage. Too late, Du Lia's eyes shot with golden light, and the giant pillar of golden flames accelerated suddenly. The golden flame pillar struck the hastily formed black shield of the old ancestor without resistance. The shield, made of countless resentful spirits and deathly energy, instantly shattered like thin ice under the blazing sun. The golden flames swallowed half of the old ancestor's body without hindrance. The old ancestor let out a scream that sounded more like a terrible cry than a human voice. Half of his body and hood quickly carbonized and disintegrated in the flames, revealing a hideous face covered with wrinkles, dry muscles, and looking like a 1,000-year-old zombie. His remaining eye bulged with extreme pain and fear, staring fixedly at Du Laya, full of hatred and disbelief. The Du family, war god, bloodline, night clan,
Lord.
will not let you go, the old ancestor used his last strength, hoarsely uttering a few broken words. His remaining half exploded into a thick, ink-like blood mist, which forcibly tore open a highly unstable space burned by the golden flames using a self-destructive secret technique. He crawled inside in a mess and disappeared instantly. The giant pillar of golden flames lost its target and crashed loudly into the stone wall at the end of the secret chamber. It melted through the incredibly hard Du family's special stone, creating a large, deep hole with edges still flowing with golden lava, leading outside. Inside the chamber, the energy storm suddenly stopped. The blazing golden flames slowly faded, transforming into a gentle yet powerful glow that wrapped around Du Laya and Feng Yuchen. The golden light and the shadow of the war god on Du Laya's body also gradually disappeared. Her face was pale as paper, lips cracked, and her body trembled violently from exhaustion and the huge drain on her source energy. She almost collapsed into Feng Yuchen's arms. The war god symbol on her pregnant belly dimmed significantly but was still clearly visible, like a sleeping mark. Feng Yuchen held her tightly, feeling her rapidly weakening life force. His heart clenched as if caught by an invisible hand, making it hard to breathe. He looked down and saw her furrowed brow and her extremely faint breathing. An unprecedented fear and deep sadness overwhelmed him instantly. Leah! Leah! Feng Yuchen's voice was hoarse and broken, filled with panic he had never felt before. He tried to use the remaining strength in his body to nourish her, but suddenly realized that the dark bloodline power of the Night Clan inside him, which he had always suppressed and was like a maggot gnawing at his bones, had been strongly stimulated and resonated at the moment Du Laya erupted with war god flames. At this moment, that silent power, like a beast awakened from slumber, began to stir restlessly within his meridians. A cold, violent, destructive aura, like ink dropping into clear water, quickly spread inside him. Ah, Feng Yuchen groaned, a thin layer of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He felt as if a freezing force was pulling his consciousness, and red hallucinations appeared before his eyes. He heard countless mournful howls ringing in his ears. That power was desperately craving the energy of the blazing golden flames, eager to devour it, eager to destroy the woman who had just saved him but was now extremely weak. No, go away, Feng Yuchen roared inwardly, using all his willpower to fight the surging darkness within him. He bit his lower lip hard, the bittersweet taste of blood filling his mouth, trying to stay awake through pain. He dared not loosen his grip on Du Laya, but he was also afraid that his out-of-control power would hurt her. In his deep eyes, struggle, pain and fear intertwined, and crimson bloodshot veins spread like a spider web. Du Laya weakly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Feng Yuchen's face, twisted with pain and flashing dangerous red light in his eyes. She immediately sensed a cold, violent energy inside him, very different from before, and saw that he was struggling to control it, almost losing his composure. Yuchen, your bloodline. Du Laya's voice was faint, like a candle flickering in the wind, but she felt a hint of understanding and deep worry. She realized that the divine power from the unborn child had not only severely injured the old ancestor of the Wei family, but also awakened the dormant Night Clan bloodline within Feng Yuchen. This was both a clue to his special bloodline and a terrifying new danger. Feng Yuchen suddenly tightened his arms and held Du Laya even closer, as if trying to merge her into his bones and blood. With his last bit of clarity, he struggled to speak, his voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing. Hold tight. Don't be afraid. I can hold on. However, the crimson in his eyes grew darker, like burning ghost flames. A cold, black aura uncontrollably seeped from the gaps between his fingers, wrapping around Du Laya's pale wrist, bringing a bone-chilling cold. Outside the secret chamber, a huge hole melted through by golden flames led in the howling night wind, carrying icy coldness. The molten gold lava flowing at the edge of the hole shimmered like the eyes of a demon, flickering with ominous light. Inside the chamber, the two who had just survived a life-and-death battle and defeated a powerful enemy now faced an even deeper, bloodline-related deadly crisis. Feng Yuchen's breathing grew heavier, and the Night Clan power surged like a flood breaking the dam, threatening to overwhelm his fragile mind. Du Liao felt the trembling of the man in her arms, the intensifying darkness in his aura, and her own exhaustion from draining her life force. A cold emptiness filled her heart. She struggled to lift her hand, gathering the last faint glow of golden light from her Du family divine blood, trying to smooth the furrowed brow of Feng Yuchen caused by pain, and to soothe the restless dark bloodline. But just as her fingertips were about to touch Feng Yuchen's brow, a deep, primal roar erupted from his throat. He suddenly lifted his head, and his once deep, thoughtful eyes were now filled with pure, irrational crimson, devoid of any reason. He stared intently at Du Liao, and his eyes no longer showed love or pain, but instead revealed a cold, savage desire to destroy, like a beast eyeing its prey. Night Clan. Bloodline. Awakening. Du Lia's heart sank to the bottom, and a hint of desperate understanding flashed in her eyes. She used her last strength to try to wake him up. Yuchen. It's me. Lia. What responded was Feng Yuchen suddenly raising his hand. His hand was wrapped in thick, tangible black energy, with a terrifying pressure that seemed to tear space, reaching straight for her neck. His movement was as fast as lightning, with inhuman speed and strength. The war god symbol on her pregnant belly suddenly shone with a faint but firm golden light, trying to protect her body. But Du Lia's inner energy was nearly exhausted, and this tiny light seemed insignificant against the awakening power of the Night Clan. A cold breath of death instantly choked her throat. She looked at his familiar yet strange face, feeling the overwhelming force that could crush her, and silent tears slipped down her face. Child. Our child. She used her last breath to cry out in broken despair. In Feng Yuchen's crimson eyes, a brief, almost imperceptible flicker seemed to flash. His fierce aura also showed a slight pause. But in the next second, that flicker was completely swallowed by a deeper, more intense crimson. The black energy around his hand surged wildly, and that destructive power fell with unstoppable force. The man in the black robe lifted his hood, revealing a face covered with blue veins. His eyes were cloudy gray, staring directly at Feng Yuchen. Yeju's direct descendant, Feng Yuchen, come with me to the tribal land for trial. You have secretly connected with the Du family's bloodline and tarnished the purity of the Yeju. You have broken the first rule of our tribe. Du Lia's heart suddenly clenched. She instinctively tightened her grip on her pregnant belly, feeling her baby inside tense suddenly. She stood up quickly, causing her belly to bump the 8 immortal table in front of her, making it shake. Her eyes flashed with coldness. He is my husband, the father of my child. If you want to take him, you must ask me first. Du family's leftovers, and you dare to interfere with the Yeju? The man in black sneered. The blue veins on his face suddenly lit up, and a cold wave of air swept toward Du Liao. 100 years ago, your Du family should have been wiped out. If not for the sudden break in the divine warrior bloodline, you wouldn't be here today. Shut up. Du Hong'an's cane struck the ground heavily, cracking the blue bricks. 100 years ago, the Yeju tribe slaughtered 372 members of our Du family to seize the divine warrior bloodline. They didn't even spare a month-old baby. Your purity is soaked in the blood of our people. These words hit Feng Yuchen like a thunderbolt. He suddenly looked down at Du Liao. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling, her fingertips turning white. So she had known all along that his bloodline was her family's enemy? Liao. Feng Yuchen's voice was hoarse. He reached out to hold her, but she gently avoided him. Du Liao didn't look at him. Her gaze remained fixed on the man in black. I don't care about old grudges. Feng Yuchen is now mine, Du Liao's. He's the father of my child. If you want to hurt him, you have to get past me and my baby in my belly. Baby, the man in black suddenly smiled. His gray eyes swept over her pregnant belly. A half-DIU, half-HEIR hybrid? And you call that a child? The night of the lunar eclipse is coming soon. If we draw this hybrid's blood, it might awaken the ancestor. Try touching my son and see what happens. As Leah's shout fell, suddenly her belly heaved violently. It was as if a small fist inside was pounding fiercely. The red wooden tea table in the living room trembled sharply, spilling tea that left dark stains on the table. Even more frightening, the blue veins on the man in black's face dimmed. He staggered back 2 steps, clutching his chest in shock. This fetus can actually activate bloodline power? Feng Yuchen took the opportunity to pull Leah behind him, his sharp fingers resting on his gun at his waist. His eyes showed a fierce determination he had never displayed before. I repeat, anyone who harms my wife or child will die without a proper burial. Whether it's the Night Clan or the ancestor, if they dare to attack, my family's artillery won't hesitate to destroy another Night Clan hideout. The man in black's face changed slightly, clearly surprised that Feng Yuchen would risk enemies like the Night Clan for the bloodline of the DIU family. He looked at the gun at Feng Yuchen's waist and then at Leah's pregnant belly, which was faintly glowing with a blue pattern. His expression flickered. Feng Yuchen, don't regret this. There are 7 days until the night of the lunar eclipse. If you don't return to your clan willingly, we will come to take him ourselves. Then, not just this brat, but the entire DIU family will pay the price. As he finished speaking, the man in black waved his hand. 3 shadows turned into black mist and floated out through the broken door, leaving behind a strong, foul smell. The living room fell silent. Only Leah's slightly hurried breathing could be heard. Feng Yuchen looked down at her and saw she was still clutching her pregnant belly, her fingers turning white. He quickly took her hand.
Leah, I'm sorry.
I should have told you earlier. I know, Leah interrupted him. When she looked up, the coldness in her eyes had faded, leaving only a faint, almost imperceptible softness. When you blocked the gun for me at the Wei family shrine, I guessed what was happening. People with Night Clan blood heal twice as fast as ordinary people. You were shot then, but by the next day you could get out of bed. Besides the Night Clan, there's no other explanation. Feng Yuchen's heart tightened. Just as he was about to speak again, Leah suddenly lifted the silk skirt over her pregnant belly. Her belly was larger than other women at the same stage, her skin fair, but now a faint golden pattern was visible. The pattern looked like a small fist, wrapped with a thin black line. The gold represented the DIU family's war god totem, and the black was the Night Clan's blue pattern. Du Hong'an stepped closer and, upon seeing the pattern clearly, dropped his cane with a clatter. He pointed at her belly, trembling.
Twin
bloodlines awakening? That's impossible. The DIU family and the Night Clan have always been enemies. How could this be? Leah reached out and touched the faint golden pattern. She could feel the baby inside gently rubbing her palm, as if comforting her. She looked up at Feng Yuchen, her eyes filled with doubt but also resolve. Whether it's the DIU bloodline or the Night Clan bloodline, he is our child. On the night of the lunar eclipse, I won't let anyone hurt him. Feng Yuchen held her hand and pressed it against his chest, making her feel his heartbeat, fast and heavy, full of fear and determination. I will protect you all. If the Night Clan dares to come, I will turn their underground lair upside down and won't let them lay a finger on you. At that moment, Leah's phone suddenly vibrated. A secret message appeared on the screen, sent from Night Owl Base. On the night of the lunar eclipse, the Night Clan will use Feng Yuchen's blood as bait. If the twin bloodlines in the fetus are activated, they might lose control, just like the bloodline break in the DIU family's war god years ago, caused by twin bloodline activation. Leah's fingertips grew cold instantly. She looked at the faint twin bloodline symbol on her pregnant belly, and then at Feng Yuchen's tense jawline. So, the Night Clan wanted not only Feng Yuchen but also the child in her. And awakening the twin bloodlines was not a blessing but a bigger danger. Outside the window, the rain started again, tapping softly on the carved wooden window, like someone gently knocking. Du Leah clenched her phone tightly, her eyes cold again. On the night of the lunar eclipse, she wanted to see how daring the Knight clan was to come and take her child. The sandalwood at the Du family's old house hadn't fully dispersed yet, but new waves were rising downstairs. Du Minghai, the elder of the Du family, clenched his sleeve and stared directly at Feng Yuchen, his voice filled with urgent concern. Young Master Feng, you heard it too. If the twin bloodlines go out of control, it will destroy Leah and the entire Du family. The bloodline break of the war god years ago was because the twin bloodlines went berserk, destroying half of the Du family. Are you willing to watch Leah repeat that mistake? His words stabbed like a thorn into Feng Yuchen's heart. Just as he was about to speak, he was gently nudged from the side. Du Leah, pregnant and leaning closer to him, her eyes shining with determination brighter than the candle flames in front of them. Elder Du, you can't say it like that. Back then, the bloodline went out of control because no one protected that ancestor. But now it's different. I have Feng Yuchen, the entire Du family, and the child in my belly. He won't lose control. How can you be so sure? Du Minghai asked anxiously, stomping his foot. The fetus can already shatter glass. In a few days on the night of the lunar eclipse, what if? There's no what if. Du Leah interrupted him, reached out to touch her pregnant belly, and could feel the baby gently trembling, as if responding to her words. My son is sensible. He knows that his father and I are protecting him. As for the elders, instead of worrying here, we should think about how to deal with the Knight clan's next move. Since they've issued a harsh warning, they won't just send 3 black-robed people. As soon as she finished speaking, a soft crackling sound came from outside the courtyard, like fabric being burned. Immediately after, Du Leah's stomach clenched suddenly, and a sharp pain spread from her belly. She let out a muffled groan, holding onto the table to keep from falling. Leah, Feng Yuchen was instantly panicked. He quickly embraced her, placing his hand on her pregnant belly. It felt cold, unlike the warmth a pregnant woman should have, more like it was covered with ice. It's a curse, Du Hongyan suddenly realized, leaning on his cane and rushing toward the door. The most poisonous blood-absorbing curse of the Knight clan, designed to drain bloodline power. They've already stuck it on the old house's wall. Everyone rushed outside. Sure enough, on the old house's blue bricks, there were 7 dark red talismans. The blood characters on the talismans shimmered with a strange glow. Each time it flickered, Du Leah's face grew paler. Feng Yuchen's eyes turned cold instantly. He reached out to tear the talismans, but Du Hongyan stopped him. Don't touch. These talismans are stained with the Knight clan's blood. Ordinary people who touch them will be cursed back. What should we do? Feng Yuchen's voice was tense. He looked at Du Leah, who was sweating cold on her forehead. His heart ached as if it was being squeezed. Leah's belly is getting colder. If this continues, the baby will be in danger. Du Leah gritted her teeth, pushed Feng Yuchen away, and slowly straightened up against the wall. She took a deep breath, made a strange hand sign with both hands, pressed them on her belly, and whispered, Baby, don't be afraid. Stay with Mom. Let's face this together. As soon as she finished speaking, her belly suddenly heaved violently, as if small fists inside were pounding repeatedly. The talismans on the wall trembled fiercely, their blood characters flickering. One of the talismans suddenly cracked with a loud snap, splitting into 2 and turning to ash on the ground. It's working, Du Hongyan exclaimed happily. The blood of the war god's lineage can counter the blood-absorbing curse. Leah, keep going. However, Du Leah shook her head, her face pale. No, there are too many talismans. I don't have enough strength now, and the baby is also using energy. If this continues, neither of us can hold on. Feng Yuchen looked at her trembling fingertips and suddenly remembered the feeling of his palm pressed against her pregnant belly earlier. At that moment, he seemed to sense his own bloodline heating up, as if it could counteract the coldness. Without hesitation, he took a step forward, placing both hands on Du Leah's belly, and said in a deep voice, Leah, trust me. Let me try. He closed his eyes, focused his attention, and let the bloodline of the Knight clan flow slowly within him. The next moment, Du Leah let out a surprised cry, not from pain, but from shock. She felt a warm, powerful energy coming from Feng Yuchen's palms, spreading along her belly. The sharp chill from before mostly disappeared, and the baby's trembling eased significantly. The charms on the courtyard walls seemed to be burned, their blood characters flickering violently. 2 charms crackled and turned to ash. How is this possible? Du Minghai stared wide-eyed. How can the bloodline of the Night Clan suppress the blood erosion talisman? This talisman was clearly drawn with Night Clan blood. However, Du Hongyan suddenly understood something. He turned and ran toward the ancestral hall. I know. There are records in ancient books. Come with me. Everyone followed him into the ancestral hall. Du Hongyan pulled out a dusty wooden box from under the altar. When he opened it, there was an old, yellowed book inside. The pages depicted a twin bloodline symbol similar to the one on Du Lia's belly. He pointed to a passage, his voice trembling. Look, 100 years ago, that ancestor with twin bloodlines also had a Night Clan partner. The pureblood Night Clan partner temporarily suppressed the ancestor's out-of-control bloodline. So, the Night Clan bloodline isn't entirely a curse. Feng Yuchen's heart suddenly relaxed. He looked down at Du Lia, who was also looking at him. Her worried expression faded, replaced by a gentle smile. He reached out to wipe the sweat from her forehead and whispered, I told you, I will protect you, but this is only temporary. Du Hongyan turned to the next page of the ancient book, his face darkening again. The book says the pureblood suppression lasts only 3 days. To fully resolve the twin bloodline out-of-control situation, we must find the purification stone. This stone is the origin of the war god's bloodline and can neutralize the conflict between the 2 bloodlines. Where is the purification stone? Feng Yuchen immediately asked, his eyes full of urgency. Du Hongyan sighed and pointed to the map in the ancient book. When the Du family fled years ago, they hid the purification stone at Wei family's old base, where Wei's ancestors used to make poisons. Even though Wei family is gone, there are still Night Clan guards there because they always want to steal the purification stone. At that moment, Du Lia's phone rang again. It was a message from the Night Owl base. The old Wei base has a blood array of the Night Clan, which targets pregnant women. Be careful. Also, we found out that Feng Xiao's mother might be connected to the bloodline break in the Du family from years ago. Du Lia's finger froze suddenly. She looked up at Feng Yuchen, who was staring at the map in the ancient book with a serious look. He didn't seem to know about her mother yet. She put her phone in her pocket and didn't speak immediately. Now wasn't the time to cause trouble. After they got the purification stone, she would ask him everything slowly. Outside, the rain hadn't stopped. Wind carried the rain into the ancestral hall, bringing a cold feeling. Feng Yuchen closed the ancient book and gently wrapped his arm around Du Lia's waist, speaking firmly. Tomorrow morning, we will go to the Wei family's old base. No matter how many Night Clan guards or blood arrays there are, I will bring back the purification stone. Du Lia nodded and leaned into his arms, her hand resting lightly on her pregnant belly. The baby moved gently again, as if agreeing with her decision. She looked at the rain outside the hall, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Whether it was the Night Clan or the blood array, as long as they dared to block her way to save her child, she would turn everything blocking her into ruins. At this moment, Du Minghai came over. His face was no longer full of doubt, only guilt. Lia, Feng Xiao, I was too impulsive earlier.
I'm sorry.
Tomorrow I will go with you. More people, more strength. Du Hongyan also nodded. I'll go too. I know the mechanisms at Wei family's old base and can help. Feng Yuchen looked at everyone, a warm light in his eyes. He tightened his grip on Du Lia's hand and said loudly, Good. Tomorrow, we go together to get the purification stone and show the Night Clan that the Du family and I, Feng Yuchen, are not easy to mess with. Night fell deeper. The candle in the old Du house burned all night. No one knew that in the corner of the old house, a shadow was staring at the window, a strange smile on his lips. He held a dark purple talisman, which depicted a portrait of Feng Yuchen's mother. Sealing Mother's relic reveals the truth at dawn. 3 black SUVs were parked outside the old Du family house. Du Yuchen helped Du Lia into the back seat, his fingers always holding her wrist. She hadn't slept well last night. Her eyes showed faint blue shadows, her pregnant belly felt heavier, and she had to support her waist while walking. The old base is at an abandoned factory in the western suburbs. Long ago, the ancestor of the Wei family dug 3 secret rooms underground, with many traps, said Du Hongen, sitting in the front passenger seat, holding a photocopy of an ancient book. The blood formation should be at the lowest level, and the purification stone is hidden behind the center of the formation. When you go in, follow me closely and don't touch the bricks on the wall. Leah nodded gently, her hand resting lightly on her belly. The baby seemed to wake up and gently kicked her, as if saying, "Mom, don't be afraid." She smiled slightly and looked up at Feng Yuchen, who was staring out the window with a furrowed brow, clearly still thinking about the night tribe. She reached out and touched his hand. "Don't worry, I'm here." Feng Yuchen turned his head, and the coldness in his eyes softened instantly. "You should be worried about me. You're pregnant and still going on adventures with me." He lowered his head, pressing his forehead against her belly, his voice very soft. "Son, today let's protect Mom together, okay?" The little one inside seemed to understand and kicked again. The kick was gentle but made Feng Yuchen smile. The SUVs drove into the western suburbs, and the deeper they went, the rougher the road became. The rusty iron gate of the abandoned factory squeaked loudly when pushed open. Inside, weeds grew taller than people, and when the wind blew, the leaves rustled like someone was breathing in the dark. "Stay close to me," said Du Hongen, taking out a flashlight and walking toward the depths of the factory. "The entrance to the secret room is in the cellar behind the warehouse." Back then, the Wei family used the warehouse as a cover to secretly refine poison. They followed him around to the back of the warehouse and saw an iron cover on the ground. When they lifted it, a musty smell mixed with a faint scent of blood wafted up. Feng Yuchen jumped down first, then reached out to help Leah down. The stairs in the cellar were steep and narrow. He moved very slowly, afraid she might fall. At the bottom, the flashlight's beams swept over the walls, revealing red markings carved into the stone. The patterns looked like they were drawn with blood, intertwined to form a large formation. At the center was a groove, clearly meant to hold the purification stone. "Is this the blood formation?" Feng Yuchen frowned. "Why isn't it reacting?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Leah suddenly let out a sharp gasp and tightly gripped Feng Yuchen's arm. "My stomach. It hurts a little." The flashlight's beam immediately focused on her pregnant belly. Under her skirt, the twin bloodline totems suddenly lit up. The pale gold and black patterns intertwined, as if pulled by something. The blood marks on the wall also glowed, with red light spreading along the ground like a snake winding toward Leah's ankles. "Not good." "The blood formation recognizes bloodlines," Du Hongen exclaimed anxiously, stomping his foot. "It can sense dual bloodlines and will draw the baby's bloodline into the core of the formation." "Leah, step back quickly." Feng Yuchen immediately picked up Leah and backed away, but the red light moved even faster, almost wrapping around her pregnant belly. Leah suddenly shouted, "Feng Yuchen, use your bloodline. Last night, you managed to resist the blood-etching talisman, so you can break the formation now." Feng Yuchen understood immediately. He put Leah down, rushed to the center of the formation, and pressed his hands on the blood pattern on the wall. His Knight clan bloodline surged within him, making his palms hot. The red light seemed to burn him and quickly recoiled. But just as it pulled back, more red light burst out, and the blood pattern on the wall flickered violently, as if resisting.
"No."
"The blood formation is too strong. I can't hold it alone." Feng Yuchen's forehead beaded with sweat. "Leah, try to use your war god bloodline to help me. Let's suppress it together." Leah clenched her teeth, supported herself against the wall, and formed hand seals, pressing her palms on Feng Yuchen's back. Her war god bloodline flowed through her hands and intertwined with Feng Yuchen's Knight clan bloodline, like two warm currents spreading along the blood pattern. The red glow on the wall gradually dimmed, and the blood pattern's color lightened. But at that moment, the baby suddenly kicked violently. Leah groaned softly, her face turning pale.
"The child."
"The child seems uncomfortable." He's exhausting himself. Feng Yuchen's heart tightened. Just as he was about to withdraw, he heard a cold laugh behind him. Trying to break the blood formation? Not so easy. Everyone turned around and saw a shadow emerge from the darkness. It was the person from the corner of the Du family's old house last night. He still wore a black robe, his face covered with cloth, holding a dagger that shimmered with green light, stained with black poison. "It's a blood guard of the Night Clan," Du Hongan shouted. "They guard the blood formation, and the poison on the dagger can dissolve bloodline power." The shadow didn't speak. Instead, he swung the dagger toward Du Lia. His target was the baby. Feng Yuchen reacted quickly and immediately stepped in front of Du Lia. He raised his hand and grabbed the shadow's wrist, and the two struggled against each other. The shadow was very strong, causing veins to bulge on Feng Yuchen's arm, but he didn't let him move forward even half a step. "Lia, you and the elders retreat," Feng Yuchen said in a deep voice. "I'll handle him." However, Du Lia did not retreat. She looked at the shadow's dagger and suddenly remembered what the Night Owl base had said about the blood formation targeting pregnant women. This blood guard must know how to break the blood formation, and perhaps also know about Mother Feng. She took a deep breath, straightened her pregnant belly, and suddenly charged at the shadow's knees. "If you want to hurt my child, you first have to ask if he's willing." The shadow didn't expect her to attack willingly and staggered back. At that moment, the fetus suddenly kicked hard, much stronger than before. The dagger in the shadow's hand clattered to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Yuchen punched him in the chest. The shadow grunted and fell to the ground. Feng Yuchen immediately moved forward and held him down, tearing off the cloth on his face. The face was covered with blue veins, just like the black-robed man before, but the veins were denser, indicating a higher-level blood guard.
Speak.
How do you completely break the blood formation? Whereas Mother Feng Yuchen's voice was as cold as ice. His hand pressed on the shadow's neck, and with a slight force, the shadow struggled to breathe. But the shadow smiled, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. "Young Master Feng, your mother, was the one who hid the purification stone here,"
she also said.
"She would never let the Night Clan get it." Before he finished speaking, the shadow suddenly tilted his head and lost consciousness. He had hidden poison in his mouth and had no intention of living. Feng Yuchen's hand froze in midair, and his heart felt like it was hit by something. Du Lia came over and gently patted his back. "Don't worry, let's look around. Maybe we can find some clues." Everyone searched the secret room. When Du Lia's flashlight shone on the wall near the formation's core, she suddenly stopped. There was a small groove in the wall, and inside it, a jade pendant was placed. The pendant was engraved with the character Feng and had a feint. "This is my mother's jade pendant." Feng Yuchen rushed over, carefully picking up the pendant. His fingertips trembled. "I saw her wear it when I was a child. Later, it disappeared. She said she lost it. Turns out she hid it here." The back of the jade pendant had a small inscription. Du Lia leaned in to read it. "Blood Array Protective Stone, Double Blood Break Seal, Du Family Peace, my child, do not worry. Double Blood Break Seal." Du Hongan suddenly understood. This means that to fully activate the Blood Array and obtain the Purification Stone, both the Du family and the Night Clan's bloodlines must be used together. "Your mother thought of this long ago." Feng Yuchen clenched the jade pendant, his eyes turning slightly red. Turns out his mother wasn't trying to harm the Du family back then, but was protecting the Purification Stone and the Du bloodline. She left the pendant here so that one day he could join the Du family to get the stone and solve the crisis involving the double bloodlines. "Let's try," Du Lia said, pulling his hand. "Use our bloodlines to activate the array." Feng Yuchen nodded and, with Du Lia, stepped in front of the array's core, placing both hands on the grooves. Their bloodlines surged simultaneously, with faint golden and black lights intertwining and spreading along the grooves. Suddenly, the blood pattern on the wall lit up brightly, emitting a dazzling light. Immediately after, the wall at the array's core rumbled open, revealing a crystal box inside. In the box was a fist-sized stone glowing softly with white light, the Purification Stone. "We found it!" Du Minghai shouted excitedly. But at that moment, the secret chamber suddenly shook violently. Stones from the ceiling fell down. Du Hongin's face changed drastically. Not good. The blood guard is dead, and the blood array is out of control. We must take the purification stone and leave quickly. Feng Yuchen immediately grabbed the crystal box, lifted Du Lia into his arms, and ran toward the exit. Du Lia looked back and saw the white glow of the purification stone flicker briefly. The pattern on the crystal box's surface appeared, a faint mark identical to the double bloodline totem on her pregnant belly. Her heart skipped a beat. This purification stone seemed to be more than just a neutralizer for bloodlines. As they rushed out of the secret chamber, the abandoned factory had already collapsed halfway. Feng Yuchen put Du Lia into the car. Just as he was about to close the door, he saw the crystal box in Du Lia's hand glowing. The light from the purification stone shone through the box, projecting a pattern onto the seat, a complex array, exactly like the bloodline seal array, recorded in ancient texts. This, Du Lia froze. Feng Yuchen also saw it, his brow furrowing. Could there be something else hidden inside the purification stone? The shaking outside the car hadn't stopped. Du Hongin urged, "Forget that now. Drive quickly. This place is going to collapse." The off-road vehicle drove away from the abandoned factory. Du Lia looked at the crystal box in her hand, filled with doubt about the jade pendant left by Mother Foam, the seal on the purification stone, and the Night Clan's obsession with the stone. There must be a bigger secret behind all this. She looked up at Feng Yuchen and saw he was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and both saw determination in each other's gaze. No matter how many dangers there were, they would face them together and protect the baby inside her. At this moment, the light inside the crystal box's purification stone dimmed again, as if something was waking up from within the stone. Du Lia suddenly felt a sharp tightening in her lower abdomen, like an invisible hand gripping her tightly. Then, a sharp, unfamiliar ache spread from her belly to her lower back. She instinctively took a cold breath, her body stiffening instantly. Her hands pressed her swollen belly, her fingertips sinking in. A muffled cry of pain escaped her lips. Her face turned pale, and cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Feng Yuchen was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, facing away from her, holding a document and seeming to ponder a difficult business problem. Hearing the unusual sound, he suddenly turned around as if struck by lightning. His sharp eyes quickly scanned Du Lia's pale face and her hand on her belly. The valuable document slipped from his stiff fingers and fell onto the expensive Persian carpet with a soft sound. "Lia." Feng Yuchen's voice changed, filled with panic and hoarseness he had never shown before. He rushed over in a few long strides, quickly crossing the living room, and gently lifted her into his arms. His movements were swift, almost like a gust of wind. His arms were steady as a rock, but as he held her, Du Lia clearly felt his heartbeat pounding wildly inside his chest, like an out-of-control drum. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here," he said hurriedly as he walked toward the master bedroom, his voice trembling. He even forgot to call for help, kicking open the heavy door of the master bedroom and carefully placing her on the soft big bed. His movements were gentle, as if holding a rare treasure, but his deep black eyes were filled with a swirling panic that seemed capable of swallowing everything. The housekeeper and bodyguard rushed in upon hearing the noise. Seeing Feng Yuchen's grim face and Du Lia lying on the bed looking uncomfortable, they immediately fell silent in fear. Someone quickly turned and ran to call the family doctor. Feng Yuchen hurried back to the bedside. His large hand trembled as he reached out to touch her belly, but he was afraid of hurting her. In the end, he just tightly held her cold hand, his knuckles turning white. "Lia, how are you? Does it hurt anywhere? Tell me, did you bump into something earlier?" Or, his words tumbled out in a rush. Usually, he was a calm and strategic business leader, unshaken even when facing great danger. Now, he looked like a helpless child, overwhelmed by fear. The image of gangsters pointing guns at her pregnant belly, like a terrifying nightmare, suddenly shattered his reason. He couldn't lose her and he couldn't lose their baby. The thought burned like a hot iron on his nerves. Leah felt pain so intense that her vision darkened. She listened to Feng Yuchen's panicked shouts and comforting words, but strangely, a warm feeling rose in her heart, almost making her want to laugh. This man, so calm normally, facing disaster without flinching, now looked so scared. She struggled to speak, trying to soothe him, but only managed a weak gasp.
Don't
shout," she gasped painfully, trying to stay calm. "It's not a bump."
Just. Suddenly.
So tight. Feng Yuchen's heart clenched even more. He leaned down, his forehead almost touching hers, his hot breath blowing on her face, filled with despair. "Don't talk. Save your strength. The doctor will be here soon. Hang in there. Leah, hold on for me." His other hand clenched the bed sheet tightly, his knuckles white, as if that could share her pain. At that moment, the tight, suffocating feeling in her belly, like a wave, came quickly and went just as fast. It didn't get worse. Instead, it started to fade visibly. The grip on her belly loosened, and the sharp pain gradually eased like the tide receding. Her tense body relaxed little by little, and her rapid breathing slowed. Feng Yuchen noticed her change immediately. His bloodshot eyes fixed on her face, watching for every tiny expression.
Leah?
"Are you feeling better? Does it still hurt?" His voice was hoarse, but the panic that had been raging seemed to be somewhat subdued. Leah took a long, deep breath and slowly exhaled, feeling the intense tension inside her completely disappear. She tried moving her fingers and then slowly opened her eyes, meeting Feng Yuchen's eyes, which were still filled with shock but now more cautious and curious. "It seems," she licked her dry lips, her voice still weak but clearer. "It's over. It doesn't hurt anymore." Feng Yuchen let out a sudden breath, as if he had been holding it for 1,000 years, trembling with relief after surviving a disaster. His whole body seemed to lose its strength, and he swayed slightly. Then he leaned down, pressing his forehead heavily against her neck, the hot liquid quickly soaking her shoulders' clothing. "I was so scared." His muffled voice came from her neck, thick with nasal sound and undeniable fear. "Leah, I was so scared. Don't you know? Just now." He couldn't finish his words, only holding her tighter, as if trying to merge her into his bones and blood, to confirm she was real and safe. His broad shoulders trembled slightly, showing his extreme vulnerability and dependence after the fear. Leah was almost out of breath from his embrace, but her heart was soft and melted. She gently placed her hand on his cool back, feeling his rapid heartbeat through the thin fabric. She knew he must have thought of the worst-case scenario. That gunshot, the moment he almost lost her, those became his deepest fears. "It's okay now, Yuchen," she softly comforted him, her voice carrying a tired but soothing tone. "It's really okay now. The baby is well, maybe. Just having a little tantrum." She tried to lighten the mood with a relaxed tone. Feng Yuchen looked up, his eyes red and his face still pale from shock, but the wild fear in his eyes had faded, replaced by overwhelming relief and a nearly obsessive sense of possession. He reached out carefully, gently placing his hand on her rounded belly, feeling the faint movements of the little life inside. "Having a tantrum?" He growled softly, his voice still hoarse, but full of undeniable dominance. "He dares. If you dare to scare his mother like that again, He clenched his teeth but couldn't find the right words to threaten her. In the end, he just buried his face in her soft belly, took a deep breath, and absorbed her and the baby's scent, as if that was the only way to confirm everything was okay. "From now on, you are not allowed to leave my sight even for a step." "Not even one step," he announced gloomily, his tone an absolute command mixed with a regained sense of stubbornness. Leah was amused by his childish bossiness, but couldn't laugh when she saw his red eyes and pale face. She simply held him tighter. At that moment, Dr. Chen, the family doctor, rushed in almost stumbling, carrying an emergency kit, followed by a group of nervous-looking servants. Seeing the two embracing on the bed, Dr. Chen paused briefly before quickly approaching. "Mr. Feng. Mrs. Feng. How is she?" Dr. Chen asked urgently while checking his equipment. Feng Yuchen looked up, his face still not looking good, but his tone slightly calmer. Dr. Chen, check her quickly. She suddenly had severe abdominal pain just now, but now it seems to have eased. Dr. Chen immediately put on his stethoscope and checked Leah professionally and swiftly, listening to the fetal heartbeat, measuring contractions, and asking about her feelings. Leah cooperated by describing the sudden tension and aching pain she felt earlier. After a few minutes, Dr. Chen's tense shoulders relaxed noticeably. He took off his stethoscope and showed a relieved smile. Mr. Feng, Mrs. Feng, don't worry too much. Dr. Chen pushed up his glasses and said confidently. Based on her description and my examination, this is likely false labor, also called Braxton Hicks contractions. It's common in late pregnancy, especially for active pregnant women like Mrs. Feng. It features short duration, mild intensity, and irregularity. It doesn't cause cervical dilation and isn't a sign of labor. What she experienced just now was probably a strong episode of false contractions. False contractions. Feng Yuchen repeated the term, still frowning, clearly not completely at ease. How could it happen suddenly? Is it serious? Will it affect the baby? It's not serious and won't affect the baby, Dr. Chen patiently explained. There are many possible causes, such as fatigue, emotional excitement, sudden changes in position, or even vigorous fetal movement. Mrs. Feng was quite active this afternoon, her emotions fluctuated, and with her pregnancy nearing full term, these could all be triggers. I advise my wife to rest carefully over the next few days, avoid intense exercise and overexertion, and keep a good mood. If contractions become regular, stronger, or if there is bleeding or water breaking, she must see a doctor immediately. Feng Yuchen's tense body finally relaxed completely, but his expression still showed fear and caution. He looked at Leah with a complex gaze, part relief, part fear, and a hint of anger after being scared. Did you hear that? He said sharply to Leah with a commanding tone. Rest. No more running around. No more causing trouble. Stay at home quietly until the baby is born. Leah pouted, about to argue. It's not my fault, but her eyes casually glanced at the large smart TV in the corner of the room. The TV was muted, showing financial news, with scrolling headlines catching her attention. Group's overseas energy subsidiary hit by mysterious shareholders, stock price plummets. Family head Honyuan urgently returns home. Major changes may be coming.
Julia sat suddenly. Grandpa?
The family? Why would there be trouble all of a sudden? The mysterious shareholder. Her mind flashed back to the worried face of her grandfather, Honyuan, when he talked to her alone before her wedding. Leah, my dear, Grandpa asked you to marry into the family, not just for protection. His old voice carried heavy worry, as if weighed down by a great burden. Our family is a big tree that attracts the wind, and it's not peaceful inside. There are some wolves in sheep's clothing, hiding in the dark, watching our family's wealth for a long time. If you marry into the family with the family support, they might hesitate. But you must be very careful, especially if you feel something is wrong with the family, or if someone contacts you using the name, you must tell me first or directly tell Feng Yuchen. Remember, human hearts are treacherous, especially when big interests are involved. Sometimes, family love can't be trusted. At the time, she thought her grandfather was just worrying too much. After all, the family was strong, and her grandfather was highly respected.
But now,
the small headlines on the screen felt like cold needles piercing through the false warmth. Grandpa returning urgently? Major family upheaval? The mysterious shareholders' attack? Could all this be related to the internal traitor her grandfather warned about?
a-t-il quietly crept up Julia's spine.
She instinctively raised her hand and gently placed it on her still round, pregnant belly. The little life inside seemed to sense her seriousness and moved softly. The false labor warning was lifted, and Feng Yuchen's panic gradually eased, replaced by a fierce, spoiled protectiveness. He was half-hugging her, softly whispering various no and must commands like a worried mother hen. However, Leah's heart sank deeper because of the silent news rolling in her mind. Her grandfather's warnings still echoed in her ears. The unseen undercurrent within the Du family seemed to have become more intense. Who was that wolf in sheep's clothing? Was her goal only the Du family's assets?
Or
could it involve her, even her unborn child? She lowered her eyelashes, her long lashes casting faint shadows on her pale face, hiding a flash of coldness in her eyes. Her fingertips unconsciously stroked her belly gently. Inside was not only her and Feng Yuchen's child, but also carried a responsibility and danger from her bloodline that she hadn't fully understood yet. Feng Yuchen felt her sudden silence and slight stiffness. He looked down and saw her hand resting on her belly and her distant gaze. "Leah," he called softly, with a hint of subtle doubt. "Are you still uncomfortable?
Or
worried about something?" His sharp eyes swept over the TV screen, stopping at the news about the Du family, and his brow furrowed slightly. Leah looked up to meet his curious gaze. She forced a faint smile and shook her head, her voice as light as a feather. "It's nothing, Yuchen."
just
A little tired suddenly, she didn't mention the news or her grandfather's warning. Now wasn't the time. Before having any solid evidence, she didn't want Feng Yuchen involved in this muddy water, especially after she had just scared him. She needed to understand the Du family's affairs first. Feng Yuchen looked at her clearly forced smile, a trace of complexity flashing in his eyes. He knew her too well. Beneath her calm surface, she was hiding something.
but he didn't ask.
Instead, he held her tighter and nuzzled her hair. "Just sleep if you're tired," he said softly, with undeniable tenderness. "I'll stay with you, no matter where." Leah obediently closed her eyes, leaning into his warm, solid chest, listening to his steady, strong heartbeat. However, her thoughts had already flown beyond this luxurious bedroom, heading towards the distant Du family overseas, where chaos and turmoil were unfolding.
"Grandpa,
What kind of trouble have you gotten into? And who is that hidden wolf in the shadows?" Her hand resting on her belly slowly clenched, her knuckles turning slightly white. The little life inside her seemed to sense her emotional turbulence, gently kicking in discomfort. At a subtle angle where no one could see, Leah's lips slowly curved into a very faint, cold smile. It seems that her days of nurturing the baby won't be as peaceful as Feng Yuchen hoped. Since the waters of the Du family are already muddied, perhaps it's time for her, the delicate flower of the Du family, to go back and stir things up a bit.